dead. The only thing that could kill them was those.
Yep. The Wadjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Reinforcements coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws do need to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the appropriate respect.
He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This man is all uniting. Look at he's bringing in the Ravens.
Wait. Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has 170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out though. I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on a Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wadjets to hit the...
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's 100% hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always happens to poor Wadjets. Yeah, that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and the Wadjets just die.
But the Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The Spearmen were attacking the Axemen. The Axemen were attacking the Cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean, he has numbers, but he's lost quality. But will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor.
And there it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Neemian Ryan Laws are coming out.
Really good damage, though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll can be big. Hits them all.
That's so good.
Chimera.
In the back.
I think the Chimera is coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wadjet. Oh, one Wadjet left, and Achilles is going to finish that one too.
And turns out the Chimera is better than Wadjet as well. Suck on that one.
The Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This is over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away.
Yeah, this is going to be rough in a second here.
From a GG. 15 seconds left in this Ancestors. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for a whirlwind ride.
Didn't even want to see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus, though. I like these Arcus. Oh,
okay, that was a big hit.
That was huge, actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's backing up now. But the hero Thomas
are through. Sanders!
Tusay is going to be going down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If he got another volley out and cleared the Mamillos, maybe. But he's going to lose all the myth units. And that was his one hope, his one way of holding here. And it's dead. Yeah,
the Satyrs were like the one thing that was kind of clinging on to hope for him. But they're gone.
So we do have a move out onto the Ox's front side. Meanwhile, these Oracles are just getting every ounce of information.
Oh my God, no. This is not how this day ends. This is not how this day ends. It is. It's how the day ends. No! What did that just happen? No, Tiger! No, dude!
Do you know how I'd rate that play? Oh God, that was horrible. The temple wasted. Caladria are just going to try to base the fire.
Yeah, dude, that was actually a lot of wasted shots.
He's still doing it. Like, he's A-clicking.
He's losing so much for nothing. What? Oh my God.
That was vile.
Gonna be a lot. Just gonna go for the dive here, I guess. Grasp may have sensed the mythic coming in. Here's a hailstorm.
This is an absolutely huge Tempest. No retreat available right now. All of those units here for Vortex going to be losing that attack speed. Raiding Cavalry getting around the back of those slingers there with a huge taunt from that rock time.
I mean, like right here, could you imagine if the RC were on the other side? Right?
Yeah.
Right? It's like Grass needs to play first around here. Here's the Vidar. You don't see the Inferno just yet. It should be coming in as soon as the retreat. Here it is. No reaction from Vortex. Everything's going to die.
Well, that was a good usage there. That was awesome. They're all gone. How does he deal with this? He just needs a ton of hoplites out.
Ooh, the shockwave right on top of the Carnivore again. Oh boy. This just isn't looking good for Pegasus now. This is going to be so
damage
many
coming
units
onto
lost.
Pegasus. This is units. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
Hoplites, they hold their ground. They're still alive. A fresh wave of reinforcements comes in. The minotaurs are still on the field as well. So much damage comes in. Oh,
Pegasus, I mean, he's still sitting underneath this town center fire. For the longest time there, the Minotaur is actually tanking it. But now, Hoplites are tanking it. Jason's going down. The rest of the units are falling. Population is dropping drastically here for Pegasus. It does not look like this is working out for him.
Gonna need the frost here, probably, right?
Well, this pretty cavalry aren't upgraded.
Wait, are those already medium?
Don't think so.
I don't think that's medium, but I don't think it's gonna matter in a second. The battle board are just gonna toss them all with like a little shockwave for free, and everything goes down.
Can really shift this game. So Recon's got to be careful. He
the
drops
main-
the Earthquake
main.
in.
How is it? How's the damage? Oh, we were not prepared. We were not prepared.
No, no,
Oh,
sir.
no. Everything dies. See?
Shelty's doing a great job right now.
Oh, another
and then
shockwave on the eco, and this time it's a lot. Oh, but the counter shockwave in the Gulenbursty, slapping down on the economy. Or sorry,
Yeah,
on the
you just have to
military
return.
defending his economy.
You just
Oh,
have to
yes.
run. Can maybe drop Chaos here if you really want to.
I just want to be your friend, says the Gulenbursty. And here's the chaos, but he didn't get the Gulenbursty in it. That's good. And that was also kind of a big chaos. The burst attack from the back line, the Draugr getting their damage off, but was the damage too much here?
And I mean, as good as the
Gulenbursty's in
Skull
fight.
as good as the Skull and Bursty is, the population is just so high for Shelty at the moment. He's nearly, well, he's got 40 more population.
Shockwave on the main army here. Tempest gets dropped down and into the. Wait, you can go out on the gold
He can
field.
go onto the gold. He's going onto the gold.
We'll see.
Well, no, you can always retreat back through that.
Here on the main.
Big
group
taunt
here.
coming through for the Rock Giant.
I don't think it's enough. Well, the Joggers shooting away. The front lines for Contarius kind of going down. We do see several units were getting converted, and the damage just actually does seem to be there.
The Rock Giant was just tanking everything. There's no hero to take it out. We see Carnivora getting dropped down onto those throwing axemen here, but
And the Rock Giants are here. The taunt comes in. The Draugr lines up, but there's only one Draugr remaining. So the AoE damage isn't quite there, but the taunts are coming in. The throwing Axemen, they have the damage. The building, it goes down. No palace for you. The Berserk's getting surrounded on the Arcus. It might be a counter, but there are Huskarls mixed in. And Huskarls eat Arcus for breakfast again? I don't even understand what's happening.
villagers though, the
What is
villagers
happening?
though, the villagers,
Being caught by the berms.
they're going to get out through the wall though. The wall's paying for themselves in a big way there. Terma trying to take the fire on the front, but the Hippias going to be rejoining into this one to clean up the Terma. The infantry units are getting caught because the wall's going up. He hasn't been able to break through that there. But where's the Aphrodite? Where's the curse? It's not in just yet. There's a lot of resources
Going to win
currently
the back
stuck.
of this fight, I think.
Not going to be a difficult switch for him.
I might have to see the turn here. The roar comes out. Cool down. Here's the curse. There's the roar. Hypaspis is going to be having their way with the front line. The Murmillo is going to get melted here, leaving just the Terma in the back to deal with anything. And it's just not going to be enough. The numbers are in. The stun comes out. First stun comes out. Second stun comes out. Third stun comes out. There's no movement on the blue side of things. Shelty just has to retreat. He has absolutely no answer to this Hypaspis army until he's up in age, unless he really wants to commit the Caravans. He doesn't have really the answer. Another stun, another stun, another stun. And everything is going to go down without even a chance to fight back. Shelty, his tournament life on the line, back up against the wall. Lions clawing at his face. What could he do against Grass here? Grass just seems so potent. Oh, there's nothing.
Fast, and you just ensure that you're not overlapping the stuns.
We're gonna get the fight. He's just going for it, YOLO style. Flaming Weapons comes out. Not really getting the RC in the right spot to kill the throwing axe, but maybe just hoping that if he kills the front line, it's going to be enough. But the Rock Giants, there are just so many of them.
And he's just tagging. Look at the back line of Rito. It's just throwing all of its axes into one of those rock giants. Rito's got to retreat. He's got flaming weapons and he's got to retreat. Pegasus's army is
Da 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 da. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to EGCT EV EGC TV. There we go. We got it. We're back with more Retold action. Soup, my boy. How's it going? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good, Maiden. So excited to be casting for EGC for the first time ever. Big honor. Very excited. And how are you?
The same, of course. I just have a freshly brewed coffee, so I'm ready to go. First, okay, so let's real quick to talk about what we're going to do today. Today we have 4 matches, everybody. 4 matches, all of which are quarterfinals? They're all quarterfinals, right? Yes, they
Yep.
are. So we have 4 best of 5s. We're starting with Player Recon, Rapple Ulysses next. The Big, the Bad Mista, seeing if Super Afim can knock a game off of him, and then Magic Vortex to bring up the caboose. How you feeling? I don't know if I can pick really a single match that I'm particularly excited about because they're all just insanely awesome. What's your take?
Yeah, I think they're all all of these 4 finals should be really, really good and exciting to watch. For me, Magic Vortex should be super exciting and really close. And I'm also really looking forward to Rebel and Ulysses.
Oh yeah. I think we're not going to try and get ahead of ourselves too much and talk about all 4 of the quarterfinals. We'll get there, everybody. We'll get there. But first off, we have player against recon. Okay, so most everybody out there probably knows recon. He played against Mista in the grand finals of the Woolaloo tournament. He's been popping off on a variety of RTS games. He just recently joined Tag, so if you see his name up there, TAG Recon. So most of you guys know Recon. Player's a little bit of an unknown, however. Player's a big, if you've been around the competitive scene for a long time, you definitely know who Player is. He's serious business. He can't be overlooked. He doesn't venture into 1v1s as much, but when he does, he's an absolute beast. And you know, the proof's in the pudding. He's up here in the quarterfinals. So
Yeah, and
what's your take on the first series?
I think player for Retold has honestly just played 1v1. That's my impression at least. And
Mm.
back in the old game, he was playing Hades a lot, and he was playing team games a lot, like you mentioned. And I think he is most comfortable playing that Greek. And we also see Recon banning out Poseidon, player first picking Zeus, and then Recon taking that Hades away from him. So definitely, Greek is the civilization of choice for a player. But then Odin, Ra, Frey, some interesting gods to boot there, and I can definitely see him playing them really well too.
I'm excited. I mean, of course, by all means, he's definitely a Greek boy at heart, but it doesn't mean he can't venture those tentacles out into the Norse realm. Seeing an Odin and Freyr pick there, that especially with Freyr, you know that tickles my pickle, man. I want to see some big bad explosions. So I'm hoping for I'm hoping for a best of 5 where all 5 games are played, and maybe we can see an Inferno.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The first game here, interesting. I'll talk about the Hades pick for Recon here, because he's got a history with Hades on Blue Lagoon, where he was playing against yours truly. When you play Greek, especially Hades on Blue Lagoon, you can make an exceptional arcade gauge build order with the Vaults of Erebus, where you herd those giraffes into your town center. So I'm looking for Recon to do that build order. And then the way that you follow up, there's a plethora of different variations. Pretty much all the strategies that you do with Greek, you can do that. But it's sort of getting kick-started by that early Vaults of Erebus. So I think Uranus is a great pick against Hades, but on Blue Lagoon, with the Vaults of Erebus start available for Recon, I'm really interested in seeing how this is going to play out.
Aside from the start, do you think that it favors does it favor a specific god, Uranus versus Hades? I think it partially depends on the map. The gold and, second, third hunt generation.
It does, but I do. If you ask me who's favored, I would say Uranus is favored over Hades. He's just got that. He's just got those good units. The Terma in particular is menacing against Greek. They have the same speed, I believe, as Hippias, and they're ranged. You can just continually hit and run, and it's so obnoxious to play against.
Sure. Well, here we go, everybody. With no further ado, I believe we are able to go into game number 1. So we're jumping back into it. Soup, buckle up. Are you ready to go? I know I am.
I think there's some rope voice there. Maybe you disconnect and reconnect.
Okay.
Hello. Ah, I hear you. Ah, good.
Okay.
We're in,
Are we good
right?
to go? I'm in. Are you in? I'm
I,
in. Are we
I'm
in?
in. Startup difficulties here. But okay, this is interesting. We're looking at Hades already, and there is no herding happening, and there is no wood chopping or gold mining happening either, really, is there? So it's no early Vaults of Erebus. This is interesting choice from Recon, if you ask me.
Well, okay, so in up here on player side, nothing really interesting to talk about in the Aranos economy. Pretty simple stuff. We're not getting early hunting dogs or anything like that, so he's just doing his thing, right?
Yeah, but that said, with Uranus, you can go for either a 330 for super fast early aggression, or you can even go for something like a 420. And it actually amounts up to you playing quite differently as Uranus, just whether you advance 1 minute later or sooner. So
course.
I expect something like a 4 minute advance from player and get some good sky passages out on this Blue Lagoon.
Having said that, back over to the recon side of things. You mentioned that he's not going for Vaults of Erebus. Is there? Tell me why. I mean, does I think you can still get a really good advance time if you do that Vaults of Erebus build. So
Yeah, this
so
is
is
it.
he?
Man, I see the Hades pick on Blue Lagoon, and that's and I just think that it's such a good map for it because the build order, like I said, you do with Hades on this map, you can just get away with pretty much everything else that Recon is doing now, except you also get a Vault of Erebus. So
Mhm.
I expect maybe what we're gonna see from Recon is a fast second TC, because then it would make sense that you don't go for the early Vault of Erebus because that's gonna delay your TC a bit. We do see probably an advance now from Recon. So it's going to be a 4 minute advance. And then I expect a second TC. We'll see, though. Who knows?
Well, look at his economy. And by the way, of course, Soup would be, ultra, attentive to the build orders. We got the build order king here, folks. But I complete. Okay, so Vodka, if we can, there's a back TC over on the Hades side, over on Recon side with food behind it. There's some delicious gazelle meat, some venison back yonder. Hello, hello. And if you look at his economy, he's got a lot on gold, lot on food. So honestly, to me, that says hello, straight second TC. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And the fact that he didn't go for the early balls of Erebus also told me that it is the second TC. And then 1200 food, like I said, with gazelles in the back there, he's going to have a lot of food to play with. There's also the berries and the chicken. We've got the sky passage over on the left side here. That can be used both to secure the hunt and build the town center if under a pressure there. So that's a good sky passage. I think player also... Sorry?
Can we, real quick about, and here we go, we're going to the second town center. This might be a good opportunity, Soup, to mention that in terms of the Sky Passage, right? Sky Passages recently have been changed on the most recent patch, but we have a little announcement to make about the patch, everybody. We're playing, actually, we'll hold your horses. We got a Carnivora to delay the TC.
This is so strong. The Minotaur is good against it, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. This is so important.
Is he gonna keep it up? Is he gonna keep it up?
I don't know. I don't know. This is so crucial. So
it's going down.
It's not gonna go up.
Look!
A win. Wow.
That's
and Recon is... He's shaking his head right now, asking himself, why was Ajax not there to begin with? Because
Yeah.
if Ajax was there, then the carnivore would have died very, very early. And then, dude, Recon, he's forced now to build a storehouse and get even more wood. Because when you lose your town center while it's being built here, he lost, I think, like 40-50% of the price.
Yeah, Vodka just showed up in the top left. We can see his resources. 224 on gold, 150-ish on wood. He just lost so many resources. What's the follow-up, man? Like, we already see Terma coming out for player. So what's the follow-up? He's having to go back home. He doesn't get the gazelles. That's tons of idle time on his villagers, his economy. What's the follow-up for Recon? How do you survive against this? Go
He's
Hippias, I
getting,
suppose?
He's getting Vaults of Erebus. He's getting tower upgrade. So even with that, he's going to ensure that he's going to get a higher resource income per minute than what player is getting. And the Vaults of Erebus will do that. It's 2 gold per second, so 120 gold per minute. So this was a disaster for Recon, but he's getting the tower upgrade. He's getting the boosted economy from Vaults of Erebus, and he's trying to slowly fend a comeback here. For player, I think, wow, he's getting second TC now, isn't he?
That's what it looks like, unless he's going for that elephant. Yeah, TC right around the corner. That is so brutal, dude. He stops Hades from going for 2 TCs, and then he just takes it himself. What a slap in the face for
Yeah.
Recon.
Recon getting pickaxe, Recon getting hand axe. He already got that Vaults of Erebus and the watchtowers, and this is so good for player. Not only does he have map control now, you see him just patrolling around these units, just ensuring that Recon isn't doing anything fancy, but he's also getting that TC now. So the Vaults of Erebus, all the economic upgrades that Recon are getting, it's not going to amount to much because that second TC just so much more effective than what Recon is
yeah.
getting.
Oh yeah. What Vodka, if you could, what building is he dropping right there next to the tower? Is that possibly Military Academy? Okay.
It's just a standard.
Well, I mean, hips. What do you hippies? Hoplites? I mean, again, what's the militarily speaking? What's the play here? You were talking about how threatening Terma are. It's not like Hades hoplites are the best thing in the world.
Nope. They definitely do get targeted down by those termas. But the thing about Hippias that I've come to understand by good Greek players is that they get out. The longer the game goes, the worse the Hippias becomes. Whereas with hoplites, especially when you go through Athena, you get those units are just going to scale really well into the late game. So that's what Recon is doing. Like he's getting his upgrades, he's getting his watchtower, and he's just scaling into late game. So he's getting the good units for that as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, and
Well,
we're also looking at the 52 favor in for player already. Only 3 oracles, but he could be he could have even more. 12 favor per minute right now. Another TC attempt here. This one surely will go up, won't it?
Oh, he's got, if he really needs it, he's got restoration. Yeah, we got a possible carnivore usage.
Oracle is gone now, though. The reason he was able to put that carnivore before was because I had a really sneaky oracle over here, but it's gone now. So this TC should definitely go up now.
Man, that's so interesting. He's just going for the later town center. I think it's good ultimately. Again, he's got that huge patch of gazelle behind it, and so on and so forth. But there's a carnivore again. He's coming in for the backup, or the follow-up rather, with a shockwave soup. Are you kidding me? TC's going up for sure, but is it going to force a restoration?
But there's some nice damage dealt to Recon here still. 1 villager dead, and I think surely a few hoplites died in that process too.
Oh, of course. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. Sure, Carnivore was used. Sure, Shockwave was used. Did some damage to Recon. We saw at least 1 villager go down, some hops, etc., and so on and so forth. I think that was a little bit of a win, however, for Recon, because A, he did not have to use a restoration to try and get that TC up. B, the 2 god powers, Aranos used 2 god powers to try and, do some damage there. And he survived it without too much of a problem.
Let me just remind you, this is Uranus though, and player has added an additional oracle now, so he's gonna get something like 16 favor per minute now. It's 12 now, but it's going to be more when that oracle gets into position. And dude, you see Shockwave, next cast is 15, Carnivora, the next one is 25. Eventually he's gonna go through Hyperion, and he will be able to recast Chaos. Like, this is what Uranus does. He's spamming god powers, and yeah, we see Aphrodite coming in surely from Recon here. He has to just manage his villages properly. I think both players are now realizing we're nearing the time when second gold mine is gonna come into play. Although for Recon, he does have Vaults of Erebus, so he's honestly not forced to go heroic just yet. He
Well,
does go for it.
plus also your market. So second gold mines have not. They matter. Of course, it matters. You know, gold mines are always going to matter. You know, until you have a trade route or something like that set up. So by all means, gold mines are going to matter. But it's not necessarily a death sentence, especially when you got Vaults of Erebus kind of banking up some of that gold for you.
Yeah, and just looking at the way the player plays here, positions his army, I'm not even sure if he quite realizes it. That look at this gold mine. There's like 1,000 gold left remaining there, 1,200 even. So like player, the second gold mine, the gold control that it looked like player was kind of going for here. It's gonna take a while, dude, before that comes into play.
Yes.
Oracle is in
very true.
position though, so yeah, you can definitely see what he's going for. Plow coming in for Recon. He's getting a lot of nice upgrades here. Good little damage on the watchtower, just poking here. Player trying to figure out what's going on with Recon, and this is certainly one way to do it.
Indeed. Well, okay, so Aphrodite's coming in. I believe we got Hyperion coming in on the other side. He just clicked up, yep. So we're, you know, just like Soup said, we got Chaos coming in, potentially some Satyrs. I don't know, Favor. Chaos is so dadgum brutal. Using the Favor on Chaos, typically the way players choose to go. Now the tower going down, however.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal for Recon because there's the defense factor of those watchtowers, but there's also the line of sight. Like Recon is just being pushed into his own small little corner now. So you see his vision here, it's very little here. Just the Pegasus helps out a bit, but second line coming in now. I want player to make Satyrs. They're so good against Greek, and Hoplites in particular, they're great against.
Well, okay, so we can let's see. I think that's Sarissa coming in. The far left upgrade, if you could. Yeah, Sarissa. So that gives Hoplites a little bit extra. Makes them just a little bit better. But also on top of that, I thought I saw some Peltas that he was making as well. We see a couple of Peltas as well in the army.
If you're a player who's as good as Recon is, you can micro those Peltas very efficiently. You see 19 range. They outrange the Termas so heavily. So if you just have 5, 6, 7 of them, they're really, really good at sniping those ranged Atlantean units down.
Plus potentially, man, tons of, there's Gemini coming in. We got Satyrs coming in for sure. Plus there's, here we go, potentially a big fight. Players choosing to chill.
I think Recon is gonna be good here. The Vaults of Erebus, it cannot be underestimated how strong it is. The fact that Recon is now 13 minutes moving outside of his base for a gold mine instead of 10, 11 minutes, it's so huge. But heavy infantry in for a player as well. Let's see what's going on here.
Here we go. Are we going to see the Chaos? We got to see the Chaos, but we have Curse and Restoration. There's the Chaos. There's the Restoration. There's the Carnivora. What about our Shockwave? Let's get the... There it is. Everything's happening. Nice. The Fortress is definitely going up, but still, Soup. He's got a lot of Hoplite numbers, but are their numbers dwindling?
Was so big here, but the heavy Murmillos, dude, I'm telling you, they're so strong.
Plus they're heroes, man. We're going. Was it B doing the whole hero Atlantean shindig? That thing might just go down right away, Soup.
Wow. And dude, Recon, he is behind in this game from all the early action going on, and you see player, he's forcing this fight here. He knows he has to take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, that's idle. Look at all those villagers repairing, dude. That is resources invested into repairing it. Plus, they're not even gathering. Is it gonna go down? Is it gonna go down? Boom! It's down, dude. Down. Brutal. What? The Sentinels are in. You can use Sentinels around Fortress. For those of you who forgot, man, you only used it earlier, right?
Yeah. But look at the comp now from player. He's adding in Contarius too to try to target down those Peltasts. The Hoplites, I think they're losing to the Murmillos, and then the Termas. It's not even adding Arcus. This is interesting. Usually you'll see Atlanteans going for heavy Arcus spam here, but only now do we see the first one coming in.
Dude, real quick, we have our first Satyr coming in, right? We have our first Satyr coming in. The Satyr's a little bit slow to get over here. I think Satyr spam could potentially be brutal. Look at this tree line right here, Soup. Look at that little choke point. We have the hill on the side and then the wood line. It's a little choke point that could be awkward for for either player, honestly, depending on the fight that they take.
Recon is struggling here, though. He doesn't have Toxotes in the back to really take advantage of the choke point, and you just see Recon once again forced to move away from that spot.
Oh my gosh, dude, the Sentinels are trying to just save him, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He can maybe sneak over to the top side. We saw that other gold mine up on the top side. He can maybe do a little sneakarooski.
There's an
and maybe
Oracle there,
survive.
and the player is even building
Yeah.
a Sky Passage up there too now, so he's just going for this goal control now. Wow. Desperation move here from Recon.
Exactly, man, exactly. I don't know if this fortress is going to be enough, even if he does get it up, dude. The economy is just so much further ahead for player. That's earlier second town center. All the just the army, the economy, everything. He's floating so many resources.
Everything is
smokes.
dying for Recon here. He's down by 40 civilian population, and all the military is gone for Recon. He's got 9 military population remaining, and still haven't secured this gold mine. And like you said, the cliff, the forest, it's so good for player to just sit behind and ensure that, yeah, you see this?
Yeah, the snipers, man. He's got the snipers, and players got the victory, man. He snipes his way to victory, baby. Hello, hello. Game 1, 1-0. The team game Titan player picks
Yeah,
off
really
Recon.
showing that he's not only good in 1v1, he's also good at Uranus, apparently.
Indeed. Indeed. I mean, by all means, that Carnivora, man, AOM is such a snowbally game.
Yeah.
The economy was pretty close, man, for quite a bit of the game, but eventually player just, he just shoots ahead.
Yeah, I think when it's shooting ahead, it's because he got that second TC up a lot sooner, and that's why you see this discrepancy occurring now.
Yeah, that first Carnivora, man, does so much damage. That is such a big difference between old Age of Mythology and Retold. The fact that if your town center gets destroyed while you're building it, you do not get those resources back.
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
ultra
And that's why
brutal.
Recon was struggling so much. You saw him even building a storehouse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, huge economic and tech advantage here for player. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Well, it took us a hot minute to get there, Soup. Yes, we had the Carnivora early on, but after that it was just kind of some positioning and some eco play, you know. But once the action dropped, oh boy, did it drop. That was chaos for about 2-3 minutes until the until he called it.
Yeah. Man, I'm so surprised thinking back to this game. Why was the Ajax not in position for Recon? Like, Recon must have played so many Greek versus Uranus or Gaia games at this point. He should know by now you need your Ajax if you're building that second TC, because surely a good Atlantean player will have an Oracle nearby, positioned, ready to build that to cast that Carnivora.
And he had his Minotaur there, stationed there already, so it's not like he was ignoring that as a possibility. He simply had the wrong unit. Did he get a relic? I know we didn't pay a ton of attention to the relics in that game. Did Ajax maybe go pick up a relic or something?
Yeah, I imagine we didn't get to see it. He must have done something like that. Ajax. He must have been off Delhi welling. What is the word? Somewhere else. He wasn't where he was supposed to be. That's for sure.
He was dilly dallying,
Dilly dallying, exactly.
willy dilly dallying, willy dallying, willy dallying with the thingamajigger over there.
Exactly.
Well, okay. Do we know which map is the second map just yet?
So Tundra is the second map, and this will be Recon's choice.
Indeed.
Interesting map, Tundra. This Tundra map, people who've played AOM for a long while before the Retold iteration as well will have a lot of fond memories of this map, I'm sure. But this map's still not in the ranked pool. Do you like this map in Retold, Maiden?
I like it in general, man. I mean, it's got Hunt, and I'm a Norse player. Of course, I like it.
So the thing that makes Tundra different to every other map, pretty much every other map, is the fact that you start with 2 packs of 10 deer or elks or whatever they are. And this is really, really nice for a god like Odin, because it means you don't have to use Great Hunt early on in Classical. or early on in Archaic, you can just wait for the classical age. And then you get 1,000 food rather than 600. And not just that, with Odin, you obviously have that hunt bonus, and you're playing Norse, so you just want that food, stable food income. So I expect probably an Odin pick from player.
Yep, that's exactly what I was just gonna say. And I didn't shoot off the top of my head. Um, I don't remember all the. Actually, I should pull up the drafts. Can we look at the drafts by chance, Vodka, on this screen? Anyway, the thing here's my opinion, Sub. I definitely like the safe hunt, but at the same time, since villagers are a lot weaker, they're a lot squishier, some people say, on Retold. You can still raid, and even if you thank you very much, even you can still raid and get a lot of damage done against your opponent, even a player like or sorry, even a god like Hades. Thank you, Vodka.
Yeah.
Loki
ISIS
and
pick in
Thor.
from Recon now.
Mhm. Isis and Odin. We've seen a lot of Tundra recently in Genesis Retold tournament and the Underworld Showdown tourney a couple weeks ago as well. We've seen a lot of Isis and a lot of Odin. I'm not surprised to see. I thought maybe Recon would maybe bust out a Loki, but no, he's going for Isis instead.
I've come to realize the reason why people pick Isis here is because, yeah, she doesn't inherently benefit from hunting more so than any other Civ. But the fact that you start with that much hunt, that much food in your base, it just means that your fast heroic or heck, even fast mythic is so safe and so secure and fast too that you can just do so many things with Isis. You can even add in 3 monuments early on. You can still do the things that you want.
Well, let's jump in and see how many monument. Indeed, let's jump in and see. I believe they're ready to go. Are we ready to go? I believe they are. If they are, let's go. Tundra, baby. Let's go. Alrighty, folks. Here we are. Game number 2. Players ahead. 1-0. We here in the red. We have player in the red. Going for Odin. Looking good. Look at all that beautiful, delicious venison in his base. I love to see it, baby.
It is lovely. As a Norse connoisseur, this is the kind of spawn that you love to see early on, isn't it?
Oh yeah, especially on that right side, right next to the mini map. The fact that he's got just that right tucked against the side of the map. He's got his hunt is so defensive. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You're not really going to expect a lot of aggression early on from ISIS, but still. In fact, having said that, ISIS over in the blue. Let's go take a lookaroo over at Recon's base. Recon playing ISIS over here in the blue. He's got a great base himself. That forward hunt, sure, but berries, second hunt, back gold mine. That's a great little base he's got there as well. Yes.
Yeah. He's already got that first monument. He's already pre-queued the Flood of the Nile. So he's going for that really, really nice ISIS build order where you get Flood of the Nile for that 1 food per second. And he's adding in a pickaxe here with that straggler tree. Now sending 4 villagers over onto gold. So that suggests to me either he's going for a fast temple for a fast advance, or he could even add in a second monument early on, which I've seen some ISIS player do, especially if you're going for Anubis. You really want those monuments out early.
Well, so having said that, Soup, I don't know how many games you've played against Recon. Do you think he tends? No, we can look at the build order and kind of predict what he's going to go for. But is he more of what do you think he's going to go for? Is he going to go for Ancestors Eclipse and see if he can get an AE off on the economy? Is he going to go just heroic and Migdal unit play, with a push with Ancestors Eclipse? Is he going Anubis? What's your
think
feel?
Anubis. If you're asking me, I think he's going for Anubis because Anubis is just the stable choice where you spam out a bunch of those Anubites, the dogs, as I like to refer to them as, and then you spam out. You get like 2, 3, 4 barracks out, and you get every time you have resources in bank, you spend them on units. And as a Norse player, when you're playing against that, you just find yourself with like half the units that the Egyptian player has oftentimes. And it's really hard to play against this Norse.
Well, actually, I believe was it last week? I believe we saw several matchups of Raw against a Norse on Tundra, and the Raw players decided to go. There's our temple. The Raw players decided to go very, very aggressive, and it looked pretty decent in those games as well. So going classical aggression, I could definitely see it happening Instead of
Yeah.
Watchets, however, with Ra, we're probably going to see Anubis, Anubites, the Delgies. But let's see. By all means, let's see. Can we take real quick? Take a the one good and bad thing about forward soup, that is a forward obelisk that has potential ancestors clips written on it. Anyway, gold mines, exterior gold mines, that very often for both players, either the Odin player or Isis player, losing map control. If we're going to see a dynamic classical fight, losing map control is a death sentence. We saw it in game 1.
Yeah,
Can be a death sentence.
these gold mines are aggressive, so there is definitely gold star potential here. If one player sits too tightly in their base, they are going to struggle for gold when they have to go for that. So
Yeah.
that is definitely
Anubis.
Anubis and Freya
Anubis
as
it is.
well.
Mhm.
How many monuments? Is it just the one for Recon though?
Second one going up right now, next to the
Okay,
gold.
okay. So the question is, if he's going to add in a third, and if he's going to add in that Necropolis upgrade that Anubis provides, which makes monuments plus 25% more effective.
Mhm.
Hands of
Real
the
quick,
Pharaoh, so he's looking for the Charon's Opal. It's a decent enough relic. Is there not another one? Oh, Charon of
Nerve.
Sibylline. That's the best.
Dude.
Dude, it's the best relic in the game. I love that relic. And then Tower of
Well,
Cestus, not the best.
well, I mean, sure, but still, increased villager movement speed, that's a good one. Dude,
Yeah.
I can't remember which game it was. Before we get too deep into this game, I just want to mention the 2 free Golden Lions. There was one match of this tournament last week where it was on Anatolia. I can't remember the players because there was a couple of Chronos matches on Anatolia. Anyway, I could easily argue that the game was won because one of the players picked up the Golden Lions relic.
Yeah, exactly. Like of all the relics, that one is the one that has the most tangible effect in a lot of games early on. And Valkyrie just sneaking past those 2 Anubites, taking down obelisks early on. I like that use of Valkyrie early. It's hard
Wow,
to
yeah.
really get value out of her, but like taking down the vision around the map from the Isis player, really good use, I think. And ooh, look at
Indeed.
this.
Speaking of vision, is he going to find these? Is he going to
Oh,
find the hunt?
he sees the
He sees
Hearser
the
there.
Hersey.
You should
There's
know
another
something's
one.
up.
Oh, dude. They're just the little spies, little James Bond just slipping right through the defenses. Holy smokes.
The Valkyrie taking down the priest. And Recon noticing now those deer and elks, or whatever they are here. Priest going down now,
Yes.
but yeah, he's noticing now those elks aren't being hunted, so they must be hunting somewhere else, is what Recon can tell here.
Well, honestly, like if you exactly. Ooh, is he gonna get stuck? No, he can jump out, but still.
Jump out. Yeah.
That's so funny. It's dude. You think you have this awesome ghost build. Oh, I trapped the Anubites. I'm gonna pick them off. Yeah, JK. LOL. They're just gonna hop the fence. Dadgummit. Anyway, yeah. But
Priest
here's the
Knight
thing.
though,
Here's
the Priest Knight from the Valkyrie turns out to be really effective here, because that does mean that these Anubites can't be healed up quite as easily as they would be able to otherwise.
True. We got some more jumping action going on here, by the way. Spears are entering the fray.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Interesting
so
that
here's
he's going for Spearmen early. Oftentimes, if you're going for a Myth unit spam, you'll support them with X-Men because they can take down Hearses, and then Myth units can take down everything else, basically.
Sure.
But probably valuing the mobility of the Spearmen instead here, and the ability to take down raiding cavalry.
Well, plus you can predict that your opponent is going to go for raiding cavalry as the Odin player, and so, and speaking of the pre-snipe soup,
5 priests added in here for Recon. That could be a town center, but nope, it's 5 priests.
anyway, we got some counter raiding going on here, and I see a juicy food patch back
Could be
there that
really
he's
good.
not
This could be
going
really
for.
good. Look at it.
That's a
They
couple of
managed to
builds.
escape there.
Are they? Will they? Will they? Will they? Yes, maybe. Are we gonna pick off some priests? We got RC going down, dude.
One RC down, both villagers surviving, and they're going right back.
Exactly. The priest can just heal up the Anubite and the villagers and everything as well. We see, dude, this is interesting. Players really putting on the not really heavy pressure, but so far, I don't know. It kind of seems like he's done a little bit more damage than he's received.
I think it's what you gotta do playing as Odin versus Anubites, or Anubis in general, is try to get those raids going. Because if you're just amassing a big army, and waiting for the big clash to happen, you're not going to win that versus Egyptians. Because the Anubites can just jump all over the place. The throwing X-Men, if there are any, they're going to focus all their attention on those dogs, and they won't be able to hit them. It's just going to be wasted. So, as Odin, I like to start raiding, use your mobility instead, and try not to get into a big clash.
Indeed, we see Nephthys coming in. I like this, man. I like this. Instead of we saw there for a little bit, a short amount of time. Some players tried to go for just a straight Ancestors Eclipse, straight fast heroic, AE on the economy, etc., etc. But we see player doing kind of semi-fast heroic type of a thing. A little bit of army. We got Nephthys coming in. I kind of like it, man. I like it. He has enough army on the field to put some pressure on player, force him to play some defense, etc.
Yeah.
He's dictating the game a little bit, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and player will have to move out for gold eventually, maybe in a minute or two. And by then there will be Ancestors, there will be Snakes ready as well. Prosperity not even used here by Recon either, so he can probably use that for, you know, building 2 or 3 Make strongholds or spamming out priests or whatever he decides.
Indeed.
Interesting use of snakes here, actually. Not quite sure what the idea is.
Was that a misclick?
Kind of looked intentional, but it's just so weird.
What just happened there? What was that all about? It's not like he had to even, you know, panic and try and save his Anubites or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm saying that's a misclick, Sue.
Could be. This is such a weird misclick. Oh well.
No, it's just a distraction tactic. It's a distraction tactic. That's what it is.
Let's call it that. So, is player moving outside of his base now with this Ox card, or what is the deal here? Oh yeah, he is with the dwarves, and he's caught out already. There's 1 dwarf dead, probably about to be 2. This is terrible to player. He needs to have an answer to all these Smith units, and the Ancestors there as well. It's so difficult because all he's got in the Classical Age are Hearses, and they're so weak against all the barracks units that Recon is getting. We do see Skadi coming in for player now, hopefully for him. Probably actually not. It's so far away. Ah, it is there.
Migdal's up. Migdal's up.
And Camel's coming in too. So many different units here from the Egyptian player. There's barracks units, there's camels, there's myth units. It's going to be Ancestors, there's priests. And as a Norse player, you're scratching your head. What do I do against all of these different units? And we'll see if player has the answer. There's Necropolis coming in for Recon now. And yeah, still just 2 monuments, but it is a nice little boon to him. Player is on the 2nd gold mine now, actually. So Recon playing a slow game here. He could have went for the full gold control, but I guess he's just saying he's using that prosperity. And what will he do with all the resources? He's just amassing a big army, I guess. So
I kind of like it though.
Yeah.
Because I mean, player's not yet heroic, man, and so sure, Frost will be coming in here in just a moment. We also have Thundering Hooves coming in as well. I kind of want to say I like it, but at the same time, now Frost can just counter the Ancestors play here. Maybe not.
Yeah, so it's an interesting little game going on here. Are you going to use Ancestors and then bait out the Frost, or are you going to hold it and then just say, okay, Frost and Ancestors are not going to be used? So it's always interesting in this scenario.
Well, he's going for a town center, so he's really not going for that aggressive, aggressive gold starve play. He's going kind of the slow burn, some would say.
It's what he got to do. If you decide to not go for the goal control, as we saw Recon already deciding a minute ago, I think he should have went for that town center earlier, to be honest, even having used prosperity. But he's getting it now, and player does not have a TC, and I don't think he's going to add one either. So it's a big W for Recon in that regard. He is going to boost his economy a lot more than what player is.
Well, I mean, look at players. Honestly, look at all those villagers. Look at all those Z's right around the town center. Player's economy right now, like he's gotten pushed off the wood. He's got a lot of sleepy villas right now. All the while, for the most part, Recon's eco has been working pretty much this whole time.
Yeah, that's true. He's been hunting. He's been doing everything he wants to, and he hasn't been harassed Except for maybe that small raid on the 2 wood choppers, which didn't even do that much.
Exactly. We got a little bit of some eco pressure now, though. That's one Vil down. He is ahead by a TC, however, so he can recover from that, no problem. You know, the one big thing ISIS, or rather Egyptian economy, compared to the dwarves, the Norse
100
dwarves.
runes coming in so huge here. The extra mobility from these units is so big, but they actually caught out here. The cavalry deals extra damage to these raiding cavalry, so actually a lot of damage dealt here.
There is a Valkyrie to heal him back up, and still, is he going to lose one? Boom, there one goes. Oof.
And this is the patch where Odin has a 0.5 regeneration on those raiding cavalry per second, so yeah, not only is the Valkyrie there, they will also have some innate healing.
Indeed. Town center going up. I like that. I like that from Recon, kind of matching TC for TC. Winter Harvest coming in. Ooh.
Harvest, huge, big raid. Damn, that's a really big raid. Especially if you look at the, wow, such a big raid. It's 55 to 38 villagers now.
Exactly.
Recon's playing this tremendously. Like, he's just saying, okay, I don't have to go for a crazy goal control. I don't have to do these big maneuvers. What is he even doing now? Going for the town center?
He's diving the TC. Come on, Recon. I know he's got some cojones, but seriously, what is happening here?
Ooh, kind of caught out here. The raiding cavalry coming into a pinch here.
I know. By all means, we already said camels, are pretty darn good against raiding cavalry, especially medium raiding cavalry, but still, he's kind of stuck here with the army coming in from behind.
That was beautiful from player. Really beautiful. He's got so many throwing X-Men, though, and Recon has done a great job. I don't know if he noticed those throwing X-Men, but the units that Recon are building now, they're so good against the throwing X-Men, so... Except for the spearmen, of course. If he manages to just keep his spearmen away from them, those throwing X-Men are just going to be dead weight. But, ooh, look at the gold miners up there. Is that a big raid? Oh, it's another 4 bills. Gonna be big.
Dude. Well, so Recon got that amazing raid on the woodline, and then he just kind of threw it away by, forgetting about his camels, losing a bunch of HP and whatnot and camels in the town center. But he kind of follows it up with some more eco pressure, a little bit more eco pressure here. This is a really weird game, in my opinion. Usually we see heroic age god powers, siege pushes, stuff like that. This is a lot slower of a game, kind of a raiding abuse type of a situation. It's different.
I think Recon is playing this so smart. He doesn't, like, he's got the upper hand, but he doesn't force anything stupid. That's the reason why this is a weird game, is because you're thinking Recon should be doing stuff, but instead he's just boosting his economy. Yeah, he's losing 2, 3, 4 bills here, who cares? He's still getting really far ahead, I think. Actually, okay, true, let's be real here. That's 2 good scenarios here for player, both on the top side and the bottom side.
Yes. Yeah, sure, man. Plus, we saw him a little bit earlier. We saw him take his 3rd town center, so he is up at TC. Yes, he is up at TC as well. That eco lead is going to get further and further ahead, which honestly, he needs those numbers as he's losing some units here. You talked about those throwing axemen, man. They're just going to shred this army if he's not careful. There goes the Scorpion Man, and we got some camel action on the bottom side. Hello, man. Speaking of diving TCs, player's going to dive his own TC, but there's no army at all anywhere near for Recon. This thing's going down, dude.
What a move by player. I was just saying, those spearmen cannot go near the throwing X-Men, and you saw why.
What?
The camels are not in position at all. This TC is going down.
But, and I think he just got heavy camels, by the way. So TC down for Recon, but he's maybe threatening to take down his own TC if he puts his own aggression on this opposite side.
That's true. We saw before that the camels can actually do damage to these town centers if they want to. And there are creeps behind to take care of the frost giant. This is a weird game, I will admit it much.
Well, I mean, just look now, players taking the back town center of Recon, actually. So Recon, it's going to be 3 to 2 TCs if this thing stays up, which it looks like it's going to. It's going to be 3 to 2 TCs with more dead villagers. Recon's kind of in an awkward position now. That was such an awesome move there.
Yeah, from player, and grabbing the TC up there, like you said, and he's got the option to go for his own 2nd TC, which he hasn't even looked at yet.
The back one, you mean? The back one?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, this is so weird, man. I love how player is playing this. Osiris is pre-queued. That's interesting. It's going to take Recon a minute to get there.
Recon loves Osiris, and he loves getting those mummies out with the help from Son of Osiris and just a nice backline of chariot archers heading in. camels in the front, you're going to kill so many units with the mommy special, and before you know it, you're going to have like 20 minions helping out your army.
He's going for the double ancestors, baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's still got answers. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. But there's a frost.
Realistically, oh yeah, that's true. But the thing is, this doesn't work. When you get the mommy special, the minions will last longer, but it doesn't apply to ancestors. I'm about certain of that.
Well, Osiris is coming in. So here's my thought, Soup. Sure, player took that TC up top, but if he goes up to Osiris and gets catapults going, we can see down on that bottom side, there are villagers around. There's villagers, you know, in Recon's main base, down on the bottom side, etc. So he can, and there's a siege works. He can get catapults going with the Son of Osiris push, where we could see, you know, the big god powers coming out and whatnot.
Yeah, you're probably right that he does need to threaten the CC somewhat. Big fight here happening. I don't think player can win this.
No.
Camels are so strong, especially with Priest back up against the Frost Giants.
Oh,
But yeah, the one big win for player right now is the fact that he's got the better settlement control, and that's what
Yes.
Recon has to consider. Like that's why you won't want catapults, like you mentioned.
Well, but the problem is, and by the way, look in the Osiris is coming in as we just saw, but also the villager numbers are basically the same right now. So here's the thing: if player can hold on to those town centers, that's nice. But at the same time, he's up TCs and he's just going for mass military. He's not going mythic. He's not going mythic at all. So it's going to be really tough for him to fight against the Son of Osiris.
It will be very tough. I actually played this. Exact matchup versus Recon, Odin versus Isis here. And once Recon hit the Osiris, I was just struggling. I didn't know what to build anymore. So I'm interested in seeing what's gonna happen here.
Well, I mean, look at this position right here, dude. Double
Wow.
Migdol right outside the main base. And remember, we saw Winter Harvest come in. There's Osiris, by the way. We saw Winter Harvest come in. That's the... Oh!
Damn. So we didn't get to see it, but I guess player knows this. Like I just mentioned, you see Osiris coming in. You know there's going to be mommy spam. You know there's going to be Mictle's already set up. It's just so damn difficult to deal with as a Norse player.
Dude, I didn't expect that. He just instantly throws in the towel. He was
It's
throwing in the towel as the Son of Osiris was being cast. The towel hath been thrown. Wow.
I think player didn't want that bad experience that he knew was coming in. Like,
dude,
just all
seriously.
all those archers with the Son of Osiris there, with the mummies incoming, it's just brutal. And player, he wants to keep up morale, so he says, no, I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, we see Recon's economy finally kick it up above players. It took him a long time to get there, but finally getting there with the Vil numbers. Exactly, like part of it, you could think of it like player wanted to save his sanity for, you know, other games. He's like, nah, it's not even worth the mental effort to try and fight against that in the heroic age.
Yeah, it's so brutal. And I mean, I see where player is coming from. A bit of a, if some people out there really wanted to see the Son of Osiris in action and wanted to have those 30 minions on the field at once, would have been nice for the highlight reel, player.
I wanted to see it. Yeah, dude. That's a player's gotta up his level, man. He's gotta up his level for the viewer experience. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Kalauger incoming now. So that would be player's choice, and that's where he plays his Greek, where he is most comfortable, where he is supposed to shine. So versus Gaia on Kalauger. I haven't seen much Gaia on this map, have you?
A couple times, yes. A couple
Okay.
times. And if not Gaia, then I think Iran. In fact, I almost have not seen any Egyptian, almost no Norse, mostly Zeus and some Hades, and a couple of Uranos, Kronos, Gaia picks here and there.
Yeah.
Um,
I think that, like you mentioned, Hades, Zeus, for the Scylla's in particular, they're so strong here. The fact that you have fish economy to give you a very nice, clean, fast heroic, and then on top of that you get those Scylla's out just to ensure you win probably both sides of water if you're playing it right. It's really hard to deal with as a non-Greek player.
From the games that I've seen, Soup, The skill make it by all means. The skill make a difference in one side, but by all means, Athena hoplite aggression is really what is the threat from the Zeus side. So it seems like we got the game that we can jump into here in just a second. We'll see if he goes for more water play or more land play.
Yeah. The reason I said fast heroic, I'm pretty sure it was Pegasus Rush I saw doing it, and it just looked so strong. You get the restoration bronze combination of god powers, and that is brutal. I'm telling you, the Hydra with bronze seems unkillable, and then on top of that, you put the restoration. Hello, how do you even deal with this? Really sick
Indeed.
stuff from player. I love this. Saving himself a granary here.
Yeah, saving the granary, kicking and getting those caribou right next to his town center, amazing. And speaking of players spawning in the top right, we have in the red player playing Zeus. He's dropping a dock up on this top side. Nice. And down on the bottom side, Recon, our blue Gaia player, there he is, dropping his dock on the opposite side. So a little bit of an opposite side play here. Well, so far we've seen a lot of players, interestingly enough, prefer to go to the top side on Kerlager. I find it very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what it
Kinda like,
is. I think it's something about where your camera is located when it's starting, and then it's just so easy for you to, I don't know, to select your Townsend and then click up or something. There's something mental about it, I'm pretty sure.
hmm. By the way, having said that, I really like the Retold feature where your units don't just automatically spawn out of your town center at the beginning of the game. You can
it's so good.
move the garrison point, so you can or the waypoint, whatever you call it, so you
Yeah.
can spawn them on the top side.
It's
Anyway,
so good.
anyway.
Player,
Well, so
player's got his dog up here, and he's getting his fishing boat. So is Recon, and yeah, you can decide to go for one side, or you can decide to go for two sides. I guess in a sense it plays out a lot like Anatolia, and I expect both players to be going on both sides here because early aggression from both. You did mention the Athena from Zeus. Do you expect that to work against Gaia?
Well, I mean, I kind of expect it to kind of work against whoever because don't forget, the water can be traversed, can be walked on
Yeah.
by land units. And so, like, we've seen a lot of these Zeus players choose to go for a good number of hoplites, maybe a couple of ships, but the kind of a similar idea as Kronos. You try and just bash your way quickly, and win one side of water quickly, and then go from there. Maybe harass the other side, maybe harass land, et cetera, et cetera. And since their hoplites can walk on the water right here, it's the aquatic terrain, whatever you want to call it. They can pick off fishing ships, they can pick off military ships, docks, et cetera, et cetera.
True. I expect from Gaia actually Oceanus with that Caladria and with the Carnivore action. It should be really good on this map too.
True. Especially maybe, well, you're thinking like carnivore, some defensive carnivore action. Caladria, you
Either
can
on
use
the,
in a variety of
it could
different
also be on the
ways.
dock, but also
Mm.
Caladria is actually a good counter to Scylla, especially if you get heroic, where you get the Nereid out, which is an anti-water myth unit. You slow down the Scylla with the Caladria, and then you hit the special attack with the Nereid, and then you just go back and wait for the special attack to recharge. I think that's a good counter,
That's brutal.
right?
That's a good idea, though. We see Athena coming in, by the way. He just clicked up. Player just clicked up through Athena. There she blows. Incoming. And
The
he's got,
Athena here.
check it out, dude. He's got two prayers, two Bills praying right now on the temple. Can we jump back there real quick, Vodka? Yeah. Boom. And then this
This
looks
many
like
on gold. What does this mean? It has.
Minotaur hoplites?
Oh, I'm interested. I can't tell what this means.
We've seen some Hades players go for two TCs. I don't think that's what he's going to go for. I wonder if this is going to be some Minotaur hoplite aggression on water, or maybe on land, just wherever.
I think looking at the economy, 2 TCs honestly is a good suggestion. It could be what it is.
I don't. Although having said that, Soup, if you look at the second town center position of player, boom, that thing is out in the boonies, dude. That thing is nowhere near wood, nowhere near gold. Sure, there's the caribou back behind there, but I don't think strategically the second town center is the way to go. We see
Yeah,
Jason going right
absolutely.
to the water.
It's a trash TC for sure.
Mm.
All right, what do
Ah.
we see? Double military barracks in from player, probably.
Mm-hmm. Boom, boom.
Military academy. So it's just going to be yeah, hoplites and a could be minotaurs or it could be heroic at some point. We'll see.
Sure. Sure.
Rito in for recon.
Oh, explain that, Mr. Atlantean player.
So Leto
Explain
has
yourself.
Leto has been ignored for the longest time, but slowly starting to resurface here. And
Yeah.
I think the good thing about the automata is that they can repair each other, obviously. So if you play defensively, you can keep them alive infinitely. And you also get that 3 times multiplier versus myth units. So you can even take down Minotaur spam or even Hydras like we talked about. Heck, they can take down Scylla on this map.
Oh, that is an interesting point as we see some aggression on water here. Heracles, Jason, Minotaur, Hoplites are coming over. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. Just the fact that look at that heavenly Minotaur walking on water, baby.
Yeah.
That guy is blessed.
The fishing boats are tanky, aren't they? They are
Yeah.
eating this eggs like they're
Yo, he's surfing, man. We got a surfing Minotaur busting down this fishing ship. What in the world?
You don't find that in other games, surfing cows like that.
I know.
We got it in Retold though.
You silly folks watching Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4. Oh, come on. We got surfing minnows here, folks. Let's go.
Love the play
And
here
it-
from player. He's getting now 2 heroes, 4 hoplites, the surfing cow like we mentioned, and Recon trying to counter that with these fire ships. I don't know if they're good.
Well, I know. The fire ships, that's an interesting decision there. Maybe, I don't know, they're cheap. I don't know, they're cheaper or something like that. Are they cheaper for the Atlantean? On
No,
the
no,
other
no,
side,
they're
however,
not.
vodka.
And they don't seem very effective either. They're targeting.
Yeah. Gold mine. Man, forward gold mine.
This is nice what Recon is doing. He's going full Terma, and what he wants to do is out micro the full hoplite. So it's such an interesting scenario because the hoplites in a direct confrontation when there is no micro, the hoplites will just dominate these Terma. But if you micro properly, you hit and run, then the hoplites aren't going to be ever able to hit their target. And and then Recon is just going to slowly win. But this is an amazing action down here from player. He's killed so many fishing boats and fire ships for what it's worth.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is awesome. Is there another dock down there? I think there's only the one dock. From what I can see. Yeah, a couple of fishing ships left over. Anyway. Man, that having that forward gold mine, that really complicates things for player. I think that's really smart of Recon to get some counter damage in, you know. You gotta
Yeah.
do something.
Now we see the Termas. They're playing defensively now, finally deciding to react to all this action down here. And a lot of these fishing boats are actually still alive. Good job to Recon keeping them alive. And see, this is what I'm talking about. This hoplite army is strong, but against the Termas with the 5 speed or whatever they are, they cannot get to do their thing. And it's so obnoxious as a Greek player to have to play against this.
Wow. Trireme coming in, okay?
That's
I'm
a good
not
call.
I'm not indeed. I mean, that's one way to try and do a little bit of damage against a Terma, but there's too many Terma. That's the problem, Stu. There's way too many. They could just fight straight up against a Trireme, no problemo.
Yeah. Interesting here, the way that the land water power is playing out.
Yes.
Now player
Player
deciding to go
moving-
for the left side.
Indeed, you know, there's man, but at the same time, if you look at the military numbers, they're dead.
Thea is in now for Recon.
It is, but at the same time, he's okay, sure, but at the same time, there's hoplites on both sides. They have an even amount of military, but still, I feel like players done more eco damage, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just so interested in this Thea because you know what that opens up the possibility for Recon to do is to get that Poseidon secret upgrade, which makes cavalry faster, and Terma is cavalry.
Indeed, very indeed.
So the hit and run, you thought it was annoying before. Just wait till you see that upgrade
It's
in as
gonna get
well.
worse, huh?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, the fact that you know players getting damage on both sides, it's really good. But at the same time, the docks are still up on both sides, and so sure he's done damage, but he hasn't really gotten that, you know, that big win of completely kicking Recon off of one of the sides of water.
Yeah, it's totally true. Also, the fact that Recon gets heroic now, I forgot to mention, he can get ballistics, and I think ballistics is going to help out a lot if he can afford it here. He's going for the dryads now, so immediately putting down a Hesperides tree, getting Persane, very good job. Even getting the shaft mine, and the 5 dryads are going to help out a bunch. The fact that he's got so many Termas means that he can target down the Archaic Age hero extremely easily, and then when you got so many dryads to boot, and he can add in Stymphalian birds or robots, whatever he decides, it's going to be hard for the Greek player to deal with.
I want to see some automaton spam, man. I don't know if we're going to see that, but I want to see automaton spam. They look so cool. Their new designs in Retold look so freaking cool.
And you know what? Now, like 11 minutes into the game, it makes sense too, because it's going to be a question about goal control very soon. And then it doesn't matter too much that they're 4.2 speed. They are slow, let me tell you, those robots.
Yeah, good point. Good. But still, they look cool, so it's worth it.
Yeah, and my point was that when you're controlling gold, it doesn't matter too much if you don't have that much speed to work with.
Just gotta sit on a gold mine, baby.
Yeah.
Doc is still up, man. Doc is still up, so I think Recon's been doing a great job keeping both sides of fish alive. This is awesome. He's Gaia, so his economy is already going to be better, but it's just that much better because he hasn't really allowed player to get that win, like I mentioned before.
Yeah, and you look at the villagers, it's 40 civilian pop versus 40 civilian pop, but Gaia has got the Persane, he's got all those Gaia economic guild upgrades, and now we are seeing, there was a really nice villager kill onto player there, and heroic is in for player, so I expect there to be a big clash soon. And we do have the Restoration Bronze God power combination that I was talking about. I hope we're going to see the power of it. It's so brutal.
Oh yeah. The gold mine's out, Soup, so sure, you can survive on a market for some time. You can maybe sneak up. Ooh, you can sneak up to the top side. Hello.
Not only that,
Okay.
dude, have you seen Flair? He's got 2 Hydras and there's a 3rd Hydra in queue right now. And I told you about Bronze and Hydra, right? It's gonna be insanely hard for Recon to deal with.
Indeed. Stimpbirds are nice, however. Members, they can only be ranged. Sure, the heroes can range them, but there's no tox or anything on the field. So Stimpbirds do a decent job against myth units, right? That's something for Recon.
Yeah. Wow, the Scylla is good. Like all the damage up until this point has been Recon has been able to dodge it, but the Scylla, no more. I think he's gonna have to lose the water now.
By the way, real quick, up on the top side vodka, there was one unit from Recon that went and really quickly saw the gold mine. We don't need to pay attention to it. Yeah, but there was one unit that went and snuck and saw the gold mine. It's between those 2 gold mines up there. So I think that Recon maybe does maybe know about the gold mining situation up top, possibly. That doesn't mean he's instantly moving up there. Yeah, there is a term. Yeah, that's the term.
I think that Terma, I expect what Recon did there was just to try to get all the black
vision
from the minimap away, basically.
Still, he's going to see the storehouse. If he was close enough, he's going to see that there's a storehouse there. That's the point.
Yeah, that's true. But even then, this gold mine is so far away from Recon's production, so forcing a fight over there with your production so far away, it's very risky.
Well, I think you just want to go for the mobility. Use your mobility. You send some term over there. Harass it. You're not necessarily looking for the gold starve over there, but just the harassment.
Yeah, speaking of, I think that's what's happening now.
Indeed.
Well, one term.
Almost.
There's gonna be more.
The Catascopos, man. He's earning his keep over there. Play defense there, boy.
Get away from there.
Big fight, man. Here it is, Soup. There's the golden bronze dinos. There we go. Are we going to see a resto? There it is. Is that a little bit of an early restoration? Plus, we have the Murmillo raid up on the top side. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Big Recon raid. And Recon, he's ready for this. He's got so many hero archers now. And that's why the early restoration was cast. It's because all those hero archers were targeting down that Hydra, forcing player to use it there. Either he was going to lose a Hydra, or he casts restoration and he keeps them alive. So he decides to go for resto. And I just got to give credit to Recon for that, I think.
Oh, indeed. He definitely prepped for it. Man, those things look beautiful. Look at him. There's only a couple seconds left of the bronze. So he's, this is nice from player, getting some map control, but he got knocked off gold, and now the bronze is over. So it's Recon's turn to hit back on land.
And all the hero archers are still alive. Yeah, 2 of those hydras has got an extra head on them, but the hero archers are gonna be so effective at taking them down now. No more restoration, no more bronze. They're not nearly as menacing as they were before.
Fortress is gonna help defend though, however, but here we go. Big move coming in here from Recon. Chaos! Chaos there in that
Such
little
a nice
path.
pinch. And all the archers now on the side of Recon are doing an amazing job. All of Player's army is melee and they're struggling to find a target. Meanwhile, most of Recon's army is just sitting there, hitting, 2 Hydra set, 3 Hydra set, just like that.
No, dude, this is look at the military. Look at the military. Look at the military. Nothing left over for Player compared to 108 pop for Recon. Joe, he's taking out this fortress, and possibly we're gonna see a GG coming in here soon. That was a brutal fight.
The Hera, not the right call here from Player.
Oh, I didn't see that. Hera's coming in.
He clicked that a minute ago, and it's just 2,000 resources that he spent on going Mythic instead of, getting a second fortress or getting some military upgrades, getting more units out, more production. And resultingly, he's just getting overrun here by the Atlantean unit spam.
But Soup is, I mean, look at this army. If he uses a lightning storm against this army of Recon, can he delete the army and come back?
I don't think so. The big issue with Lightning Storm is you can actually run away from it. In order for Lightning Storm to be effective, you need to force your opponent to stay where they are. Or if they decide to retreat, you need to have an army there to continually hit them as they're retreating, so you get damage that way. But you see, Player, he just doesn't have an army that is threatening enough to do that. Let's see when the Lightning Storm hits. Let's see it. It's gonna be here. Could be clutch.
Goes the fortress. There's only one way he can really retreat here. Maybe he can use it a little bit behind Recon, so that he retreats through the lightning storm or something.
Lightning Storm is cast, and you see here, you just run away from it. It's building up the Lightning Storm, so it's dealing damage now, but it's only at the last 4, 3, 2 seconds, so it's really dealing damage. And now Recon's army is away from the Lightning Storm area of effect, so it doesn't do much.
That was horrible! Oh, that was horrible!
This is what I was talking about. You need an army to pinch them in place. Or you need to be focusing down an enemy gold mine where they have to still have their army located or something. When you use it like this, if you're the enemy, you just say, "All right, I'm gonna leave then."
See you later. You'd run away from the lightning storm, man. If only that was, in real life. Anyway, yeah, failed lightning storm, and I think that might be a failed comeback from Player at the same time. Recon is in the driver's seat, big time, economically, militarily, everything elite. Hydra for the win, kind of. Hydra for the comeback, maybe. Medusa for the comeback.
The hero archers are extremely effective against them. There were probably a lot of them, but these Hydras just haven't managed to find any value in this game, and it's a Recon victory.
Recon victory, man! Player starts off strong, but Recon getting the back-to-back win on Player's home map. Remember, like you said, Karlauger is Player's home map pick for game
Not
3.
just that, it's players like this is him playing Greek, plays Zeus on his home map. And Recon makes it look easy. I don't know if he made it look easy, but very, very convincing either way from Recon for sure.
You want to know what's interesting? Player was going for fishing ships on water, right? He was going for fishing ships instead of taking out the dock. And since the Zeus hoplites are good against buildings, I wonder if he should have picked off the dock first to stop the fire siphons, the fire ships from coming out. And maybe he could have stopped that water play a lot faster if he went for the dock instead of the fishing ships. He went for the fishing ships, but Recon had a fishing ship spam. So it was kind of like just a waste of time. That allowed Recon to continue fishing with all the other ships and build up his tournament numbers. And once those tournament numbers came out, they hit the gold mine and then they could play defense. And after that, it was kind of no problem for Recon.
Yeah, and Recon had only one dock on both sides, if I remember correctly. So I think that would definitely be an option for Player. Maybe something to consider for next time you're playing against stuff like this. Like all the damage that he dealt on those fishing boats, it just didn't amount to much in the end. It seemed like Recon was just saying, all right, you're doing this, you're doing that. I'm just going to play my game. I'm going to get my sick economic upgrades playing Askaya. and eventually you just saw Recon overrunning player here in the end.
Recon overrunning Recon. That's how OP he is, everybody. He can overrun himself. No, he's starting to possibly overrun this series, Soup. I mean, you mentioned that, player for next time, maybe he'll, thinking about getting that dock down instead of the ships anyways. He's almost done with the next time because this is match point for Recon. It's a best of 5, right? It is a best of 5. First 1 to 3 matches. That means Recon. He's up 2-1. One more win, and he goes on to the semifinals, man.
Yeah, and we have an interesting matchup here: Ra versus Loki on Savannah. I'm looking forward to this one. These are probably my 2 most played gods in Retold. I'm pretty sure, like probably my 2 favorite gods if I'm being honest. And if I had to tell you a favorite in this particular matchup, I would be struggling to tell you who's the favorite.
Really?
I mean, yeah, because Ra can do myth unit spam, and a lot of people will say that Loki deals with myth unit spam easily because he's got the Herser, the good Hersers. That's what he's good at. But then with the Axemen to boot from Ra, you can really take down. Like you can let your myth units deal the brunt of the damage, and then everything else you do is just build Axemen to counter the heroes, and that's all you do. And this can be so hard for Loki to deal with.
Well, by all means. Excuse me. I think it was was it last patch or the one before? I can't remember exactly which patch it was. Axeman got a buff was it against infantry? I think. And so
Yeah.
they're that much
Yeah, they got a
stronger.
higher multiplier versus infantry.
That's what it is, okay? So Axeman against Herseer, it's just ridiculous how strong it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, and
Looking
we are seeing a replay here of the bronze restoration, and see the hero Arcus is targeting down the Hydra there, forcing the restoration. And now, as soon as restoration and bronze is cast, all Recon has to do is just turn back and say, "All right, I'm gonna wait 30 seconds and then I'll fight again." It's no point fighting this ridiculous Greek army right now.
Well, that was such a nice reaction time from Recon. Boom, there's bronze. Boom, the restoration. Yo, he's out of there. Same thing with the lightning storm that we saw later on. Just such an immediate reaction from Recon. It was just excellently handled. Those god powers, those game-ending god powers were just excellently handled by Recon, man. Really well done.
Seen Pegasus Rush play Greek and Zeus in particular on water. And what he does, the reason he makes it work is because when he uses his god powers, he is pretty much under his opponent's town center, where your opponent cannot decide to just run away. He's hitting the timing at the best possible moment, and he's got his unit in place just when he needs it to, when they need to be there. And then he's forcing his opponent to fight it. Whereas what happened in this case was Recon just said, "All right, I'm fleeing." But Pegasus Rush will do all in his power to avoid that.
Indeed. Having said that, game number 4 coming in hot, folks. We have Recon in the blue, playing Loki. Down here on the bottom left side, really nice amount of starting hunt. Hello, rhinos. Hello, gazelles. Super nice. Okay. And then on the other side, we have player going for an Egyptian pick, going for Ra, getting his monument out, looking good. Same amount of delicious hunt. Very nice. Yeah, I think it's one thing real quick, Soup, is that we were talking about the Axeman against the Herseer. I just saw a little scowl from you. What is it? Are you questioning his build order choice here? What was that about?
Yeah, it's just such a weird build order he's doing.
Go on, Mr. Build Order King. Go on, go on.
Well, Ra has that. You can empower a monument with the Pharaoh playing as Ra, and then everything in the area will be empowered. But player is not doing that. Instead, he's using
yeah.
his Pharaoh on the granary, his priest on the monument, and now he's empowering the gold mine with the priest. And resultingly, he's not scouting the map. Well, he's doing it now, I guess. But now the gold miners aren't being empowered. So I don't know. This what?
Sorry, I thought we were gonna see a little trap there, but we see a spy instead.
Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting build order from player. He's got how many? 7 on food right now, only 2 on gold. So empowering the granary rather than the monument means he's got a better food income and a slightly inferior gold income. So yeah, this could be good from player actually.
Yeah, so explain that. You can empower the monument and everything around the vicinity gets empowered, but not at the same empowerment strength, as if a pharaoh was just empowering a single building. So he's prioritizing that as good as possible food income, empowering the
Yeah.
granaries.
So
That's
the AoE effect that you get is about 2/3 as effective as
yeah.
just empowering with the on the granary, for example. So these small little calculations you have to do while you're playing Ra. I like to just say, nah, forget it. I'm empowering the monument, and then I'll focus on scouting, and I'm focused on what am I doing this game and stuff like that instead. But this is such a sick obelisk from player. Look at this. He's scouting very aggressively down there. This
That is
tells
very
me
aggressive.
this tells me that he's going for classical age fighting, and he wants to starve recon off of resources.
Well, he's gonna see the gold. Yep, he sees the gold mine right here. I was gonna mention that gold mine a little bit earlier. That if player does go aggressive and if he does maintain or manage to get some kind of a map control, that gold mine is maybe a little bit sensitive right there.
Yeah, especially to Wadgets with their 16 range or whatever it is, can be really, really hard to stop as a Norse player with the Axemen, with the aforementioned Axemen as bodyguards.
Yeah, absolutely. Forseti's
Forseti,
coming in.
Forseti, good choice. You know, I mentioned that Wadgets are hard to deal with, but Healing Spring right next to the gold mine, really, really good counter to it. Because the Wadgets rely on poison damage, you know, damage over time, but then the Healing Spring will alleviate that greatly.
Indeed. Having said that, vodka, real quick, what are the other food options? We haven't really mentioned the food options just yet for our Loki player Recon. That's a far right corner. Over on the blue side, that's what I'm thinking of, because by all means, to get those Herser numbers out, just Norse in general, you want those, there's some monkeys down on the bottom side, not a lot of food options on the bottom, but there is some rhinos up top. I don't believe Recon has scouted those, however. Seen those ghosts that have not been claimed.
I
Zebras,
think
and
there's
so
a
there's
pack of
options up there.
gazelles to the right. That's probably his best option.
I think those were monkey. Oh, the forward and right is what
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
looking
But
at.
pretty sure a player can stop that. So it's rough for
That's
Recon here for sure.
that's what I'm saying, man. Especially like you need that hunt as Norse, but you also really need that hunt if you want to go for those strong Herseer. But again, the Herseer, they suffer so hard against the Axemen. Things can get a little bit complicated in the classical age, honestly, unless he really goes for the big time. If he gets a lot of myth units out, I think maybe that's a possibility for our Loki player to Eyes in the Forest coming in.
It is a possibility if he manages to get favor somehow. But remember,
Yeah.
in order to get that favor, you need to fight. And
Yeah.
what are you gonna fight if if your opponent is making?
Obelisks.
Oh yeah, I
Gotta fight
guess.
obelisks.
Fight Cerberus on the map.
Yeah. Hyenas, zebras,
The
etc. All the
Cerberus,
good stuff.
the Cerberus and the monkeys and so on, they do actually net you some favor, but it's very limited. It's not enough to support a real myth unit spam strategy. What is this relic? Who's gonna get it?
It's a race to the relic. It's a race to the relic.
Oh, was it a good one? It's what I'm interested in.
I will take a look at it here in just a second.
Oh my god, it's the Chairs of Sivily once again.
Recon's got this game then, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta net give this one to Recon then. Yeah. Let's look at players' army. Yeah, it is Wadgets, Axemen, and the Priest to boot. Ooh, he can stop the Herser here. Oh, player kind of sleeping on the job. Maybe he's gonna find it now. Would be such a nice kill onto this Herser if he can manage to do so.
Hall of Thanes is coming in though, Soup. Hall of Thanes is coming in, so if he can zip away real quick, that would be nice. Golden Lions. It's all about those Golden Lions. I don't think he's gonna get it.
Oh,
Now.
he's not gonna get it. And the Priest nearby to take the relic now.
He's gonna pick it up. He
there
picks
we
it
go.
up.
These are the early skirmishes we love to see, isn't it?
Well, on the other side, I think maybe on the berries, we have some Herseer hitting the berries. Boom, there we
On
go.
villager kill. It's a
Not
nice
bad,
retribution
man.
kill here for Recon, but just keep in mind, he lost a Herser, he lost Berserk right there. We didn't get to see it because there was a raid going on. But yeah, all in all, it's hard to say who came out on top here. Wow, actually Recon going for this hunt. I'm not sure player knows this, does he? Does he even know that there are rhinos?
Well, I mean, although his army is
Ooh,
headed
he's going there.
that way.
Oh wait, he
But
doesn't know.
no,
Maybe
he
he's
only went
lucky.
around the bottom side for obelisks, so he's just scouting in the dark right now. And I mean, since he might not find what?
Let's see. Let's see. This is gonna be big. This is gonna be big.
What is happening here? Where are they going? So what is happening? What is happening here? Player, what are you doing?
This is really good from. This is good from player. This looked a bit wacky what was going on, but keep in mind, Recon took all his hunters, went over to the left side, killed the rhino, and now he has to retreat back into his home base. So he had so much idle hunter time there, and that's a big win for player.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Player needs to be a little bit careful, however. If his forward army, ooh, Sobek pretty cute. He's nowhere near going Sobek, but he's thinking about it. Okay, maybe not. I was gonna say I saw a lot of RC numbers, raiding cavalry numbers coming out. So with the Herseer and the RC, maybe he can actually fight this army of player that's forward and pick it off. He needs to be a little bit careful, is all I'm saying.
In this matchup, it can be really hard to play Ra because you gotta figure out: am I hard committing to fighting classical, or do I need to go heroic age at some point? And I think right now, seeing the pre-queue of Sobek already, I guess player has said, all right, I'm gonna take my pedal off the metal or whatever it is you say, and I'm gonna return to my base, gonna get Sobek, and probably look to add in cavalry, maybe even those laser crocodiles that are really strong.
We haven't seen a lot of laser crocs, man. Not a ton, at least, not a ton, especially against Ra. At least recently, Sekhmet and those nasty slingers have definitely been the way to go. Players' choices for the most part. But we're gonna see Sobek this time. So
Yeah, I think so. Something really nice about Sobek is that you get the locust swarm rather than the citadel, which means as soon as you hit heroic, you get a real nice power spike. You can use that locust swarm either to kill off however many villagers you hit, or you can aid your military in a big skirmish, and you can maybe try to target off the throwing axemen, the hearses in front, or whatever it is.
yep, yep. And real quick, before we talk about heroic too much soup, yeah, I started to mention, there was just a patch the other day for Retold, and there's some spectator struggles as we see a little bit of some
Good snipe there.
aggressive, yeah, picking off a
Hey,
priest.
where are the
That's really nice.
lions? Has the lions relic not been secured? Is that what he's walking around with there?
Oh,
Don't tell me. Player.
I gotta get this out though, soup. I gotta get this out. Wait, do I? He shifts on the gold mine, but the dwarves are
right.
running.
That's a really good shifting sense. That's a really good shifting sense. One dwarf dead, two dwarves dead, soon to be 3, 4, 5, however many. And Recon does not have a gold income right now.
Is he gonna use locust? No.
Oh,
No.
I don't think so. I don't think so. The wedges, see how strong they are.
Oh, the poison,
This is
man.
really
That's what
rough
gets
for
him.
Recon. He's just hit Bragi now, and you know when you hit Bragi, you want to use that flaming weapons, and each extra military unit you can add to your army is huge with flaming weapons. And you know,
Absolutely.
just denying the gold income for Recon for however long now, plus killing those dwarves, it's gonna amount to a lot for a player here. I love that shifting sands play.
That was good, but at the same time, his army is really slow because of the Wadgets, right? So that aggressive gold star play, it's not like you can go back and forth and back and forth. Since there's two gold mines on the opposite sides of Recon, it's going to be a little bit tough to actually pull off the game-ending gold starve. He
Yeah.
can gold control. He can gold control to get ahead, but you know that big gold starve, straight up gold starve, is maybe going to be a little bit difficult to pull off. His army is just so slow, but it is really strong.
Even just doing this, walking around with your slow army, yeah, it looks a bit wacky, and it's not very, it doesn't feel so clean. I'll give you that. But he's forcing the gold miners to walk back and forth, and we just saw the gold miners.
Speaking of gold miners walking back and forth, we see, yeah, nice raid, man.
that's
The
Spied
Spideville.
Sick.
Speaking of idle time and dead vills, baby, you know, Recon getting a little bit of counter damage here, which is really nice.
That's a good raid from Recon. 4 raiding cavalry managing to deal that much damage. Such a good raid.
Big time. But also, not only does he idle eco, kill a couple of villagers, he also forces player to come back home and play some defense, which gives
Like he's
Recon
forcing
a
what
breathing-
20 spearmen now to come back. It's insane raid, and even though those 4 RC dies,
They
he's
did a good
raiding
job defending. But they need to get over to the other side real quick. Yo, how many vills are here? 5, 6 vills? All 5 or however many of those should 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They should all be dead, man. There's 4.
Dude, player, you're raw with Tar. Why are you out hunting now? Shouldn't you be home farming?
That's a very good point, Soup. That is a very good point.
Dude, Recon is doing a tremendous job here. I thought he was in some serious trouble, but he just 2 really, really good raids in a row, plus managing to not die to the big army here of player. Just means that all of a sudden it looks like Recon is in control of the game now.
But this obelisk is
Oh,
going to
look to
give
the left,
him
look to the left.
vision. Oh,
Dead.
dude, this is so exciting! Gold control on both sides, dead vills on both sides, and look at the vill numbers, yo. Look at the vill numbers, 33 to 34. We're basically at the same eco numbers. Migdal coming in.
He's been nice.
I think you have to join the. Okay.
I'm here. Are you here, Maiden?
Yes, and you know, hopefully we don't sound like robots right now. Speaking of robots, let's see if the robot Recon can save this gold mine right here.
Huge
raid
raid.
coming.
Forcing the villager berserk conversion. Sick local swarm. Such a good local swarm. Hitting both the military and the villagers.
Oh, and it travels and got a couple of dwarves at the end. Oh, nice, man. Player is ahead in eco. He might lose this. That's a lot of spears, man. That's a lot of spears. There are no axes in that army, so those Hearse are going to do a good
Are you
job.
seeing this? Like somehow player has managed to find himself 9 or 10 villagers ahead now. I swear, just
yeah.
2 minutes ago it was the other way around.
Oh, dude, the game was so chaotic. Discord could barely handle it, man. It's so exciting.
And we're seeing the slinger transition in. Wait, I thought we saw the slinger transition. And maybe it was the we do see medium slingers. Do we have the electrum bullets in as well?
Yeah,
I thought I saw it
eventually.
cancelled. The electrum bullets upgrade. Not sure.
That's that
Ah,
dude.
it's there, it's
There
there.
it is.
Okay.
How crazy is that, man? That Raw against Loki and you go for slingers. Back in the old days, that would be complete insanity, right?
It kind of is still insanity because you remember this is so big. There's no slings to the sun, so those slingers, even though they have the electrum bullets, they're not that good actually.
Yeah, they're still good, man. That's still
They're
divine
still
damage
good.
you're dealing.
Whoa.
Ooh, camels are pretty good at raiding, dude.
Flaming weapons. Flaming weapons is in. And shifting saint. Wow, such a good shifting saint. Not only does he flee from that big army, he also manages to defend his home base here.
He's still losing vills, dude. He's still losing vills. Look at the vill numbers. Look at the vill numbers, 33 to 30. These berserkers, they're just gonna hit that Migdal. They can maybe pick off that Migdal and maybe more villagers.
Berserk
Tons more
Recon are
villagers.
so good.
Look at the vill numbers, so 26 to 30. Are you kidding me? Oh. And the throwing axemen and Goaty are coming in, man.
15 seconds remaining of flaming weapons. Player doesn't want to fight here, but the issue is if he doesn't fight, that Migdal is going down and all those mills will die too. So versus player just caught between a rock and a hard place here.
Indeed. And remember, this is match point. If Recon and the blue takes this, he moves on to the semifinals, man. A freaking rock giant comes out. This is big. This is big. Is this game? 15 villagers, Soup. Look at this. 15 villagers, and his army is almost completely deleted. 69 population. Nice. Why are you? There goes the Sukos.
What happened here? How did Recon set this up? That's such a sick setup for the flaming weapons. He managed, wow, Recon victory, wow.
Oh my, what a game, man.
What a game.
Unfortunately, we don't get the game 5, but Recon takes the series 3-1 in a very exciting and titillating fashion. Oh boy, what a way to start the day. Oh boy, I'm excited.
It was so sick from Recon what he did there. The flaming weapons in the end, that was just he took so long. He took his dear time to set up that flaming weapons, but in the end, he managed to win on 2 fronts while he was
Yeah.
using flaming weapons, forcing the shifting sands defensively, and then managing to eventually pull all his army together at that front gold mine where the Migdal was located and where something like 20 villages were located. So just massive, massive value from that flaming weapons.
Ooh, speaking of villagers, if we could see the villager timeline here in just a
my
second,
God.
that's probably an interesting one. Village civilian units. Look at that. Duh, 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 duh. It's a- And at the end, 43 to 15 villagers.
So
Oh,
crazy. That is so
oh,
insane. And it's just, yeah, like I said, the flaming weapon setup from Recon just perfectly executed here. He was struggling multiple times throughout this game, but in the end, he got what he wanted, and that is that game-winning flaming weapons.
wow. Dude, I think that this game would not have been very different, but the fact that player was exactly what you just said. He was hunting outside of his base. Why was he not farming and using rain inside of his base? You know, sure, he had to go X outside to the gold mine, so there was still potential for Recon to, hit the gold mines, and he did, and good job. But did he need to lose villagers on the food, on the granary outside of his base? I don't think so. I don't think it would have changed the game that much because of the exactly what you just mentioned with the flaming weapons push. But still, it was a little bit different, right?
It would have mattered. And like you're playing, whenever I play Ra, I have this really neat berry bush bonus, sure, but I often end up doing my farming transition before the berries are depleted anyways, right? So yeah, it's so it's baffling to me how he was hunting monkeys in the corner of the map there. I don't that shouldn't have happened, I think.
Wow. Well, in a very exciting finish, we have Recon moving forward, and we have in the semifinals our first player, Recon. He is potentially going to meet up against either Mista, which would be a repeat of the Wooloo finals, or against Super Afim. Super Afim has a tall order, for the day, but by all means, it can happen. As we can see, player moves down against Grass and Groom, so we have big old player against the new player, the young player down there in the lower bracket. So
Gonna be
things
a
are
good
starting to
game
shape
too.
up, man. Oh yeah. Today, next up, we have Rappel against Ulysses. By the way, everybody, I don't even know what to say about this. Just two enormous powerhouses, right, Soup?
Yeah, and these two players, they have a lot of history playing against each other, and I'm never too sure if it's a grudge or if it's a friendly grudge or whatever it is with these two. But either way, I'm sure both of these players would hate to lose the upcoming match we see here.
I know Rap. I know Rappel. Rappel's definitely. It's definitely a grudge match for him. He's a very no, I'm just kidding. All right, everybody. But before we get too far into Rappel against Ulysses, we're gonna take a little 5-minute breather, quick bathroom break for Soup and I. Soup's gonna go for a quick soup break. So yeah, just go grab a drink, everybody. Go grab a drink, make a coffee, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay? Okay.
Well, Ray coming in.
Oh,
Gonna
look
catch
at
some of the
that
workers
picture in
out.
picture there. Look at that gold getting hit.
Token response
Oh,
here, but this is much
forest
worse. The
fire
forest
right
fire.
there.
This is awkward. The escape isn't going to be clean. Ulysses getting caught in an awkward position.
yeah.
Meanwhile, the raid on the other side just not hitting the same. So Tunison able to dodge most of the problem. Maybe instead,
Pre-queuing Mythic Age is funny. There's no way he's affording that for like 15 minutes. That's so funny to me.
are we going to get
Hiding
gold
under the
pass?
stronghold. Oof.
Tunison,
And there's
there we
flaming weapons,
go.
and there's
He
the counter.
activates.
Is that
And
the
counter comes out.
Wilbur was brought in?
Wait, it's coming
He
in from a
brought in
long range
Wilbur.
away, though. The stuns as well
Oh,
are controlling. The Stone Giant
he
can't
needs
be
to bring him in.
accessed.
He needs to bring him in through that little gap on top of all those because he's got splash damage with the pig. That'd be so
Tunison is
crazy.
dead. Tunison is
Oh
dead.
my
Like,
God, he's got
look
nothing
at
left.
the military.
Oh.
He's gone.
It equaled out. He's still because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an
Watch
interesting
this.
fight.
Gonna start spinning. Not gonna be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are
long
gonna
as
pull
he
over.
kills all of his here, made it through. That's terrible. This is
Oh.
why you have to micro
Oh,
the
that's-
axemen. They're all dead. The only thing
I
that could
can't
kill them was
believe
those.
The Wadjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he
Well-
still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Reinforcements coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws
Oh,
do need to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the
He's just
appropriate
trying to
respect.
wall. He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Too much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This
that
man is
Matador
all
wants to
uniting.
commit
Look
to.
at he's bringing in the Ravens.
Wait. Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has
Oh, yeah.
170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out,
no
though.
way.
I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing
Rappel.
through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on the Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wadjets to hit the.
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's
Yeah, he's always
100%
hitting-
hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always happens to poor Wadjets. And that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and Wadjets just
but the
die.
Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The spearmen were attacking the
Us is
axemen.
in.
The axemen were attacking the cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean,
He
he
still
has
has a lot.
numbers, but
Yeah.
he's lost quality. But
Ooh,
will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
There it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Neve and Ryan Laws are coming out.
Really good damage though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll could be big. Hits them all.
That's so good. Oh,
Chimera.
Wadjet in the back.
I think the Chimera's coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wadjet. Oh, one Wadjet left, and Achilles is gonna finish that one too.
And it turns
That's
out
it.
the Chimera is better than Budget as well. Suck on that one. Woo.
That Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This
Fried
is
steak,
over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away
Yeah, this is gonna be rough in a second here.
from a GG. 15 seconds left in his Ancestors. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for
And
a
it's all gone.
whirlwind
And
ride.
didn't even want to
GG.
see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus though. I like these Arcus.
Okay, that was a big hit.
That was huge. Actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's
Oh,
backing
no.
up now. But the hero Thomas.
are through. Sanders.
Tuesday is going to be going down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If you got enough.
Alrighty, Soup. How was your soup break? I hope it was good.
Honestly, I just took very
There we go.
this is beginnings of a soup, nothing more than that.
Ew, gross. Okay, anyways. Next, let's start talking about Ace's Rabble, the Rabble against Keen Ulysses. We already mentioned before our little soup break that Rabble. Okay, actually, here's what it is, Soup. Rabble and Ulysses, they're longtime AOM players, right? At least in the competitive scene. Over the past 3 years, they've really hit, both of them have hit the competitive scene and are both top players. Obviously, they're here in the quarterfinals. They've played against each other plenty. Is it a grudge match per se? No, but we can maybe pretend because it'd be kind of funny to start some drama there where there is none. But anyways, on top of that, between Rappel and Ulysses, they've played against each other a lot, sure, but also Aces against Keen. So Aces is one of those. It's the war. In fact, hey, Soup.
Hello.
The Warcraft team that expanded into AOM and picked up a couple of pro players. Yes, does that ring a bell for you
Oh yeah.
as a fellow Aces player?
No, but Keen, dude, when Retold started, it was JSS big team, and then Keen big team, and then we had some other lots of esports actions back and forth, and now obviously most JSS are now in Aces, and that's really cool. I do think that Keen is such a cool clan though, so I wish them nothing but the best.
Well, we're gonna see who is the best. We're about to have one of the best games we've seen in a while. We have Odin against Thor on Marsh. We haven't talked about the draft just yet, but it's gonna be a good one. You know, starting off with some Norse action. Spawning in the blue color, we have the Rappel. Aces, the Rappel, playing Odin, bottom right side of the map. Excuse me. Up on the top left, we have Keen Ulysses going for the dwarf armory build. Remember, Soup, I haven't gotten it out yet, but I just have to get it out. Let me get it out. Because there's been a recent patch, right? There's been a recent patch, and there's a couple of complications on the patch regarding spectator mode. So we're going to be playing for the day. We're going to be, at least the day, probably tomorrow as well. We're going to be playing on the previous patch, which means that Thor is still OP. The armory is still cheaper, etc., etc. So this is the Thor build order that you're used to seeing, folks.
Yeah, exactly. And it's actually a really cool matchup here against the Odin, because I've seen Rebel play this exact matchup, maybe not Morris, but you know, a Odin versus Thor matchup. And I know what he likes to do here, and I'm pretty sure Ulysses knows what Rebel likes to do here. So I'll just come out and say it. What Rebel usually does is a 2 TC boom, because when you're doing the Thor armory build, usually it's a lot more difficult for you to transfer that into a 2 TC build than it is for Odin if you're just going directly for it. So the dynamic here will be, does Ulysses decide to go on 1 TC versus Rebel's 2 town centers and then eventually will be outboomed, or does he decide to get a second TC of his own? And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. I could be wrong. Maybe Rebel just decides to go 1 TC as well. I really don't know what to expect here.
Well, if you look on the, I think there's maybe some validity to the 2TC idea. If we jump over to Rappel's, the blue side of the map, that second town center on the back side, there's a delicious gold mine back behind there. So the second town center, it's still far away, but still TC. There's a couple of cranes over there for him to eat, hunt wise. You know, and then that gold mine back behind. So
honest,
there are some resources.
It's
right?
not a great town center though. Like
Not great, but it's not bad.
What you really want is hunt, and on Marsh you could expect better from your secondary TC than that. So I don't know. Maybe Rebel could go for something like get 10 military units out and then go for a middle town center. Maybe that would be a sick play. But I really don't like that town center to the right. Looking at the relics here, we got the Cathara of Apollo, we got the Myth units more resistant to pierce damage, useless in a Norse mirror. Got Pandora's box can be, 20% less favor for Myth units, can be very decisive here. Feathers of Fenrir, kind of good on Marsh against aggressive animals. And we got Heron's Obel, it's decent enough, not a great relic. And lastly, didn't get to see the one in the middle, the one before this, that one. What is this? Hero regeneration while fighting. Not good in a Norse mirror. Hearses, generally speaking. Yeah, dude. Hearses, they go
There's
down.
Goaty too.
Oh, 337. Wow. What is this? No, wait. What did you say?
Soup's on a different level, everybody. We got actually okay. Ignore the relics. Let's get into the classical age, man. Hearser are coming out, and we see Rappel with a 350 4-minute advance, and then we got Ulysses got about a 430 and change advance. And so Rappel, does it look like he's going for a town center? He's got that Hearser going forward.
He's going for it. He's going for it.
Mm.
So he's going for that
Fast
TC,
advance.
and yeah, it's like I said, it's a risky play to go for this TC because it's just not great. But yeah, we'll see how it plays. There are 4 Aurochs there. That's with the Great Hunt used on it. He saved Great Hunt for Classical Age, so he got an additional 1,000 food there, and the TC has begun building now.
And there she blows. Let's see what this Valkyrie can find. It's Valkyrie against Valkyrie, so there shouldn't really be damage here.
Usually it's nice to be on the aggressive. I would much rather prefer to have my Valkyrie in my opponent's base than the opposite, because you get to use Forest Fire where it really deals damage. And I mean, this is nice for Ulysses, getting this retribution damage here and without actually taking damage himself. He did have to move his villagers from the wood slightly, but it doesn't really matter too much. It's a good defense here from Ulysses. One big issue for Ulysses is he's completely blind. Maybe you can see from his perspective, but I don't expect him to have much scouted around the map at all. And certainly no, yeah, dude, look at this. This is just Thor. He's got no clue that Rebel is well. He doesn't even know what his base looks like, and he has no clue that he's building a second CC now.
But that's kind of the point, though. He's ahead by 4 villagers already, and so you have to sacrifice the line of sight and the scouting in order to just get that eco advantage. So I mean, it's a nice advantage. Thor's strong, by all means.
What you can
Still.
do, and what a lot of players do tend to go for in a lot of matchups, is that second Berserk just before you hit your advance button, and then that second Berserk will be your dedicated scout, basically. And especially in a matchup like this, use that dedicated scout to look for the second TC, so you know what your opponent is up to.
Yeah. Scouting's so crucial, man. So crucial. Knowledge is power, right? Stay in school, kids.
Actually, Ulysses, he's got his raiding cavalry and his Valkyrie here. So even though he doesn't have much of a clue what's going on, it's not going to take him too long before, yeah, already now doing a great raid here. And he's getting more and more information as this game progresses.
It's kind of an accidental raid that he just, fortuitously happened upon right there. Nice.
Second TC, is it up now? It must be up now. Yeah. Because we already see, look at the villager count, it's already now about 28 to 28, 29. We actually see Rebel ahead now already. So this is the danger for Ulysses. He still doesn't know about the second TC. I think he may be about to know with a scout up in the right side there. Yes, a cavalry.
They have bad line of sight though, so he might get distracted by those. Ooh, okay, there we go.
All right. So what Ulysses does now, he knows now Ulysses knows what's up. He knows that he's got to do some damage. I love this forest fire opening up the map here, making it a lot more difficult for Rebel to defend around this area, which is so crucial.
Well, plus, like you said, there's not a lot of good hunt options around that second town center. There's that delicious gold mine behind it, but
So
he wants that hunt right now.
What Ulysses got to do now, I would hate to see him go for a second TC. That's a mistake that some inexperienced Thor players would do, is go for a second TC here. But what you got to do is you got to spam units, and you got to do exactly what Ulysses does here. He is forcing Rebel's villagers to go idle by going back and forth from this spot. And Rebel, he's struggling for hunt, and he doesn't know where to get it.
Indeed. By all means, those Aurochs, those 4 Aurochs down on the bottom side, he can jump back over to those, but still,
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. There he goes. Look at all those bills on those puppies.
yeah. I mean, Ulysses, he's doing what he's supposed to do here. But look, 7 villager difference now in favor for Rebel. It's so crazy what you get with the second TC here.
But if they're idle, Soup, it just doesn't even matter, man. It's just wasted resources. Taking a fight in here.
Crazy fight to take. I like it from Ulysses. He's supposed to win this theoretically, so I like the idea.
He's even got. Isn't he too deep? He even has throwing axemen in the backside of Rebel's base, dude.
I think now that the tower upgrade just got in, you can definitely make the argument that he's in too deep, but it's kind of cool what he's doing here still.
Oh, with Soup's in. Soup's all about it, folks. Soup's all about it. Was it worth it, though? He just lost a lot of units himself, man.
No, it was too deep. In hindsight, it was too deep. You see Rebel getting so much retribution damage here. Ulysses is forced to retreat, and as he's retreating, the raiding cavalry are just continually hitting the throwing axemen.
Ooh. There's a lot of vills running it. Dude, like I said, you see those villagers that are just walking? There we go. Walking around the map, yo. Ulysses lost a lot of army there. He did a lot of damage at the same time. However, killed lots of units, lots of idle eco time, etc., etc. So not too bad, man. Not too bad. Pretty good, even.
So one thing to look out for now is the food situation for Rebel. He's still got those berries left. There's still chicken, and he's on his herdables right now. But at some point, that's probably what Ulysses is looking for now. At some point, he'll have to look for the center of the map. And the issue is, after this pretty bad scenario here for Ulysses, I imagine that Rebel will be able to accumulate a very nice army come the time.
Well, but hang on. So you're talking about how the right play is to go aggressive for Ulysses. You don't try to match the double town center. You try to go aggressive. You get map control. You idle the eco, take good fights. Blah 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 blah. You get them. Try to go for the military advantage, right? On top of the military, on top of the military advantage, remember, Rapple doesn't have the map control for food, whereas Ulysses, he's still hunting, and if he really wanted to, he could go for multiple hunting parties, because Rapple doesn't have the map control. Yeah, look at all those dwarvies going to town, baby.
Oh,
So
he's
that's
going
a
for the TC now. Oh my god.
oh,
Yeah, this is I don't like this, but we'll see though. Like you see, look at the villager difference now. It's 15, and now Ulysses is pretty. What he's saying, getting the second TC is all right. Let's have a boom war. And when you're down 15 villagers, that's not what you want to say. This is such an amazing skirmish here for Rebel. He's got full cavalry against this many throwing axemen. And throwing axemen are just, first of all, dying really quickly here, and second of all, barely dealing damage to the throwing axemen, to the raiding cavalry.
I think, by the way, first of all, we have Shield Maiden. What is the Shield Maiden Valkyrie? They changed the name of the upgrade. It used to be
it's
Aurora
the-
Borealis. What's it called now?
Disablood. Disablood. I don't know how to pronounce it actually properly, but it's called Disablood now.
You're our resident Viking. Of all people, you said Disablood. Okay. Say it with your Danish accent. Come on. Let's hear it.
Disablood. Yeah, well, I don't know.
Blood. That's how I want to
Disablood.
hear it. Disablood.
Game has turned into cavalry wars now, as Norse mirrors tend to do sometimes. And Thundering Hooves are in for Ulysses. Well, it's getting in, but we see Skadi coming in for Ravel.
Mm-hmm. What's the point of that? What's the point of Scotty? Is he going to go for like a unit switch? Is he going to jump into Cody? Is he going to try and drop a, I don't know, like infantry? I mean,
Well,
what's
his Odin, so the alternative is Njord, and you could ask the same question about Njord. What's the purpose of that? I think it's just Frost, potentially a very strong, powerful god power here. It's a good little action here from Ulysses, forcing a lot of idle time here. Could potentially be a good fight. Like, the issue is, really good Frost Giant special attack onto a Valkyrie here. Those Valkyries are insanely strong now, so being able to target them down one by one like this is very good.
Speaking of advantages of Scotty, man, instead of just using a god power, Rapple already has the heavy raiding cavalry upgrade, rather. I believe he also has Thundering Hooves. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think I saw Thundering Hooves come in for Blue's cavalry. Bam, there she blows. Okay, so both players going to have that strong cavalry, but Ulysses is Thor, so he has the armory upgrades as well.
You asked about Skadi. We see Rebel getting the throwing axeman upgrade now, which makes throwing axemen always hit their target. And it's really, really nice in a Norse mirror to have that, because it means that mid to late game you can just make like so many throwing axemen, and they're really good. But here's a big fight.
A couple of big fights. Is it gonna? I mean, you would argue that it's going to be better for Rapple here, because he's the one with the Huntress Axe coming in, plus the heavy raiding cavalry. There we go, the picture-in-picture, baby. Look at that. We can even zoom in on both spots. It's amazing. Who's taking this fight, though?
Cavalry upgrade is the big one here. That's the big upgrade that makes the difference here, and I do believe Rebel is kind of winning here. Throwing axemen for Ulysses, trying to snipe down the back line, but Rebel takes it.
Ooh. I think that was a bad fight for Ulysses to take, man. With the heavy raiding cavalry, I think he should have backed off and at least taken the fight under his forward town center, right?
Yeah, I don't know how this even happened, but sometimes these skirmishes happen, and before you know it, you find yourself in a full-blown fight, and you think back, how did I get here? But yeah, it's happened sometimes.
Well, so ultimately, a good call on the second town center acquisition of Rapple. He goes for it right away, and he gets pressured a little bit. Ulysses have nice pressure, but even so, you can see all resources collected. They kind of alternated with who had the better economy, but for the most part, they ended up in the same place, economically speaking. Yes.
But this graph shows that they had the same economy, but the thing in both players' minds throughout this game was that Rebel has got the more villagers. You see the civilian units here. So even though that other graph was like that, it meant that Ulysses always had constant pressure on him to do something this game. and that's not what he wanted to. Like you don't want to be under this kind of pressure if you where you have to do damage basically, because then you find yourself in a fight like he did underneath the town center and 2 towers, and even villagers fighting against it, where he was forced to take a really bad fight there basically.
Well, even so, do you think instead of Ulysses going for the forward town center, just trying to jump heroic, one
Yeah.
TC heroic possibly?
Yeah, like I said,
as
I
an alternative?
really didn't like that second TC grab from Ulysses. It's just playing into your opponent's strengths where you're already behind 15 villagers. You don't want to be engaging yourself in a boom war against someone with 15 more vills. So what you should have done is just say, all right, I already committed to the 1 TC play, so we're going to make this work one way or another.
Even so, but having said that, I think it would have been hard because I know his scouting was it wasn't bad per se, but he's Thor. He just didn't have a lot of scouting in general. He didn't see the gold mine options over by that town center. I think it would have been hard to really close out the game. Speaking of closing out the game, here we see the closeout of the game.
Yeah, and we see, I
The
think if we just compare the villager numbers here, I think they're about the same. You do see that reflected in the stat up in the top here. But
yeah,
then the big difference is the fact that, like I said, heavy cavalry on one side, such
yeah.
a big upgrade, and it matters so much in a mirror matchup in particular.
Well, by all means, Ulysses has the armory upgrades. Remember, he has those copper armory upgrades as the Thor player, which gave him that early dwarf advantage, right? But still, what would you rather have, full copper or a line upgrade ahead, heavy versus medium or full copper?
Yeah, no, if you're asking me genuinely, I would much rather have line upgrades. In
Yeah,
Age of
exactly.
Mythology, line upgrades are far superior to armory upgrades. And
Yep.
the first line of armory upgrades are really cheap, so most of the times you should get those eventually. But other than that, just focus. If you want to upgrade your military, you got to get those line upgrades. And sure, if you're against, say, Hades player building only Toxotes, yeah, probably get some shield upgrades. But most scenarios, just get the line upgrades.
Lineups, maybe they're king.
Let's talk about
Speaking of king,
can we talk about the draft here quickly? We haven't gone into
yeah,
that at all. So
yeah.
Ulysses, he's got Uranus now. He's got Frey, Zeus, Kronos. Only one Greek on the side of Ulysses, whereas Rebel has Loki, Poseidon, Hades, Ra. What do you like here?
I think I prefer, well, Rapples. I think I prefer Rapples picks. Maybe that's just my bias, but I think it kind of plays a little bit more into his strengths. Like Kronos has not had success at all this tournament, dude. I'm
Yeah.
sketched out on the Kronos pick.
Yeah, that's
Um,
true. But it is a last pick, so he picked Kronos instead of who in exactly maybe Set. Like he's probably there. He has to pick Kronos or Set. He
yeah,
goes for Kronos.
I guess. Even so, Freyr, like he picked, dude, Ulysses even picked Freyr before Zeus. Ulysses used to be a Zeus main, straight up, man. I know it's a different game. Retold is a different game by all means, but still, we're gonna see Poseidon against Uranus on
Yeah,
Sienna here in game
and
number 2.
yeah, Ulysses had the option to pick Hades and Poseidon as well if he wanted to, but he just opted out against it. He wants Thor, Uranus, Frey above the Greeks. So I guess Ulysses is not much of a Greek main anymore.
Huh? Indeed.
I have
Well,
seen
okay.
whenever he streams, he does tend to play a lot of Norse. I've seen him play a lot of Odin, for example.
Indeed. Alrighty, folks. Game number 2. Rappel had a nice little victory from that Marsh game. Let's see if he can continue his momentum. He is in the blue, left side of the map, playing Poseidonas, playing Poseidon. Nice forward lure over on the red side. Ulysses AOT, looking A-OK with those zebras. Playing the red, playing Aranos. Well, okay, so let's let's get into the nitty-gritties of Poseidon against Aranos here. We generally know what Aranos is going to go for, or rather, what to be afraid of. If you're playing against Aranos, you gotta look out for those shockwave usages. You want to one of the main things you want to do is really limit those oracle numbers, so that it's almost like you're raiding the favor economy of the Aranos player, right? Want
Yeah,
to try and prevent those shockwave numbers, eventually the chaos uses, myth units, that sort of thing, right?
yeah, for sure. But something that really smart Uranus players have started doing recently is they will place maybe 2 or 3 oracles inside their base, and then if they want to expand their economy with more oracles, they will place them where there are already sky passages. And that means that you can have, in theory, 5 oracles in total security, 3 in your base and 2 in your outside sky passages, and 5 oracles, that are pretty much unraidable. That's all you need in order to spam those god powers whenever there is a skirmish.
And also, speaking of sky passages, again, we're playing on the stable patch, which means those sky passages are still ultra cheap and very, very spammable, right?
Yes, exactly. And this is Savannah, where sky passages really shine, because you see a hunting spot like the one we're looking at here. Giraffes, zebra, berries out on the side. Can be really hard to get to if you don't have those sky passages. But when you do, you can just send one citizen there, and these rhinos in the corner here. You can never get to these. If you don't have sky passages, it's way too risky to go there. But with sky passages, dude, you can get both of these 2 rhino packs very
Oh, yeah.
easily.
Both of them. Someone
Yeah,
is
why
a
not?
greedy guy. Jeez.
I want both.
I want everything. Hermes coming in to start for
330
Rapple.
Poseidon Hermes. It's as old as time at this point.
Okay. Having said that, with we're gonna see Centaur coming out. We're gonna see Theseus, probably. What's her bucket? Atlanta coming out as well. There we see. Okay, we see the oracles not necessarily getting placed in the base, but still they're placed strategically around the map. I want to, and he's going to find those delicious rhinos here on both corners here in a moment. Real quick, I want to eventually go over to the gold mine of Ulysses. If Rapple can start the aggression early, what kind of pressure can he put on this base? There's forward berries. There's a maybe harassable gold mine right there. And of course, you're going to be looking for sky passages and food around the map, of course. But after that, if Rapple can contain Ulysses into his base, I think there's a lot of exposed resources that he can potentially hit with that faster advantage.
Yeah, he can definitely hit the gold mine. Something Ulysses can do is he can also place sky passages smartly around gold, not only food, but also gold, which will really complicate things. But we do see just instant stable from Rebel, suggesting no boom, it's just full-on aggression. And this is nice because the sky passages are quite tanky. I think the 500 HP. So if you don't have those hippies, you're not going to be able to take those down without the horses there. So I do like that from Rebel. Try to get map control and use those hippies to take down outside sky passages.
For sure.
And then, if he manages to do all that, he can really start pressuring the forward gold here, like you suggested.
And it looks like that Centaur's maybe going to get a special attack on the gold mine right away.
Yeah.
Nice. A little bit of
This is
idle
all
time.
you need. Idle time on the citizens here. So awkward. He's even killing a goat here. He didn't want to do that, and this doesn't look like much, but just count the idle seconds here and convert that into resources. Every second pretty much is 1.5 seconds, and this is so annoying from Ulysses. Oh my god.
Dude, he's getting hit on both spots, man. Gold mine and over on the food patch down yonder. Forced to back off with the centaur, but still damage done. Not a ton of damage, but hey, man, it's a game of inches up at the top, huh?
Hero catapults in from Ulysses. I love that. Because hero catapults, not only are they super fast, they are also good against, obviously, centaurs, but Hibius as well. And versus heroes, you just gotta move away if you're against them. But if you can just have 3 of those hero catapults out, dude, you can fight against most Poseidon armies early on.
For sure.
And yeah, Ulysses being annoying here. He's back onto that sky passage down the bottom. This is why I said you need Hibius out so you can take care of those sky passages. Really good raid here from Rebel, realizing that you gotta hit those oracles from the Poseidon player.
Is it a really good raid for Rapple? Maybe it's a good raid for Ulysses, raiding the army of Rapple right there, but Rapple getting some, almost catches an oracle on that food patch down yonder. Man, the sky pass is just so annoying.
There's only one though
awesome.
for Ulysses. Ulysses only managed to put up one. He could have,
True.
he could have snuck a villager up on the top where those 4 rhinos are, for example. Had he done that, that would have been so annoying. But good job here from Rebel. Putting on the pressure, managing to do all of this damage, and still getting a TC up, starting around the 6-minute mark. Really well done, I think.
I agree, Soup. I very much agree. He's done good eco pressure. Not a lot of, death and killed citizens per se. But, again, it's a game of inches. Rappel's all about that inches up top. And so just getting that idle time, that's what, that's a successful raid. Yeah, man, Eye of Ornlu, a couple of good relics coming in here for our red player. Here's the thing though, Soup. Here's my question for you. Yes, Rappel's got he's got some nice damage. He's playing pretty smoothly. He's got that second TC going up. On his second TC, there's even some hunt nearby. But at the same time, we have weightless mace coming in that we just saw. We have a decent number of infantry. We've seen several upgrades come in for these infantry and medium queued as well. Is Rappel going to get himself into a little bit of a pickle if he tries to go too eco focused?
Yeah, so this all depends on how well Ulysses scouts. He hasn't even seen that second TC yet. Still hasn't seen it. So what Ulysses needs to do, first of all, is to realize that there's a 2 TC boom going, and then he has to cover those gazelles like he's doing right now. He has to cover all the resources spread around the map. And then, like you said, that second TC can be more so a source of trouble than goodness.
Yes! Speaking of goodness, Soup, it is very goodness for Ulysses. He picked off a couple of one or two hippiases, plus a centaur as well, man.
The weightless mace, like you just mentioned, that just kicked in, was so big there.
Oh, brutal.
But he's not covering the gazelles now. I think that's like the number one priority now. Just don't let Rebel get hunt outside where it's unsafe. You cannot let the Poseidon player do this now. You need to force Rebel to make a farm transition. Because if it's just 2-to-1 town centers and you're still allowing Rebel to hunt freely outside of the space here, you're not doing it right.
Indeed. Indeed. I like the, but what do you think about that hoplite switch, man? Hoplites definitely won't get countered by catapultes. So,
Yeah, it's a really sick play from Rebel because he could, like, you see catapultes. What counters catapultes? It's Toxotes. But if Rebel went for Toxotes, it's so easy for Ulysses to just say, all right, I'm going to counter that with Termas. But Rebel says, I'm going to make hoplites to counter it. And hoplites are not nearly as easy for Ulysses to counter. So I love that hoplite play from Rebel.
Sure. Speaking of countering, he's going to try and counter the 2TC acquisition of Rappel with his own second town center that we saw just a moment ago. There's another Sky Passage thinking about being constructed. So we're going to be on 2 TCs for both players. You're absolutely right about this. Man, Rappel's been able to hunt most of this Gazelle patch right here. And we see a couple of farms just coming in now. So I think that, I don't know. I think that the catapultes forcing that hoplite transition, Poseidon hoplites are not the strongest thing in the world, especially since he went up through Hermes. They still can be complicated for Uranos to try and counter in the classical age, by all means. It's not the scariest thing in the world, in my opinion. Despite that, I think Rappel's economy, I think he's macroing pretty darn well, man. If you look at his resources, he's just around the corner from a heroic age click up. He's already got, there it is, Aphrodite pre-queued, Tharshi blows. We got some farms already coming in. We got military academies. We just have, I don't know. This is really smooth play, is kind of what I'm saying. From Rappel, it's like a smooth cigar.
I think for Ulysses, one option that's available to him that he's not really utilizing here is grabbing those corners with the rhinos and with the gold mines, and just, securing corners in general is really nice. But he's not taking advantage of the fact that he's got map control. He could just delete his 2 Sky Passage out on the map and then put them in the corners like we talked about from the beginning, how high value that would be. But now that he has map control, he's not really taking advantage of it, which is a bit unfortunate.
Well, I agree. That's potentially 8 total rhinos that he could take. I'm pretty sure he knows about all 8 of them. We saw the Oracle up there earlier. I think there's a unit down there below as well. Yeah. Oh, Soup. Somebody called it. Going for the rhinos.
Yeah. He's just doing it manually, the old-fashioned way, without Sky Passages.
The old school is the best school, right, Soup?
Yeah,
right.
No school like the old school. That's what I always say.
All right, both the and Aphrodite coming in, okay? So both players up heroic now. We got a curse, we got Hesperides, and there is the curse, actually.
Just using it. Why wait?
Well, I love that, man, because Ulysses does not have a large amount of army on the map, and so he just deleted like 2/3 of the army just like that.
Yep.
Let's see if he can take advantage of it. But still, there's some time, some room here for Rapple to reclaim the initiative, the map control.
Also, the pigs, don't underestimate the fact that you get these pigs. You see Rebel already doing the farm transition. If you can get those pigs, let them fatten for a minute or two, you can definitely delay that farm transition by, a few minutes, which can really add up in a tight clutch game like this.
Oh yeah, it's all about inches.
So,
Or I'm sorry,
Poseidon's
centimeters.
Poseidon's Secret and Lands of Stone coming in versus full hoplites. It's a ballsy play, kind of predicting, hopefully, that Rebel is not going to go full hoplites.
Well, plus he also has heavy cavalry also queued up there. So those Contarius are going to be pretty beastly. But here's the thing, though, Soup. Remember, they're Poseidon hoplites. So sure, they're heavy, but they're not very fast. Remember, Zeus gets a little bit of a speed boost for his hoplites. They're not very fast. So because Savannah is such an open map, yes, the hoplites do, technically counter the Contarius, but they're going to be very upgraded, and they have the mobility. There is kind of a hidden silver lining benefit bonus, if you will, of going for those for the Contarius, right?
Yeah, and I like it. It's also just playing into your god's strength. Definitely when you go for Thea, and you could even argue when you're playing Uranus in general, just you gotta utilize those Contarius because they are probably the best unit that the Atlantean has, and especially when you have access to Thea. Yeah, beautiful. And this is like you said, these are so fast and they deal so much damage. It takes like 5 hits to kill one of these vills. Beautiful.
Does Rap? What's the? I can't shoot. What's the? It's not hunting dogs. It's what's the upgrade to make them a little bit stronger? Help me out, Soup. It's in the heroic age.
I don't know. Beautiful play here from Ulysses, taking down a lion for free.
That's big.
Now
Ooh, carnivore as well.
taking the fight even further.
This is huge for Ulysses, is it not? He picks off a lion. He should pick off a couple of other, like the centaur.
I think this is huge.
Picking off.
Whoa. Dude, these Contarius are so strong, and Ulysses making it work so well here.
This is, I mean, sure, Rapple has to get out of dodge, but seriously, he's getting followed by this army. There's Arcus, those things are snipers. That's one way to counter the hoplites. Dryads, Stimpbirds, etc.
You called it, utilizing the mobility of the Contarius, first of all, to get that raid in, then forcing Rebel to go for an aggressive play, because if he just chases the Contarius around, that's not going to work. And then Ulysses managing to get those Contarius back and really just pinching Rebel's army in and engaging in a skirmish that he had no wish to ever engaging if he had a choice. But beautiful, beautiful play here from Ulysses, really utilizing the maneuverability of his units to the full extent here.
Absolutely. He's feeling confident, man. He's liking his position. He's starting to push forward bigly here. There's a fortress there. I'm not so sure. Ooh, we have a little bit of a military bug up in that UI. Don't pay attention to that. He does have a big army, but it's not that big. Okay, how good are these Contarius, man, against the heavy hoplites? How good are these Contarius with the snipers behind him?
It's crazy. It's a full hoplite versus like 2/3 Contarius, but Ulysses still feeling very, very confident.
I don't know.
I'll take the fight on the fortress even. Now he's forced to retreat. It's too much. He bit off more than he could chew.
Hubris, man. The hubris of the Greeks. You hear me, Greeks? The hubris of the Greeks. And bam.
Of the, what is he? Isn't he? Wait, he's from Peru or Chile? Chile, right?
Yeah, but he's playing Poseidon. Poseidon, the Greek. Come on, Soup. Come on.
Yeah.
That was a. I'm not gonna say that was a throw, but I think that was definitely a little bit digging a little bit too deep into the mine, so to speak, a little too deep in his pockets. Trying to go for that.
Ulysses realizes this now. Says, okay, I'm gonna take fights other places than where the hoplites are. That was too much.
Yeah, mobility, man. Use that mobility. There's a lot of soft vills that he can harass.
Look at his economy. He's got 1,600 food, 500 gold as well. He could wait. That Rebel has got this much food and this much gold. He's probably looking to go Artemis and make a big play somewhere, I imagine.
Oh man, look, it's Hecate! Ikati, however you say it. That's the first time in fact, maybe not the first time. I haven't seen Hecate come in I don't even know how long.
What is that Hecate even for? Is it like, because like the other alternative with Uranus, obviously it's just the vortex, which is not really giving you much in terms of fighting prowess. So I think what Ulysses is saying is just, okay, the Tartarian Gate, a bit underexplored. We don't really know the power level of it, but at the very least, it can take down buildings. It can be super annoying with those Tartarian spawns in your base.
Well, and we see Artemis is also coming in. So Rappel took a bad fight that we were boasting about, but at the same time, Ulysses going hard under that fortress, and that kind of allowed Rappel to come back a little bit as we see a third TC coming up for both players actually. So Artemis is coming in, and Tartarian Gate, or rather Hecate, is coming in. However you say it. Ooh, okay.
Dude, this is how Ulysses has to play. Really,
Exactly.
just utilize the mobility of these, and he manages to consistently find Rebel out of position.
Very nice. Okay, so the hoplites are back there in defense. But real quick, aside from, and we're gonna maybe have a raid. There we go. More idle time at the very least, if not dead vills. But at the same time, the Tartarian Gate, he can use the Tartarian Gate somewhere to distract or force a reaction from Rappel. That's like the quintessential play of a Tartarian Gate. Use it at the back of a base, attack on the front, that sort of thing. So this might give Ulysses good timing.
Remember, Rebel is playing Poseidon, so when he hits Mythic Age, which he is about to do soon, he gets access to Polyphemus, who has very nice crush damage and who can easily sustain the onslaught of the Tartarian spawn. So he can take down the Tartarian Gate. We'll see how that happens. I'm pretty sure it's going to be quite effective.
Yeah, that's a very good point. There's still about 20 seconds before Artemis is coming in as well. Looks like he's looking for the Tart Gate. There she blows.
Hitting the temple to, I think Ulysses knew that Rebel was about to hit the Mythic Age as well, so he's hitting the temple in order to stop the Chimera from coming out. Or the Colossus.
True.
Look at the animation of these units when they're getting out.
And there he goes. He's trying to hit the front side while Tartarianing on the back side. Are we going to see maybe this does delay the Earthquake from being used, Soup, which is really nice for Ulysses.
Yeah, and the Pegasus died.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, no, the Arcus are out now, meaning these hoplites, actually when they can get into melee, I think they're quite good. There's the Earthquake. Taking down a town center, nothing more than that. We'll see if it even takes down a town center. Ulysses can repair this. The citizens
It should go down, right?
Oh my god, it does.
What? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh no! Tartarian Gate is down, mitigated completely. The Earthquake's done, mitigated by, itself. So the Mythic God Power's not really power swinging much at all. This is just kind of a straight up fight now.
Look at Rebel's gold. He's struggling really hard to get any gold. He doesn't have anything in his bank right now, and just before, at least, these Contraries were covering the gold mine as well. Just look at Rebel has gold miners again, but yeah, they're being attacked as well. And he's losing out here with the big golden horses just prevailing everywhere.
Mobility, man.
Yeah.
Hoplites counter cavalry, but they're not as fast. He's using his mobility, and he's killing quite a few vills, man. Ahead by just about 20. Stopping that gold income, exactly like what you said. Dude, not too bad for Ulysses. But he needs to find a way to really put the nail in the coffin, right? I think that this might be it. He doesn't really have siege push, is what I'm saying.
You see the chaos on one of these chimeras? That's actually a sick counter. The Lampade does the special attack onto the chimera, and then if the chimera hasn't used its special attack, it's going to be using it on Rebel's army instead. So that's definitely something for both players to look out for here. Try to micro your way around that.
Very, very true. It's going to take some time for him to be able to reuse it. However, in the meantime, we got the Batmobile going after the fortress. I said there wasn't siege output, Soup, but Ulysses is way ahead of me. It's only one fire siphon, but still, it might be enough to take out this fortress. Once this fortress is down, dude, Ulysses can maybe just go for the straight-up gold star.
Yeah, just remember there's like 8-10 militia, however many coming out of the fortress here. One of the most underrated aspects of Poseidon. The defensive capabilities of those militia here. But yeah,
I don't think it's enough, Soup.
Oh my god. The Lampades over on the left side managing to take down one Chimera there. I think a lot of action went down with the Chaos as well, but There were 3 chimeras before. Did they all go down, or did Rebel go raiding with them now, or I don't even know. They're not here. But yeah, the gold mine is being attacked. Rebel is struggling mightily.
Indeed. Grapple out a nice game one. It looks like Ulysses wants to fight back and come back into this series, man. We're close to having a 1-1 on our hands. Let's see if Rapple can hold here. There's a Carnivora trying to finish things off on this gold mine. Yo, this gold mine is the game. Rapple either gets gold or he's out of here, man.
Rebel is under so much pressure, but somehow he's still on 91 villagers. So if he can defend himself here, which it does seem like it's a real struggle for him, but you know, there's a way back for him if he can defend himself. The Dryads are starting to come in. There's so many. Oh my god.
Nice, Ulysses, man. The spam is real. The spam is real. Holy moly.
What a game here. I honestly, up until the last minute or so, I never knew who was going to win here. I thought for a second Rebel looked really strong, but then the Tartarian Gate and the constant skirmishes around the map with the Contarius against the super slow hoplites, like you mentioned, just too much for Rebel to keep up with.
Well, I think what really made a difference is that the mythic god powers kind of not canceled each other out, but they weren't game ending or anything like that. But once Rapple got his third town center up, if you remember, we saw Contarius out raiding. Contarius were trying to hit the TC, but he managed to get that forward TC up regardless. Rapple had almost exclusively an army full of hoplites. And there was enough counter units in Ulysses' army. He had the Arcus snipers, Stimpbird, Dryad, etc., etc. He had enough counter infantry that it seemed like the hoplite spam just wasn't quite enough. At least not Poseidon hoplites, right?
Yeah, but this, to be fair, this is a struggle as Greek versus Uranus. Like, what units do you actually go for? It is really, really hard. The Orcus, the Contarius, it's a great unit composition, and Greeks in particular, I found it's a real struggle figuring out what units to build.
Sure. Indeed. It seems like the time, I mean, like villager numbers, they were both kind of getting some raids on each other, Rapple early and then Ulysses a little bit later. Seems like their resources were, pretty similar. How about, actually, Vodka, could you click the military tab for me real quick on the statistics? We'll get there in just a second. I mean,
This
you can
is
see right
military
there.
resource value, but oh yeah, this
There
one.
we go. I want to see the kill-death ratio. Ulysses killed, remember, the Greek units are pretty expensive, man. Hoplites are not the most expensive things in the world, but still, 161 to 125. That's a big KD difference there, man. Big KD
Yeah,
difference.
wow, it is actually. Maybe militia counting here, maybe that makes a difference, but yeah. These
Villagers killed, yo. 59 villagers killed, baby.
what the heck? Oh my god. You said raids on both sides, but in the end, 1 villager kill for Rebel versus 59 for Ulysses.
That was a fun game, man. Again, I think that how Rapple played that in Classical Age was great, and then how Ulysses played in Heroic was great. We saw both players using mobility at different points in the game. Right? There's Fast Atlanta, Hippias, Centaurs. For Rapple in the Classical Age, he's hitting gold, he's hitting wood, he's hitting food, sky passages, etc. on both sides. It was awesome. But then eventually, once those Contarius come into play, he gets those upgrades coming in. Oh boy, then Ulysses. Then after that, it was basically just a flip flop. Actually, then Rappa went for the infantry, the hoplites, and then it was the Contarius that were completely abusing and harassing.
Yeah, and this is Savannah. Like, this is a beautiful Savannah game, actually. The big, wide, open, raidable map. And yeah, this cookie cutter game on Savannah, this is what we like to see on this particular map. So very lovely to see. Now, next game, we're going to see Ghost Lake. Very cool map that we haven't seen too much of in Retold because it hasn't been in the ranked ladder. But obviously, we've seen it a lot in tournament play, and it's going to be Loki versus Kronos. Unexpected Kronos pick on Ghost Lake. How do you like it?
I don't. I maybe I do. I don't. I don't know. Soup. Here's the thing. I have a bias against Kronos because throughout this Genesis tourney, we've just seen Kronos lose. Okay, so I have a little bit of a bias against Kronos. It's just not feeling like a strong pick for me. That's one. Two. It's his last pick, Ulysses' last pick. Okay. 3, Ghost Lake, you can maybe get either a 2 gold mine spawn in your base or a 1 gold mine spawn. So if he gets 2, if Rapple gets 2, Kronos is not as strong, man, because if one of the things you try and pressure with some early aggression is gold mines, hunt patches, that sort of thing. So if Rapple can get a lot of goats and if he can get 2 gold mines, he's chilling. After that, what do you do? Do you fake the rush and go for a TC? That's what a lot of players have been going for with Kronos. It doesn't really seem to be working, however.
Yeah, I think my guess is Ulysses was hoping to find a Kronos versus Hades matchup here.
Huh.
Because that would probably be a good matchup for Kronos. I found a lot of success just spamming Prometheans versus Greeks on Ghost Lake. The big open space in the middle makes it very easy for you to maneuver from side to side. And with just 2 Greek heroes to deal with all those Prometheans that you can get out with Kronos, that can be difficult. But I think also maybe Rebel smelled it coming. He knows that the Kronos pick is there, and I guess he was just saying, "All right, I'm not going to pick Hades here. Then I'm going to pick Loki."
Well,
And Loki versus Kronos, I like that a lot here.
for which? For
Loki,
which?
for Loki.
For Loki. Okay. Okay, so you said that Rapple smelled the Kronos pick.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, if you look at the 3 potential remaining picks for Ulysses, it's Freyr, Zeus, or Kronos. You didn't think that if I saw that, I would say that Zeus is the most probable pick, and I
Yeah.
don't really know after that.
You're absolutely right. And why didn't he go for Zeus? Because Zeus versus Hades on Ghost Lake is amazing too. Reason being, you can bolt the early Catascopos, and then you get 30 goats for yourself. And your opponent
Yeah.
gets nothing. And then, yeah, Zeus versus Loki on Ghost Lake. I would much prefer that over playing Kronos versus Loki here as well. Zeus versus Ra, definitely doable as well. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know. Now that you mention it, Zeus, I would much prefer over Kronos here.
Well, again, part of we're about 30 seconds out, looks like, everybody, before we jump into game 3. But part of especially when you're up at this level, there's a god draft, a map draft, etc. Your RTS and AOM skill is important to develop, but one other skill that you need to develop is the mind game, right? The strategy, the strategic mind games. If I pick this, he picks that. If he picks that, I pick this. Da, 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 da. And so maybe he's going for some kind of like surprise Kronos pick to try and throw Rapple off of his game. I don't know. There's like that little complication on top of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Game not quite starting yet. We'll see. Could be that. Here we go.
Here we go, folks. Here we go, here we go, here we go. We're starting off with 5 goats, and in the blue, Rapple on the right side of the map. We see 4 Aurochs, very nice, which he is able to lure into his base. Yeah, Rapple in the blue playing Loki. We see that Berserker headed out on the ice. Is she not wearing shoes? Is he not wearing shoes? Man, I think it's a little bit chilly out there.
Who knows?
Yeesh.
Ulysses
Who
actually
knows?
deciding against just sending all 3 oracles out into the ice. That's how I would usually play Atlantean here. Is just, yeah, 1 oracle in the middle and then 2 other to the slide to the side, because there's so many goats located here in the ice. And it looks like Rebel knows this. He went out and he's already got himself like 5 or 7 goats or so, hasn't he?
Yeah, man, and also that Vodka just showed he missed Ulysses in the red. He missed those 3. Yeah, bam, all those goats right there. There's 5 goats right there, man. There's so many. So
There's 2
nice
there.
job by Rapple. Yeah,
Maybe
absolutely.
this comes a bit down to the fact, like I mentioned, Ghost Lake is not in the ranked ladder map pool, so Ulysses doesn't have that much experience on this particular map. He doesn't maybe he doesn't quite know about the goat spawns, so he's just scouting kind of 1 to the left, 1 to the right, 1 to the center. Right, this is what you do when you play Atlantean, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of standard scouting, I suppose you
Yeah,
could say.
I think that's a mistake for Ghost Lake. Rebel actually, he's doing a weird build here. It's just 1 ox cart so far with Loki. I don't know what he's aiming for, if there's anything funky going on here, but the reason I say with Loki, obviously, is because ox cards have half price when you're playing Loki. So what I like to do when I'm playing Loki is just get them as soon as possible. You may as well, right? Unless you're going for some kind of wacky build order. So I'm interested in seeing if Rebel actually does something spectacular here.
Hmm. Well, real quick, Soup. We have 4 as we see more goats getting collected here. Those 3 goats, man, in that top left of the screen right now. Those
They're
things
just
are
chilling.
still so elusive. They're
I
they're
think he
sneaky little
managed to
boys.
just not scout them with that guy. He sees one now. If he
Goat
looks
scouting
at
for the win.
it. Yeah, for sure.
Well, okay, yeah, I want to look at resources real quick, Soup. If you've looked at the mini map in the base, boom, double starting gold mine. So again, that is nice-ish for Rapple to try and survive against some Chronos, some early crush aggression.
Yeah,
But those gold mines are kind of
Ulysses,
close.
I would expect a 3:30 at least here from Ulysses. Maybe even that 3 minute and 5 seconds build order that you see from YouTube, if you go to my YouTube channel. But he's going for a 4-minute advance instead. And Rebel should be. He's actually advancing quite late. I don't know. It's going to be 3:45 for Rebel. He should be able to defend himself very well here.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, by the way, everybody, youtube.com/huskzupa for all your fresh and, sexy build orders, right? Right.
Yes.
Anyway, so yeah, double gold mine inside your base, really nice. There are hunt options outside of the base, but they're all just classic for Ghost Lake. Hunt options are all there. We finally got the goats. Opa! Right.
Dude, Maiden, I gotta stop you. Look at Ulysses. He's got 4 gold miners. What is this about? Is he going for 2 TC boom? It has to be.
Ah. And
It
he's
has to
not
be a
time shifting
2
his
boom.
temple. He's not time
Yeah,
shifting his temple.
Yeah, and he's still got 3. Like another option for him could be to go for Oracle Spam, but no, it has to be a 2 TC boom here. So what he's looking for is to time shift that initial mana over to the second TC and probably build a second mana too and get that one over there too. Barely managing to keep that Oracle alive there. And Rebel, has he used Spy yet? That's going to be interesting to see. He's used it now. Wait, is that even a second TC?
Yeah, he's going for, what is that, a counter barracks?
village
A
center.
villager center, really?
Where's the spy?
Cool.
And the spied unit is on the gold mine, so I don't think Rebel even realizes this.
Oh, that is so
wait,
cool.
unless he sees the brickstone.
Yeah, but he doesn't necessarily know what that is, right?
Oh, yeah,
it's
that's
just a
true.
building.
What a play here from Ulysses. What a play. I kind of like it.
I don't know if it's going to work per se, but it's fun, right? Something fresh. It's something different, eh?
Yeah. And that's the thing about village centers where you kind of know who your opponent is, you know the meta, you know what your opponent's playstyle is like, what their gods usually do on this map, so on and so forth. The village center can really break up these kinds of mind games that you're having. And Ulysses is applying that here.
Well, the village center does mean, as we can see right here, does mean Rapple is not threatened right now. He doesn't see the village center just yet, but he will here in just a minute with these Hersier. But he feels comfortable enough to go outside and take that exposed hunt, right?
Oh yeah, that's true actually. But that also just comes down to the fact that Loki is so good against the early Kronos army. The big threat of Kronos obviously being the double Prometheans, which could be even more if he decides. But then Loki just builds a bunch of hearses, as you see here. Doesn't have to respect Kronos very much early on. And yeah, interesting to see what Rebel does now. He's seen the village center, so yeah, we don't know what he's going to do. So far, just building hearses and seeing if you can find some value around the map, getting some nice poke onto this tower. Certainly good value here.
Yeah. It's queuing up those myth unit spawns, right? Which is, definitely threatening as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that works actually for buildings. I know that he accumulates favor against towers or town centers or fortresses when he attacks them, but I'm not sure if it works on the myth unit spawn accumulation.
That's a good point. Well, tower's down, so ultimately, at the very least, the one little complication here for Ulysses, since we're looking at his base, is that yes, there's 2 gold mines. Yes, that back gold mine is ultra safe with the TC and the VC behind it as well. It's super, super safe, but that forward gold mine, eventually, as time goes on, that's maybe a game-ending situation right there for Rapple. We've seen tons of times Loki with the flaming weapons push. There's the armory, Loki with the flaming weapons push, just being
That
so
smells like flaming
brutal.
weapons, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I can.
And you
I
see
can
that
smell
he's
the flame.
transferring wood choppers over to herdables.
Mm.
Dude, could even be, how about that? How about a fast Njord?
Oh.
Does that village
Okay.
center, can we click it? I think it's like 1200 HP. So it'll go down. Yeah, this thing goes down in seconds against the mountain giant and the walking woods. So the early Njord can definitely find some really good value here.
That would be
Also have,
fun, man.
dude, I have to comment. Look at the upgrade over on Ulysses' side. He's getting Theft of Fire. How often do you see that?
I don't know. You tell me. How often do you see that? We
Uh,
see it, don't we?
we see
I've
it
seen
now.
it. We see it
And
now.
so what Ulysses wants to do now is he wants to use Valor on citizens. And just not only does he get that village center, he's also going to boost his economy by getting hero citizens with that Theft of Fire, making them about, is it 33% more effective than usual? Either way, it's going to boost his, so it's going to be plus 20% from the Theft of Fire, and then plus 10% from just being a hero. So yeah, if he uses, what you can kind of say is, if you use Valor on 3 citizens, that's like getting 1 additional citizen out.
Very nice. Excellent math skills there, buddy.
Why, thank you.
Anyways, I like. Oh yeah. Stay in school, kids. Anyway, I like what Rappel's doing. There's not a lot of value he can or damage he can do in the base of Ulysses right now because he's so condensed and everything, back in that little compact base. So just going around picking off those animals, getting a teensy bit of favor generation. We also see, by the way, we see Bragi almost all the way in, so no
Yeah.
Njord, unfortunately,
So
and
no
Hyperion
walking
as well.
woods. No walking woods, sad face. I think it could have been
No.
super effective here. And if Boyd was here, he would say, hey, why don't you convert 20 villagers to Berserkers while you're at it?
Well, Hyperion actually is a pretty decent counter to flaming weapons because if you can
Yeah.
chaos a flaming weapons army and they just flame each other, that's dangerous, man. Super dangerous. It's also dangerous to get kicked off of a gold mine soup.
Yeah, and that's, there's no more gold left on the back gold mine, so Ulysses has to figure something out. Is that its talus he was trying to get up there? With one?
No, he's not a. He's not.
Oh
a-
no, okay,
I'm
yeah,
just
it's just a counter barracks or something then.
Yeah.
Full hearses in from Revel. It's an interesting
hearse.
choice. And I think it's... Oh, the sages are going to be huge here. They're very good against Smith units. Even though they're hard countered by the hearsers, if they stay nice and safe here behind buildings and stuff, they can take down... You saw how easily they took down the troll there. They can do that to
Yeah.
battle boars.
Well, look, like in that little pocket, like that's the thing. You can keep them safe by just putting them back in a little pocket, right?
Yeah.
You have all the melee units to surround them and protect them, so they can maybe snipe some battle boars here and there. Plus, check out that tower, that defensive tower for Yuli on the backside of his TC. He knows what's coming. He's prepping for it, man. He's prepping. He's a prepper. Confirmed. Ulysses is a prepper.
Revel kind of Revel has to know that it's all about this gold mine now. It has to be, but still, he's going for the raid up here. Wait, there is more gold here. I thought it was depleted by now, but it's not. You'll just still
That's
got
like
gold here.
there's probably like 1,000 gold left in that mine. Can you click that, vodka?
Wow.
Woo!
Okay.
Oh, that's
I
a
thought
lot.
Ulysses was in more trouble than he is. This is actually looking really good for Ulysses. He's getting heavy infantry, medium archers. He's going to go for Murmillos, Orcus, which are both soft counters to the Hersers. And the only big issue when Ulysses has accumulated enough of an army will be the myth unit spawns. So interesting to see how he prepares for that. He could potentially start making a lot of hero Arcus, like we saw Recon doing to really great effect earlier today.
Is it enough? If you look at the resources of Rappel, he's investing everything into army. Everything into army.
Yeah.
We have no mythic coming in. It's all or nothing with this flaming weapons. If you look at the economy, how far ahead Ulysses is with the eco and the villager center, it's all about that gold mine right there is the game.
It is. And wow, we need to make bets happen in chat now. How many Mithrin spawns are we going to see once the flaming weapons hits? Because it's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be so many myth unit spawns, and like Ulysses, he's gotta be shaking in his pants now. How do you deal with that? The satyrs are really nice, but you gotta have heroes prepared, and I would say Hero Arcus in a nice little pocket, like you mentioned earlier.
Well, here's the thing, like remember, there's 2 gold mines. So on Ulysses' base, we've been looking at that forward gold mine, and he was, for the most part, he was
Let's see
okay,
here.
actually, he was mining from it for the majority, from a lot of the game. No flaming weapons just yet, but oh boy, Rappel's thinking
There's the
about
pocket
it.
though. The pocket is there.
There's the pocket, and the snipers. We got the snipers in the back pocket for Ulysses. How about the Pierce armor? Do we have? Let's check the armory upgrades of those Hirsu real quick if we get a chance.
That's
Boom.
the one.
Only copper shields.
Would really like to see a second one. Keep in mind those armory upgrades are 50% more effective on heroes. So while I did mention earlier today that you should usually prioritize line upgrades, needless to say, when you have heroes, they don't even benefit from line upgrades. But more than that, they gain 50% more from armory upgrades. So really good for the hearses here. Can we see this flaming weapons or what?
Dude, it's like, here come the battle boars. The battle boars can maybe mix things up because they have that bug special attack. And so they can maybe disrupt a front line and maybe get to the snipers. But those snipers are just sniping like crazy. Where is the flaming weapon suit?
No, he can't do it. He knows that if he does, it's going to be a chaos. And while Rebel is not, he doesn't know what to do. Like, he wants to fight here, but the pocket, like you mentioned 5 minutes ago, it's there. Ulysses has prepared super well for it, and the Arcus are just in place, and it's making it impossible for Rebel. He desperately wants to take that fight, but he knows that if he commits, there's no way he's going to be able to hit those Arcus.
Bronze Shields is finally coming in for Rappel. He's trying to find an opening, a window of opportunity.
It's gotta be it now.
Is
kind of messing up here. He's way outside of his comfort zone.
Rock Giant gets spawned! Are you kidding me? Ulysses may be caught out. Has Rappel found an opportunity here? There's the chaos.
Oh my god, now flaming weapons is in. Surely flaming weapons is in now.
He's got to use it. There it is, there it is. He's got to use it. A couple of battle boards are down. Another giant gets spawned. But look at the army of Rappel. Okay, there it is, there it is, there it is. It was kind of hiding behind the manor. Oh my goodness! Look at the carnage. Look at Ulysses' army numbers, his citizen numbers. He's getting thrashed with flaming hammers, baby. Oh my goodness gracious. He was handling that so well, and then he got caught out, man. Holy smokes.
It's just like there are 3 frost giants now for Loki out on the field. There's a rock giant. Like, how?
Battle boars.
Battle boars. How do you deal with this? It's Kronos. You can't even make heroes because it takes 4 seconds before they mountain giant. Wow.
Oh, man. Dude, are you kidding me?
This looked bleak for Rebel. This looked so bleak. It looked like he had no clue how to approach this, but then all of a sudden, 1 second of, blunder from Ulysses, and Rebel just initiates a perfect fight.
Oh my god, dude. Patience is a virtue, folks. Patience is a virtue. Rappel was patient, Rappel was patient, Rappel was patient. Ulysses got a little overconfident, possibly, and he got caught out hard. Wow. That's a quintessential Loki matchup, right? With the flaming weapons finish, the big chaotic, 30, 50 seconds and into the GG. Holy smokes. Myth units all over the place.
Look at this graph. This is super interesting, actually, because we were talking like Ulysses was way ahead, and he was.
Yes.
It definitely felt like it. But you look at the total military resource value, Rebel was way ahead. Way ahead. Even while he was losing, he was still way ahead. So it was all about finding the proper engagement, and that cost Rebel. Oh my god, the resource collected graph.
Wow.
This is what happens when one player booms hard and another just builds military hard. It all comes down to one big fight.
Well, yeah, but again. I want to check the military tab here in just a second. Let's look at that KD for our Loki player. Not as crazy as I thought it was going to be. In all fairness, we mainly just had that one big engagement, and Rappel got such a crazy amount of kills right there, 74 to 42. But that's the thing. Ulysses was handling it so well, Sue. He was handling it so well until the very end.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. How he even managed to get his units outside of that pocket that we kept We kept praising him for it, for placing those
Yes.
archers exactly where they're supposed to be, but then somehow they end completely outside of their of where they're supposed to be, and then all of this happens, and the rock giant spawn, the frost giant
Yes.
spawn, another
Yes.
frost giant, the mountain giant. It's just too much.
But plus the battle boars behind him, so he had no retreat. You see the battle boars just get
Oh my
stuck,
god.
or rather they
Yeah.
stick the citizens and all the Arcus and everything. This point is where everything just got completely deleted. Oh my goodness, man. I can't believe that.
You gotta
I
love
can't
Loki,
believe that.
don't you? You gotta love Loki.
It's entertaining. Love him or hate him, at the very least, as an observer, as a spectator. It's entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think
Whew.
for those 30, 60 seconds, Ulysses didn't quite like Loki, but it is exciting to see when it works.
Yo, if you are a Ulysses fan, you're hurting because he was playing that. Dude, I can't believe how well he was playing that. He was getting his upgrades. He was creating pockets. He was not taking losses. He was sniping Herseer. He was delaying the flaming weapons. He was, saving his gold mine situation. He was, had a nice heroic time. He was playing that so well
He was.
until the very end.
Dude,
It all went down the drain.
everything was perfect from Ulysses, and I don't think Rebel expected that village center ever. And even when he scouted it, it didn't seem like he really knew what to do, because this was a 2 gold mine ghost lake, and honestly, the strategy that Rebel went for here, a bit quote unquote brain dead strategy. Like, it's not. He just building Hersers and battle boars and using flaming weapons, but in the end managed to work.
I agree. Rappel, he did do the brain dead strategy there, but he had this back corner of his brain turned on. The brain dead would have been just bashing his head with flaming weapons into the gold mine and just dying, right?
Yeah.
Dying to Ulysses' pocket. But he had this little corner of his brain turned on, and being patient and everything. Anyways, that was an exciting, really impressive and exciting game. The entertainment value at the end, but then the really well handled defense by Ulysses, really exciting.
Yeah.
Let's jump into this next game. However, we still have a minute or so before it actually starts. But next up, we have more Norse action. Freyr coming in, or as you like to say, Frey with your Danish pronunciation.
No, I say
Frey
Frey.
against
I say
Hades.
Frey like an Englishman would say Frey.
What do you mean, like an Englishman? There's an R on the end. I speak English. Freyr,
So
right?
I always say, if we're being real, like
Let's be
Heimdall,
real.
Heimdall, you're supposed to say Heimdallr if it's like in Old Norse or Icelandic or whatever. But
Yeah.
in Asian mythology, there's just Heimdall. There's no R in the end. But so for some reason with Frey, there's an R in the end. I don't know. I say it's inconsistent, and I just say we're doing it just the anglicized way, which is to say Frey.
It is not anglicized. There is an R there. Okay. And in fact, if you look at the Heimdall, there's no R on the end, so you just call it Heimdall. So I'm pronouncing the Freyr, especially to distinguish from Freya. So we got Freya and Freyr. I'm going for the hard R.
Mm. Well,
Alrighty then.
yeah. My point is, sometimes you do actually spell Frey without an R in the end. Likewise with Heimdall, sometimes without an R, but both can also have an R in the end. So,
Linguistics, folks. Linguistics. I'm enjoying this conversation, but I think players or the viewers want to enjoy the gameplay, which is it queued up? Are we ready to go? Freyr against Adis. Let's go, Soup. Alrighty, everybody. Hades for Rappel, blue player, right-hand corner of the map, starting with some, what is that, 6 zebras in the backside of his base. Again, playing Hades over on the left-hand side. Woohoo, we got, giraffes we just saw. But on the red-hand side of the map, we have Ulysses playing Freyr. Right, Soup?
dude, we see another Hades and we see another non-Vaults of Erebus start. I really wonder why. I mean, maybe it's because Rebel already now knows he's going for a 2 TC strategy versus Freyr, I guess. But in that case, it makes sense to not go for the Walls of Erebus immediately. It's probably Rebel's going 4 food, 2 gold, 2 wood. This does smell like a 2 TC strategy.
And is he gonna? Okay, it smells like that, and it could smell delicious because of all that giraffe meat up there. But the giraffe meat is a little bit exposed. Eventually, we're gonna, yeah, that giraffe meat is a little bit exposed up there. It's not like Freyr is the most aggressive classical god. There is, so I think a 2TC into, plus he has sentinels potentially, but a second town center up there to, and then eventually grabbing the giraffes right after that. I think that could be sick for Hades, for Rappel.
Yeah, and what's nice about it is that, yeah, you can do your 2 TC boom, but while you're doing it, you can get your 2 heroes out, you can have your Minotaur out, and those 3 units, just those 3, are enough to stop the Asgardian Bastion from Uller or the town center going up as well from Ulysses. So a rebel, he can do his boom, but he can also prevent the Asgardian Bastion or the town center from Ulysses from going up meanwhile. So I like it a lot.
At least like the quick Asgardian Bastion and quick town center.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Eventually he'll get it up.
If Ulysses decides to make a small army behind it and so on, he'll definitely get it up wherever he wants to.
Indeed. Ulysses, eventually he'll get it up. I always say. Anyway, strategically speaking, on paper, who do you like better? Ooh, Black Lotus. That's really nice. That's real nice.
Good Oasis relic for sure.
Oh yeah.
Adamantine shingles, not the best. Karen's Obel, once again, not the best. These kinds of relics I like to just pick up, but they're not great. This one is good. Favor Triggle, especially for a Norse player who has struggled to make favor out of nothing. It's really nice to have that Favor Triggle.
For sure. Well, so on paper, who do you prefer on Oasis? Do you like Freyr or do you like Hades?
It's hard
Setting
to
aside
say.
the map and everything, just hypothetically, who do you think has the advantage here?
It's hard to say. I think I prefer Hades, but Frey is such an unexplored god. Even still, like it's more than a few months now since Retold was released, but I still feel like Frey is not completely explored. There's so much to him that we just don't see because people don't pick him up in ranked, and we see him a lot in tournaments actually. But yeah, I don't know. I will say I prefer Hades because Toxotes are, if you get enough of them, you cannot really counter them as Norse.
Yeah. Although having said that, technically Huskarls they're supposed to counter archers, but and I mean you mentioned the Asgardian Bastion. Freyr is going Freya, so we're not going to have that early hill fort, the early Asgardian hill fort.
Yeah, very
no
interesting
Huskarls.
choice. Very interesting choice, and it's an Oasis map, so having that extra mobility from the Thundering Hooves makes a lot of sense as well. I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's true, especially since the map is pretty open. Even though there's the Oasis right in the middle, there's Vaults of Erebus coming in.
Yep.
Even with the Oasis in the middle, aside from that big blob of wood. Oh, by the way, no second town center right away, Soup. So you and I completely wrong here.
Dude, this comes down to Rebel not playing around too much with Hades build orders. Like I see no reason why you don't just go Vault of Erebus early on instead of like waiting 4 minutes with it. I don't think that's optimal. But it's okay, Rebel. You do this. You're going aggressive with the
You
Minotaur
do
now.
you, Raffle. You do you, Raffle.
What is he doing? Is he getting stables or is he getting it's one stable? Maybe he's doing one stable into like semi-fast second TC. I've seen Hades player do that sometimes.
That seems weird. It just gives the Norse player time to build up some army and complicate that, situation.
I think the idea is you secure map control and then having map control, you then start your boom instead of giving up map control from the get-go.
Yeah, I see. Potentially. Okay.
I would love to see a Pegasus here from Rebel, just so he knew what was going on around the map. Nice forest fire here. It's not
You
gonna be
think that's a nice forest fire? You really think that's a nice forest fire?
I think forest fire is a very, very, very weak god power, but using it here to force Rebel to invest 50 more wood into a new storehouse and forcing the villagers to go from one spot to another, that's about the best you can get from this god power.
Oh, don't even. You can find. There are ways. There are ways. I
I
think
mean,
that was a waste.
sometimes you get lucky, but I find often if I save Forest Fire and I wait for that epic montage moment, it just doesn't come, and then I feel like an idiot.
Well,
Having
you
Forest
gotta
Fire there and not using it.
you gotta make it. You gotta make it
I
happen.
guess. I guess. We see heavy cavalry and the Valkyrie running around the map now. We see Herdman protecting the hunt spot. Actually, a good call with the Herdman. He must have scouted that stable early on or something.
Indeed, a little skirmish here. This is big. If Ulysses loses this, which I don't think he will, that's right on the front part of his hunt. I think he's going to be just fine with these, with the Hearser on the restoration. Is that going to give him this fight soup?
I don't know. It's gonna equalize this fight. Nothing more than that. This is a really good defense from Rebel. The good part for Ulysses here is this Hearser is about to die, and then maybe this Minotaur can go to town, but not even that is occurring either. It's a big win for Rebel. Really, really nice defense. Wait, good defense from Ulysses.
Yeah, Ulysses is the Freyr player here. He's got a nice dude. That one stable, I don't believe in this one stable play. I think it's completely nuts. There's Ajax going down. Ulysses is not going for town center, not going for the hill fort. He's just kind of playing this a little bit more. I don't want to say standard, but a little bit more
Reactively.
standard aggressive.
He scouted the early stables, and then he was there with the herd. The early herdmen were so vital here, and it's such an unorthodox play as Norse to have herdmen there this early. But he must have scouted it and reacted perfectly, and it caught Rebel off guard, I'm sure.
Well, indeed. Look at that reaction, man. He is doing a drastic shift into hoplites and togs. Holy smoke.
Yeah. Yeah, and the good part is he hasn't invested into any hideous upgrades, so he can definitely afford it. Except, now he spent 500 resources on these production buildings, which is a lot for a Greek player.
Well, plus all of the resources, plus the time. Like he spent the time wasted, some would say, wasting it. A little catch here, a little catch there. Flying horse, okay. Anyways, Rappo kind of wasted a little bit of time. He allowed Ulysses to eat all the giraffes, to get all of the army going, etc., etc., etc. Now you see a bunch of upgrades coming in on the Freyr side of things.
Yeah,
So it's just he's one step behind, or 2 or 3 steps behind Ulysses at this point in time, is he not?
Yeah, and I love this. What is it called? The Hearser upgrade? Is it called Sesrumnir? Yes, which only costs 100 resources per raid. Here's a big fight occurring. A lot of military numbers for the Freyr player. There's a Minotaur
And no
there.
restoration soup.
No restoration, but there's a Hearser killing the Minotaur. Really well, Michael, from Ulysses. Rebel not managing to pull it back either, and I think the Norse player will come out victorious here. There's a Valkyrie going to town with no heroes on it.
Yeah, and there's Achilles finally jumping on the Valkyrie, but still Achilles is just about dead. It looks like the spam, by all means, these Greek heroes are freaking strong, but at the same, man, this fight went a lot better for Rappo than I thought it would. He still loses the fight and has to retreat, but that went a lot better than I thought it would, honestly. I thought he was getting completely smoked.
Yeah,
Maybe he is completely smoked, but still.
Is there even medium infantry in for the Norse player? I think Ulysses kind of forgot about that. No, there's not. He's not even researching it.
Yeah.
But it's still fine. He's still winning really hard here.
Indeed. And actually,
see-
Soup, look at the time. Look, villagers coming out, Thundering Hooves coming in for Ulysses. Villagers headed out to do who knows what down there, and we're 10 minutes into the game. Now, the mobility and the openness, the open map, which favors Norse, that starts to play a big difference.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, the only issue is Ulysses has absolutely no clue that Rebel is making a bit of a greedy play here, some people would say. I like to do the kind of play that Rebel does here, but other people would say it's greedy. But if Ulysses notices somehow, it's devastating for Rebel.
Well, not only the food play down on the bottom side, but at the very least, just gold control. Look at the gold mine that Rapple has on the front side of his base. It is kind of tucked between tree lines, but still.
This is Hades, though, with Vaults of Erebus, and this means that it's gonna take usually like 2, 3, even 4 minutes later before the Hades player has to go for that second gold mine. And in the Hades versus Norse matchup, this is probably the biggest advantage that Hades has to his name, is how delayed that second gold mine is going to be for him.
It's actually a good point. Very good point. Is it's 11 minutes in. Usually players would be pushing out for a gold mine right now, but you're right. He doesn't have to just yet. And he's still alive, man. He's still alive. Minotaurs and Talks, man. If you're playing Norse, that's scary. That even without restoration, that army composition, oh boy, can that swing a fight in favor of Greeks really quickly.
There is 54 favor available for Ulysses, so he can spam Valkyries out, and he is already now adding a Valkyrie more. I think he's already got 2 or 3 out, so those are actually a very good counter to the Minotaurs, and now the gold mine is depleted.
And he sees it. RC
Yeah,
a lot of
exactly.
damage, but
He sees it, so he knows. Press the advantage. Probably a good call here.
What? Okay, but hang on, Soup. Is the play here for Ulysses to go ultra aggressive and try and end the game in classical? Does he back off and go heroic? What's the play here?
It's looking like the play is to go ultra aggressive, although I'm not
He's
sure if I
going
like
for it.
I'm not sure if I like it. The Achilles this fight, the Achilles is perfectly positioned against the Valkyries, although they, in turn, are taking down the Minotaur, which is exactly what Ulysses wants here.
Indeed! Imagine forest fires here! Imagine forest
you're right,
fire! There's not a lot of trees, but he should have saved it! And look, the Talks! What a swing! Dude, what a swing! Look at the Talks! The little ball of Talks, man! The little bazookas in their little pocket, the Hades pocket, and boom! Is that a throw? Dude, straight up, is that a throw? Not a throw of the game per se, but is that a throw?
Yeah, it wasn't a good fight, and it looked so chaotic from Ulysses from the get-go because his army wasn't positioned nearly as well as you wanted to. And then, like I said, these Toxotes, Norse doesn't really have a counter to them. When you manage to put them into a forest like this, you don't have a counter to them because only 3-4 horses can hit them at once, and it's just not enough to deal with them.
Yes. Dude, imagine. Now, by all means, it was only a small wood line right there, so Forest Fire would not have been super impactful, but it would have forced a reaction from Rappel to move his archers. They would have been more exposed, maybe a little bit damaged, blah, 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 blah. I think Forest Fire absolutely would have changed that fight. 5 Shieldmate Valkyries, good call on that. That's 6, actually, a 6th one coming in. 7 even!
That's gonna be great. That's gonna be really good. And Ajax and Achilles are super low here. I think Ravel messed up here. Those 2 heroes are gonna die in no time. And then 7 Valkyries with Thundering Hooves and Disablood up. Whoa, is that fighting it? Huh.
Yo. Look, is it, Rappel, okay, Rappel's at 53, 54 favor. He's close, he's inching closer to getting a restoration. Has he pushed too far, though? Has Rappel pushed too far? If he gets cut out here, like I said, the open spaces are so much better for the Norse, and the Valkyries are in, dude! Where are the heroes?
They're dead, and Rebel isn't even rebuilding them just yet, because he doesn't have the food for it. There's 7, wait, Ajax is still there, sorry.
Is he hiding in there?
The Hades army is still managing to actually push back here.
How is he still alive, dude? With 7 Valkyries. How is Rappel still alive? Hacks, man, hacks. Are you kidding me? Those
These
talks
houses,
are
by
hacks.
the way, I mentioned earlier in the game that the Adamantine Shingles is a useless relic, but you see how much Rebel is struggling to take down these houses.
Did he get the relic? I didn't see him pick it up.
Yeah, he must have, because these houses seems like they just don't go down.
Did he get him? He got him! The sneaky relics, man, they have hidden little, value that you don't really pay attention to. The golden lions, the strong houses, they can win you a game, man.
Dude, Rebel, how did he do this? 2 heroes with 10 HP versus 7 fully upgraded Valkyries, somehow managing to come out on top.
Yeah. And it is a healthy, if I'm not mistaken, that's a healthy Achilles right there.
Yeah.
That's a healthy Achilles.
Very
Ajax
healthy.
is almost dead. Where is the army of Red, man? Where is the army of Ulysses? He was trying to sneak a town center. A little bit too cocky, in my opinion. And, this Hades army is freaking scary. 76, 77 in favor for Rappel as well. We're going to have another restoration here, buddy.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be so devastating. Rebel is utilizing Ulysses buildings to keep his Toxotes safe, opening up the possibilities to potentially delete them and then the Toxotes will be exposed. We'll see if something like that occurs. Oh, Boolean Burst has been used, but very slow at this stage.
Is the Chonkers trying to hit the battlefield, but he's gonna barely get there. There's a restoration. Look at the army of Ulysses or Rapple. The army of Rapple is like double, dude. Look at the numbers up top, 115 to 51. Are you kidding me? Golan Bursty is a G, but still he's just so slow since he's so far away.
And both heroes, after that restoration, full HP, almost full HP for Ajax, but either way, Rebel can look how well he's keeping his Toxotes alive here. And then the only issue is those Valkyries. Gullenburst is dead now. Ulysses forced to retreat, and this is going to be very, very, very rough for Ulysses to come back from.
Dude, was that not another perfect potential usage of Forest Fire? Are you kidding me?
Okay. Okay. I guess that's a
I'm
good
gonna
use of-
hammer that thing home, dude. Save your Forest Fire, folks. Don't
Save
just
forest,
use it.
Save
that way.
forest fire for situations like that. Rebel takes it home.
Ulysses throws that game with a wasted Forest Fire and a bad fight, a bad initial fight on that second gold mine. Look at that military timeline up and down. We got a roller coaster of a game. Holy smokes.
It's the 12-minute mark. That's the big one. Look at that. The 12-minute
Oh,
mark,
yeah.
like half of Ulysses' army lost there. And Rebel honestly barely lost anything. And then it's just a big downtrend for Ulysses after that.
Dude, he just kept taking bad fight, Ulysses, bad fight after bad fight after bad fight. He was looking like he was in such a commanding position. The late transition into Hoplites and Talks by Rapple, you would think that would have been a mistake. He was just minutes and minutes behind in his military production. But honestly, it just didn't matter because Ulysses threw it against the archers, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's so hard playing Norse versus Hades in particular with those archers. They're so strong. And it can be so hard to assess when can I actually win this fight because there are shades there too. There are heroes. You never know how good your counter units are actually faring because you don't know if they're hitting the right targets and stuff. So good on
Yes,
Rebel for positioning his Toxotes right, and yeah.
100%. Could we see? Have we looked at the military tab just yet? I want to see what that villager numbers, eco numbers, not super different, but the units killed. Not a big discrepancy in that KD ratio, but Rabble clearly, with that. Actually, it's about a 40 villager, or sorry, not villager, 40 unit killed advantage, KD advantage there. I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's very significant actually. So 59 hoplites on the side for Rebel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, how did he end up with that? Actually, that YOLO play of sending all of those villagers down to that bottom corner, all of the action was happening up top. And so when he snuck all those vills down there to take the monkeys and the berries, it seemed like that really saved it just saved the day, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. And especially because Ulysses committed so much to that second gold mine. Here is after the fact. This is in the beginning. Which fight was this?
This was the first fight.
The first big fight, and
First big one. This is the one. Let's see, restoration was already used. This was the one where it looked so good for Ulysses, but somehow Rapple's those strong Greek units, man, they just killed way more than they probably should have. Honestly, it was a lot better fight than I definitely expected. Ultimately, Ulysses won the fight, but it was much better for Rapple than I personally really expected.
yeah, and this is going to be the vital fight where you see Rebel, like you said, he's really gritted down the bottom, but Ulysses focusing so intensely on the secondary gold mine. And look at the spread of Ulysses' army in particular. Seems like only half his army is fighting here. Yeah. So
This
many
is insane.
RC are idle up in the top here, and he doesn't manage to put them onto the archers in the back.
Look at the numbers, dude. The numbers advantage for Ulysses in the red.
Yeah.
They just get smoked, man. There's even a sentinel even attacking a little bit. Some of the RC are hitting villagers and whatnot, so everything wasn't even completely. Here's another fight, man. Just bad fight after bad fight. This is the one with the 7 frickin' Valkyries, and somehow Achilles and Ajax are holding on to life. Ajax goes down right there.
I think in this
Or
particular
Achilles.
fight, we had the observer advantage of seeing the fact that Rebel's heroes were so low. If Ulysses knew this, which obviously he didn't because he doesn't have observer like we do, if he knew this, he could have just focused down the heroes immediately and then taken home the fight. But in all the chaos surrounding the fight, he didn't realize just how low these heroes were and wasn't able to take advantage of it.
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. He just kept losing fight. He was in such a good position, but just fight after fight after fight after fight. He just kept losing one at a time. There's our big beautiful boy, trying to chase after the army, but it's just not enough, man. It's not enough. I think that you remember when I asked you before all the chaos ensued, I asked you what's the play? Go hard for the gold mine or wait for heroic? And you said looks like the decision is made. There's our second restoration.
Yeah.
Ulysses chose to go for the classical age gold starve instead of trying to use the use the heroic age power spike. It seems like, hindsight is 2020. It looks like maybe going for the heroic age was the way to go, but it is what it is. Rappel takes the series.
Yeah.
Rappel, we see Rappel's maybe going to go against either Magic or Vortex. We're going to see him. So Rappel's moved on to the semis. Recon's moved on to the series. Okay, here in just a second, we're going to go see down on the bottom side where Ulysses landed in the lower bracket. There we go. Ulysses against Foth. Ooh,
What a
spicy,
match. I'm looking
spicy.
forward to that.
Absolutely. So by all means, this might be the lower bracket, but these are just crazy talented players that are, just excited. These matches are going to be just as exciting as this upper bracket, man, for sure.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that having said that, Recon up on the top side is waiting for either Mista or Super Afim. Okay, and we're gonna have that soup coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. Go get a smoke break for Mista, a preparatory smoke break for Mista. Soup needs another soup break. So go get yourself a bathroom break, folks. Grab yourself a snack. Grab yourself some popcorn. Mista, the late, the great Mista shall be, showcasing his presence against Super Afim, the young aggressive player, coming up. We can have 5-10 minute break, something like that. We'll see on the screen how much here in just a minute. So like I said, go take a breather, everybody, and we'll see you in a few minutes for Mista against Super Afim.
Ray coming in.
Oh, look at that picture-in-picture there. Look at that gold getting hit.
Token response here, but this is much worse for Forest Fire. This is awkward. The escape isn't going to be clean. Ulysses getting caught in an awkward position. Meanwhile, the raid on the other side just not hitting the same. So Tunison able to dodge most of the problem. Maybe
pre-queuing Mythic Age is funny. There's no way he's affording that for like 15 minutes. That's so funny to me.
Are we going to get gold
under
powers?
the stronghold? Oof.
Tunison,
And there's
there we go.
And there's
He
the counter.
activates.
Is that the Wilbur was brought in?
Wait, it's coming in from a long range away though. The stuns as well are controlling. The Stone Giant can't be accessed.
He needs to bring him into that little gap on top of all those because he's got splash damage with the pig. That'd be so
Tunison
crazy.
Is dead. Tunison is
Oh
dead.
my
Like,
God, he's got
look
nothing
at
left.
the military. He's gone.
It equaled out. He's still because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an interesting fight.
Gonna start spinning. Not gonna be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are
long
gonna
as
pull
he
over.
kills all of his here made it through. That's terrible. This is why you have to micro the Axemen. They're all dead. The only thing that could kill them was those. Yep.
The Wildjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Reinforcements coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws do need to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the appropriate respect.
He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This man is all uniting. Look at he's bringing in the Ravens.
Wait. Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has 170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna spread it out though. I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on the Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wildjets to hit the...
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's 100% hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always the poor Wildjets. Yeah, that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and Wildjets just die.
But the Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The spearmen were attacking the axemen.
in.
The axemen were attacking the cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean, he
He still
has
has a lot.
numbers, but
Yeah.
he's lost quality. But
Ooh.
will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
There it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Neiman Ryan laws are coming out.
Really good damage though.
Wait, this one from the side. This roll can be big. Hits them all.
That's so good. Oh,
Chimera.
one jet in the back.
I think the Chimera's coming off cooldown. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The army's going to evaporate before he even gets a chance to burn it all.
Look at Achilles in the back. He killed two Wadjet. Oh, one Wadjet left, and Achilles is gonna finish that one too.
And turns
That's
out
it.
the Chimera is better than Wadjet as well. Suck
Oh,
on that one. Woo.
That Chimera is disgusting. Burnt it to a crisp.
This
Fried
is
steak,
over.
I guess.
We are probably about 10 seconds away
Yeah, this is gonna be rough in a second here.
from a GG. 15 seconds left in this Ancestors. He's actually staggered this perfectly. Ancestors will run out, and then he'll have his replacement ability because here it comes. Arcuses are about to go for
And
a
it's all gone.
whirlwind
And
ride.
didn't even want to
GG.
see it.
Is like, what, 4 now?
I do like the Arcus though. I like these Arcus. Oh,
Okay, that was a big hit.
that was huge. Actually.
He needs a second, though.
Yeah, do another little volley like that.
Yeah, just punt it. He's
Oh,
backing
no.
up now. But the hero Thomas.
are through. Sanders.
Tuesday is going to be good down. I think this is it. This is the break point. If he got another volley out and cleared the Mamillos, maybe. But he's going to lose all the myth units. And that was his one hope, his one way of
Yeah.
holding here. And it's dead.
Hi, everybody. We're back. I hope you had a nice little break. I know I did. I know Soup did. Soup's going for his soup break. Anyways, next up, we have Aces, the Mista against Fox, Super Afin. Once again, Soup, we have one of your brethren, Aces Mista. And actually, for those of you guys who didn't know, who don't know, Aces is an esports team coming from the Warcraft side of the video game realm. Fox is from AoE 2, coming from that side of the video game realm. Both of them are kind of expanding and getting their little sneaky fingers stuck into the Age of Mythology mix. So, you know, not that there's rivalries that are happening just yet, but you could maybe say that this is the biggest rivalry of all time, right, Soup? Almost. You could say that.
It's a modern classic. Let's just call it that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, everybody knows Mista. If you don't know Super Afim, as you can see, he's a Brazilian player. He's a pretty old player. He kind of comes and goes from time to time. He's a pretty aggressive player. Historically, really likes Egyptian set, that aggressive Egyptian, that sort of style. But we see he's picked Isis to start in his draft, and no more Egyptian after that. Interestingly enough, we see that Mista actually sniped his set pick.
Yeah,
First off.
exactly. Wait, no one picked Ra? Hello? Oh no, Ra banned. Isis picked. Set picked. Okay. That makes sense. Interesting to
Well-
look is Thor at 3rd spot for the Mista. These two players do not like playing Thor.
Well, I think that Mista going for here's my opinion. I think Mista chose Set. I think he banned Ra. He knows that Super Afim is an Egyptian player. So Super Afim takes Isis, Mista bans Ra, and then chooses Set, right? And
Yeah.
so I think he's kind of stealing those picks away from Super. And then after that, I guess he thinks Loki is stronger than Thor. I don't know.
It could also just be
but-
he had 2 picks and then Loki Thor.
Back to back, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, both of them are strong by all means. I think it's going to be exciting to see if he does pick Thor. I don't think I've seen Mista play Thor just yet. So I think it'll be interesting to see how he interprets Thor with the strong armory build order.
Did you not
Anyway.
see his game versus Kavoth on Ghost Lake?
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Of course I did.
It's like the most epic game of recent memory.
That's
What?
right.
Yeah,
I-
yeah. So I do actually think like I don't think Mr. likes either both playing as Thor or against Thor. I just don't think that particular playstyle where you just have a sick economy with one civ that the other civ doesn't have. I don't think he likes that aspect of AOM. But I also think he realizes Thor's super strong, so he picks him. But Isis versus Loki and Tundra is what we're going for now.
Yeah, exactly. Isis against Loki. We've seen Isis today. We've seen Loki today. We're about to see them together. Welcome to game one, everybody. We are in the red here, looking at the red. Super Fox, Super Afim, playing ISIS, playing his one Egyptian pick. Up in the blue corner of the map, we have Mista. Everybody knows him. Everybody loves him. Playing Loki. So Loki against ISIS here. I mentioned Soup that usually Super Afim likes to play pretty darn aggressively. You can definitely go aggressive with ISIS. However, if there's one player who is confident and capable enough and experienced enough to handle aggression, it's going to be somebody like Mista. So, what's the play here for ISIS? Is it some classical action against you're not in your head? Some classical action? Is he going to jump or prioritize heroic? What's your take on it?
Uh, I gotta be honest, this is actually difficult because what Loki does is what Loki probably is going to do here is he's going to go for SETI, he's gonna get Hall of Things, and he's definitely gonna get something like 8 hearses out at the very least, just to stay safe against a potential Anubite spam, against potential Ancestors Eclipse. So many of the things that ISIS relies on in surprising a Norse player relies on myth units. And Loki with the early Hall of Things, Hearses, really, really good at defending it. So I think Super FM has to play kind of like what Recon did in the game we saw, where he played ISIS on Tundra, where he gets himself into a nice spot, and then he uses that not to go aggressive, but to boom instead. I think Super FM has to do a similar playstyle to that.
Okay. Well, he did. I mean, again, it'll be the games of his that I've watched. He's not. He definitely does not favor the boomy play. I think I agree with you though. He's definitely going to need to pull some of that out of his pocket. We see the spy on the gold mine, by the way, of Super Afim's. Yeah, that gold villager right there with that forward gold mine and the forward old Sark or Berserker. I had this sneaky suspicion that maybe it was possible Mista would bust out some Heimdall action, but ultimately no. If he goes Heimdall now, he'd be nuts. Tempo
Yeah,
too far back.
and the spy, you usually want to hit the pharaoh, but Superfim had built a monument right next to the pharaoh, so he couldn't use the spy on that, obviously. But then using it on an Egyptian gold mine are also really good as well. I
Yeah, for
don't
sure.
think it's going to be Heimdall because I really think Mr. values the Hall of Things, the stronger, faster hearses, like I said, against all the myth unit stuff that ISIS can throw at you. I think he really wants those fast hearsers.
Well, it would be a surprise, cheesy type of a strategy trying to go for Heimdall in a situation like this. That's all, one can dream, let me dream, I'm a dreamer. Anyway, having said that, we are going to have Forseti, and we are going to have, is that Bast? Is that Bast coming in? Over on the Super Afim side, it is Bast
yes.
coming in.
That is best. And
Well-
best can mean a lot of things these days. It doesn't have to be straight fast heroic. Like with ISIS, there are so many possibilities open. You can go classical age fighting with Sphinxes and then transition into a semi-fast heroic, where you then have a lot of Sphinxes ready, a lot of X-Men ready, plus you have Ancestors Eclipse to be used.
Indeed.
But here we see a lot of really good relics for a Loki player. Going for what was that, fast raiding cavalry, or what was it?
Yep. Yeah, it was faster raiding cavalry.
And then he can also get Pandora's box for the and Hestia's Hearth as well. So the cheaper Mythian, and the skull, dude, these are 4 really good relics. The monkeys in particular, I really value. And then the cheaper myth units in terms of favor, really good for both players actually.
And you're not memeing, right? With the free monkeys, you're not joking.
No, dude, they're so good. You get 6 of them, and they have so much utility. You can scout the entire map if you have a lot of APM in like a minute or so with those monkeys. And you can position them around gold mines or hunt or settlements to ensure that you have vision over important areas, or you can just use them for fighting. In the early skirmishes, they're super strong, actually.
Snipe obelisks. ISIS has got obelisks all around.
Yeah. Wow. But we see now a Great Hall in for the Mista. Double barracks. Like I said, this is definitely an option when you're going best. You can still do some classical age fighting.
Triple barracks even.
Yeah, triple barracks. You're gonna need that with Like we're so used to seeing Ra these days, just going 2 barracks. But when you're playing ISIS, you don't have that AoE empowerment, so you're gonna need a 3rd barracks if you want to consistently produce military units there.
Hmm.
Mister with
What
the
about
early eyes on the forest as well.
the Loki player? Remember, this is the patch where that still gives you can drop houses, buildings around forests, and that's still going to give you that line of sight. Everybody, Mist is definitely going to take advantage of that. Soup, question for you: ISIS definitely relies a whole lot more on hunt. There's no tough or cheaper farms, no rain like raw, so he's definitely going to rely a whole lot more on hunt. Is is that something? Is that going to be something in Mista's mind? Like you see those caribou right there in the right corner that we were just looking at. That's a pretty close food patch right there. Not quite that far over. There's one right outside of his berries, the Archie blows. That's a pretty decent food patch right there. I mean, with 3 barracks, he can get some nice map control and hunt and just be loving life, honestly, if you're in Super Themes. Is Loki
Yeah.
nervous about this at all?
Like, is Mister nervous about it?
Hmm.
Or what are you asking? Like Mister, what he's doing right now is he's just killing all the outside hunt, so it's slowly gonna rot. And that's a good call. Plus, he's also getting some small bits of favor for it too. He's actually accumulated enough favor for Hall of Thanes now. And I don't know if, yeah, he must have seen this because he has spy on that gold miner. This is a menacing army here for Super FM. And I don't think Mister wants to fight this. Knowing Eclipse is up as well, I think he'd much rather do small skirmishes like he's doing right here. And yeah, we do see him retreating his hunters back home now. He's been smart and he's saved a lot of hunt in his base, so he doesn't have to retreat. Even though he's retreating to his home base now, he is still hunting.
Ooh.
That's a good catch here from Super FM. It's a Hestia's Hearth. Minus 5% villager training time. It's equal to something like, not even a second on villagers, but it's still enough to actually make a big difference. It's kind of a snowbally relic that really accumulates over time.
Yeah, I mean it's free. It's free bonus basically. So
Oh,
hey
yeah.
man, why not?
For sure.
Well, by all
But-
means, we were talking earlier about Tundra, how, it's really nice to have the double hunt patch inside of your base. It is really nice, especially on the north side of things, since you're so reliant on hunt for, for really a good economy. But at the same time, eventually that runs out, man, and eventually you're gonna have to fight against a scary army. I do think this is a pretty scary army. The Axeman bonus damage against Herseer is just so crazy strong. It's a scary army, in my opinion.
Yeah, but look at the in the top. There's actually a pack of elk there. I'm pretty sure by the time that way in the top, that one. There, I'm pretty sure by the time that Mister has depleted the hunt back home, he can accumulate enough of an army to defend that spot up there. What he wants is a lot of Hersers, a lot of raiding cavalry, a lot of throwing axemen, and
Just a little of everything, right?
yeah. It may sound obvious when I when I say it out loud, but
What you
it
want
is-
is a big army, you see. You got to make some military units, you see. Big army, it's got to be great.
if
Good
you
call,
do
Soup.
manage to, like Mister has done so far, if you do manage to hunt throughout the game and you're just continually producing those units that I just mentioned, you can actually withstand this army that Super FM is making. Even though it is menacing, those Sphinxes, with that Cryo Sphinx upgrade looking really cool.
I agree. And in fact, speaking of military numbers, Soup, look at the population up top. Ooh, Bragi. Okay, yeah.
Bragi.
Bragi's coming in. That means Mista has stopped his unit production military unit production, in favor of going heroic. So he's
Yeah,
going to
so
try and take a fight against this army with flaming weapons, presumably.
He's not looking to go for the elks anyways, then he's gonna I don't even know what the plan is. Maybe he's a bit afraid of the eclipse and then he wants to be able to use flaming weapons there instead.
Hmm.
But it's hard because Super Fame is just staying hard in classical and he's accumulating more and more of an army, and it's gonna be more and more difficult for Mista to go for that second goal. Although obviously with flaming weapons available, it should be doable.
Well, let's talk about gold. Look at the minimap, okay? There's one real. I mean, there's several gold mines that Mista could potentially go for, but there's only one that's near his base, and it's right up top. Boom, right there. That's his
Yeah.
gold mine right there. The other, he has 2 options way in the left side corner, pretty darn far away.
There's one in
Yeah,
the
pretty.
center too. In the,
True. The very,
there,
very center, right
that one is
there.
there. But Super Fim positions his army as he does right here, and he's perfectly ready and available for both too. So
Exactly, man. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying, is that sure, you can sneak some villagers way down on that bottom side, but it's those 2 gold mines just to the outside of Mista's base that we're going to be looking, Super FEM's going to be looking to possibly deny here. By the way, Soup, before we really, before things hit the fan here, Mista has not lost a tournament game just yet. So the name of the game for Super Afim is whether or not he's going to take a game off of Mista.
Yeah,
Is
that's
this going to be the day?
It's gotta be rough facing the Mist in a tournament. Like, this is not what you want. But at the same time, you can write history, right? You get to be the first to beat the GOAT. Don't you want to do that?
Indeed. Speaking of goats, we have heavy raiding cavalry, which is immediately in for Mista. We're going over to that gold mine up top. Hello, Goaty, you're coming out. Some trolls and stuff.
This is the big deciding moment, and this is kind of bad for Mista, honestly. Taking his villagers all the way up there, now forced to retreat, and flaming weapons used. Flips used. Big fight.
Big fight indeed. Is the flaming weapons gonna be strong enough, man? Is the flaming weapons gonna be strong enough? There's a decent number of hearse here to try and take down the Sphinxes. But still, there goes the battle board almost right away. Soup, who's taking this fight? It's looking pretty darn even, is it not?
Did you see the hearses? How effective the X-Men took down the hearses? The Egyptian army is so good against the Norse army. You're seeing it right here. Miss is struggling. Miss is really struggling. He's just now converting villages to berserks. Honestly, I would have loved to see that a bit earlier. A new Sphinx incoming, and that's going to be really brutal for Mista.
Dude, by all means, look at the military population. Look at the military population. Is this the day? Is this the day? The first loss of a tournament for Mista. Are we witnessing history? The trolls for the win. Maybe. The villagers. Oh, come on! How much longer can he hold on?
There's
Come
no
on, look
way
at
Mista
nothing
does
in
this. There's
production.
too many numbers for Super FM.
Oh my god! This is it, dude, Soup, this is it! The eclipse is almost over, but whatever, the damage hath been done to the Greek legend. He has been gold starved. Look at the eco population, 25 to 46, 12 military to 89. This is it. He went for the elk, by the way, Soup. He went for the elk. Can't, confirm.
He did go for the elk. But man, 26 to 47. Mista's... Dude, I think Mista made a big mistake not converting villagers to berserks as soon as he had flaming weapons there. Because he lost his all of his villagers still. But yeah, if they were berserks with flaming weapons, it would have been so much better. This is so good for Super FM. He's taking this home, I think.
Dude, and he calls it! Oh my god! It happened! It happened! It happened! Round of applause for Superman. Round of applause for Super. Everybody in chat, I know there's many fans of Mista out there, but clap your hands for the Brazilian Super Afim. He does it, he does it, he does it. Mista goes for the flaming weapons and it doesn't quite work. Man!
What a performance by Super FM. He's very underrated. People usually don't talk about him much when they're talking about the competitive AOM players, but dude, he's really proving himself as a name to be recognized as one of the top players in this game. And dude, he's taking the Mista as the first person ever to take a game off of Mista in a Retold tournament. What a performance.
Wow. Well done to Super Afim. I'm sure all the folks over at the Fox team are just tickled pink right now, right? And y'all Aces folks, I can see your face, Soup. You're like, dadgummit, darn tootin' them Fox folks.
This is crazy. This is so... I think a lot of that big fight, I mean, if we're being real, this game came down to one big fight. And in that big fight, I think Super Fim managed to place his X-Men next to Mista's Hersers, and that just meant that he was able to just have the bigger numbers throughout, even the flaming weapons onslaught. And it's so important. You gotta place your barracks units just right. And even though he had spearmen, slingers, X-Men, sphinxes, priests, there's so many units that you have to take care of, he did manage to do the most important of all, which is get the X-Men onto the hearses. Here we go.
Here we go. This is it. This is the grand finale, right? Well, for the most part, the grand finale. We see just a small army right here, but then, yep, though, boop, there we go. There's part
There's
2 of the
more.
army for Super Afim. There's more, but wait, there's more. The eclipse
And
coming in,
look
man.
at
Look at this.
I look at the hearses. That's what matters most, like I said, because the hearses will spawn myth units if they're allowed to stay in the fight during flaming weapons. But they just go down so quickly, as you see here. And now there's
Yeah.
no more hearses left already. Now they just went down so damn quickly.
Well, that honestly, in that one big fight, the thing is that Mista, throughout the classical age, there was not a lot of fighting that was going on, right? Mista killed some animals. He killed basically just some animals, actually. He didn't really do any other attacking during the classical age, right? And so those Herseer, all of the units just didn't really build up any of that favor in order to spawn units. That's really what Loki needs to win a fight like that is those myth unit spawns, and he only got the one what's it called?
In Harry.
Einherri,
Yeah.
the Harry Ein. Anyway, and so a little bit of a bummer in that regard for Mista that he didn't get unit spawns, but he kind of dug himself into that little bit of a hole by not attacking a little bit more throughout that classical age. He played really cautious, which was good. He got a really good heroic age timing, which was good. But again, ultimately, flaming weapons weren't enough.
A hard matchup for Norse, to be fair. Norse versus Egyptian myth units. Like I've said this, I think this is the third time I'm saying this today. You make myth units and you make axemen. And what is the Norse player supposed to do? Because I don't know. I play a shit ton of Norse and I don't know it. I don't know what the answer is.
I have played my fair share as well, and it's very uncomfortable. Goaty is an option, but I think last comment about that game real quick. We're getting close to game number 2 here. Back when we were looking at the military or the post game stats, that final fight was somewhere almost 70 military units compared to 35-ish military units for Mista. So by all means, Mista had trolls and whatnot, but still, just the numbers, the pure numbers of Super Afim is just enough to smoke the army.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. What are we seeing now? Thor versus Odin on Ghost Lake.
yeah,
This is
cool.
actually interesting. I'll say why it's interesting when we get into the game, but I kind of like Odin pick here versus Thor. One of the few maps where I
Okay.
like the Odin pick.
Well, let's see what the gold spawn looks like. I think that makes a big difference as to what we could potentially see, along with just hunt in general. If we're ready to go, let's jump into it. Alrighty, folks. Game number 2, the first time ever in a Retold tournament that Mista is down 0 to the first time that he's down ever, honestly. We see him here in the blue, bottom right side of the map. He is playing Thor. We see that armory going up very far away from his town center. Jeez, trying to protect that gold mine right there. Anyway, so going for that Thor dwarf build order. Over here, we see Super Afim. He is probably flying high, full of adrenaline right now, Soupy Soup. He is playing Odin over here in the red. We find ourselves on a double gold mine Ghost Lake map. Take it away. What are we looking at? What are we expecting?
Yeah, so I mentioned just before that I do like the Odin versus Thor here. And the reason for that is you see, Mista is forced to spend the first minute just building an armor here. And Super Afim, I was thinking what he was going to do is he would secure all the goats on the ice before Mista gets there. But that's actually not quite what he did. I don't think he's managed to secure that many goats. He did get 3 there, but all in all, I think Mista will be A-okay here, because that's the big issue playing Thor and Ghost Lake is, yeah, you get to lure the boars in under a TC, and it's very convenient, but, there's so many goats to fight over, so that's definitely one thing to look for, maybe a minute 30 from now, who secured the most goats, because I think Odin should be able to secure many more than the Thor player.
Well, on top of that, not only does Odin have the potential to find more goats around the map, there's also great hunt. And I know that he already used it. He already used it on his boar. So he has, I think that's the second boar that he's taken. So I think he has had a total of 6 in his base. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not 100% sure about that.
No, so that's 4
Anyways.
starting boars, and then he used Great Hunt, and he got 2 additional boars.
Is that what it was? Okay, so that is his second board that he's taken now. So oh jeez, venison galore on that south side, on the hill, ready for taking, hello.
And
There
this
we
is a
go.
2 gold mine spawn, meaning I think we're going to see a lot of raiding cavalry this game, which I think personally is very exciting. The reason I say we're going to see a lot of raiding cavalry is because you don't get as punished if your opponent builds a lot of herdmen, because you're not forced to take a big fight, which you would be otherwise if there's only 1 gold mine in your base. So the fact that you have this many resources inside your base means that just committing really, really hard to raiding cavalry is gonna be you're not gonna get punished for it. So I'm hoping to see double Freya here and just raiding galore.
Who does that benefit though? Because in my opinion, sure, Odin has the hunt bonus, but still, Thor's economy should be better with the dwarf bonus. So and he already has the armory upgrade. So if you're just doing a raiding cavalry war with straight up RC versus RC, shouldn't that theoretically favor the Thor player? If you can take some skirmishes, take some fights, your RC are going to be stronger and you're going to have a good economy, right?
Yes. And this is why people say Thor is busted. It's because the theory that you're sort of building up here, it's kind of hard to theory craft or to construe your way out of it. If things go as planned, quote unquote, yeah, Thor is going to come out on top, and this is why it's so difficult to play a matchup like this. So, yeah, maybe Superfim is going to have to be forced to go for a second TC at some point. I'm not sure, but yeah,
Oh.
you're absolutely right. It's going to be rough because of the point that
Well,
you just mentioned.
He needs to, I mean, if you just mimic what your opponent is doing, he's going to mass RC, I'm going to mass RC. Again, if Thor can do it better, then you're simply going to be behind. You can maybe, do a better job of picking up, taking fights and skirmishes, this, that, whatnot, etc. Maybe a faster advance time is going to give him something. Super Afim is already up. Both players going for Freya, by the way. There's some potential there, but you have to do something to shake things up. You have to go for a Herdman surprise. You have to, I don't know, you have to do something, right?
Yeah, you do. But the Herdman surprise, like I mentioned, I don't think that's going to work with 2 gold mines. Where are
know.
you going to surprise your
I
opponent?
know. It's just you
Oh, it
gotta. I
is
mean,
a
you gotta
second
make
TC.
something happen.
It's going to be a
Still gotta
second
make
TC.
something
But
happen.
look, Mr. Gnosis, we had the game with Ulysses versus Rebel where the Thor player had no clue. But this time around, Mr. knows exactly what's up because he sees the longhouse next to the town center. That is a dead giveaway that is going to be a 2 TC boom from Super FM.
For sure.
So this game, compared to the last one, is going to be a bit more interesting in the sense that Mr. knows what's up, so the response from the Thor player should be a lot more informed and probably better than before in the prior game. So let's see what Mr. does now.
Well, I can say there is one little benefit for our Odin player. Both players, actually, as we're watching these Valkyries, but both players should be able to take their back Caribou. I mean, we see already Super Afim's on it. We see Mista going to check that town center. Ta-da, hello, he sees it. Just to confirm right there. Anyway, also Mista walled up his back Caribou, so he's going to be able to take those nice and...
What?
Really? He's
Yeah, what is this?
upgrading his Valk before he gets a second one. That's interesting.
Yeah, and
Very
also like I would think that the proper response when you see a second TC like this would just to get your own second TC, because when you notice it this quickly, as Mister did here, we're seeing that early longhouse. If the Thor player just decides I'm gonna get a second TC as well, I would say this favors the Thor player because of that initial boost to his economy that's just gonna keep growing.
Okay, fair enough. And we saw Mista's little Valkyrie find a couple of goats right there. If he actually steals those, that's going to be a big blunder by Super Afim.
Oh yeah.
If eventually when we get a chance, I want to check the total goat numbers at some point in time. Mista 9 plus potentially 12 if he gets those back, which he did not. Compared to 8 plus 11, 3, that'll give us 11. So
my
only
God,
a
did you see
small goat advantage.
Did you see the damage that the Valkyrie with the Disablot damage did there? It has 21 instead of it's a 50% increase to hack damage. It does so much damage with that upgrade. And Superfim
that-
definitely. Yeah, it's so insane. And Superfim got caught off guard. He didn't realize it.
Well, usually players, again, you and I were both surprised that he was getting the upgrade so quickly.
Yeah.
Is that like some hidden sneaky OP play to, pick off villagers that much faster with your free Valk? Evidently.
I think it is. I wonder how did Mister even get the favor for it? Yeah, he must have practiced this like this. He must have killed some goats or some. Oh wait, he did kill boars. I guess he got some favor from that. But
Yep.
yeah, actually a really nice play from Mister.
Almost getting caught out here with some Berserker play from Super Affine. So no RC, Soup. No RC at all. We're seeing the boys and
Are you
hooves
seeing
flying.
this upgrade on the side of Superfim? He's getting Hamask, which is the
Mm.
Berserk upgrade that makes them attack faster and move faster as they're losing HP.
Mm.
So it's not
So
going
it's
to be it's not going to be cavalry versus cavalry war like I expected. It's actually going to be infantry on the side of Superfim.
Yeah. See another Valkyrie coming out. We see some throwing Axemen coming out for Mista as well. So he is reacting. He is reacting. Still, he
Villager
is
lead now.
down.
There's villager lead now for Superfim, and it's only going to
Yeah.
grow from here. So there should be a lot of pressure on the Mister to make stuff happen here. But he's kind of chilling, if you're asking me. He's just kind of chilling. Maybe even looking to go heroic here. He's accumulated 800 food. He's just needing the gold from here on out.
Well, remember, Soup, it's 2 gold mines in your starting base. So there's not a big obligation for
Look at this
Soup.
raid. Look at this raid.
Yo, this is going to
It's
equalize
gonna be
the
dope.
bill
It's
count.
gonna be sick. 1 dead, 2 dead.
That's an unnecessary blunder right there for Super, leaving those berry miners, the berry pickers, mining those berries out in the middle all alone.
That's 4 villagers dead and almost an ox cart as well. And now we're back to equilibrium with villagers. So, 2 ahead for Super FM still. But that's exactly what Mister needed here. Because he should be getting those kinds of picks when he's on 1 TC versus 2 TCs. If you don't get stuff like that happening, you're just slowly going to fall behind. But with that happening, I think Mister feels a lot more comfortable right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's even checking again. Super learned his lesson. Well, here's the thing, though, Soup. I was going to say, you know, with 2 gold mines inside of your base, you're not obligated to really push outside of your base too soon. So the double TC play here for Super Afim, I like it. It might open the door to a later heroic age, and that could maybe complicate things. Mista could maybe get some. Oh my God, he can maybe get more eco damage here if Super's not careful.
Oh, look at all the
Yo,
throwing
dude.
X-Men. Where did they come from? Oh, this is so good for Mister. He can push the wood here. He can push so many things. Even just getting,
Oh,
dude, even just getting the houses here. He doesn't have burning. Does he? Do you think he'll get burning pitch? How
No.
cool would that be?
that's so. No way would he do
Please,
that, dude.
Mister, won't you please?
Please. Maybe if he was up 1 zip. But
burning-
having said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, we have Scotty coming in. Also on the bottom side, we have the berries getting hit again, Soup. So this guy's Super's got to pay attention to his berry pickers, man. He's taking those for granted.
I keep getting surprised by the damage that these Valkyries are putting out with that Disablood upgrade, and it seems like these villagers are just dying in 2-3 hits or something. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, he's got 3 Valks, man. Those things just getting that. Each of them getting an attack off. Boom, they're toast.
Gotta say,
That
bit
is-
of a miss macro here from Mister, but it's probably because he's spending so much time raiding properly, and he's doing a heck of a job of doing so. Really nice forest fire here too.
Okay, opening things up. That was Mista's forest fire, by the way, everybody. Trying to
But
go
look, he's
aggressive
got-
with it.
it seems like he's wanting to go heroic himself, but never really accumulates the goal for it. I think it's because he keeps realizing that I just need to spam more military and I get value from it, which he does. So he's kind of
Oh, look,
delaying
look.
his.
On the look at this forward longhouse right here, man. Is he thinking about really? Oh, he's pre-queued Bragi himself, so he sees Scotty coming for Super Fame, and he's like, "Oh shoot, I gotta prioritize heroic." So it looks like he's stopping his unit production. Boom, there's Bragi incoming. So he still is a minute and a half, almost 2 minutes behind in his heroic age compared to Super Fame. But still, he's looking
I don't
really
think
good.
it matters much, because
Yeah.
what can Super Fim actually do with this heroic age timing?
Dude. He can get raided, man. That's what he can.
These Valkyries, there's 5 of them. How did he accumulate all this favor?
Raiding, man. Killing the houses, raiding, killing the caribou.
Maybe Hersers. He's got 5 Hersers on the field with that Hammer of Thunder upgrade. which effectively makes the passive favor gather rate double. And this is such a nice pick onto the Valkyrie.
Dude, where is Super Afim's army, man? He's getting shredded economically because of these raids. Are you kidding me? His berries are getting hit. His gold is idle again. The wood line was idle. Sure, he's getting pushed. Missed grabbing the second town center, the forward buildings. I love it. I love it. I love it. I don't think Super Afim with a bunch of throwing axemen is going to be able to push in here. Look at all the idle eco time, man. This is amazing for Mista. Sure, he's getting pushed here, but I think it's worth it doing so much freaking damage.
I gotta give credit to Superfim because he's got heavy infantry plus the Wintress. What is it called? Huntress Axe. Here's Mr. using his flaming weapons on which units? Where?
Everywhere, all of them everywhere. Why though? What is this? Yo, these heavy throwing axemen, are they not just gonna pick off the other throwing axemen? Probably, maybe? The Vouts are coming in.
They have Huntress Axe. This is what I was saying. He's got heavy infantry with Huntress Axe. They're so strong. And here's the Frost, which is an amazing counter to flaming weapons.
What was that flaming weapons, dude? He just forces the Frost, bringing all of his army together. Okay, sure, there's still some units to pick up those.
To be fair, this is really good from Mista. He's getting so much retribution damage here.
Wow. Wow. And they're even on military numbers, or sorry, eco numbers as well, 55 to 55. Look at that.
Yeah. It's
So
so
that
good.
second
But
TC?
it's so good for Mista to get the heavy cavalry upgrade here because what I was just saying is that these throwing axemen are insanely good, especially when masked. But Mista, he's a man. He's angry. What did you just do, Super Thing? He says, "How dare you?"
Yeah. You tarnish my, 100% win rate record. How dare you? How dare you? Well, and
Yeah,
there we have it.
Beautiful clinical play here from the Mista. I didn't
But-
quite understand the sort of the macro aspects of what Mista was doing all the time, but in the end, just really, really nice rating and yes, just superior gameplay from the Thor player. Really, really sick execution from Mista here.
Well, I think, wow, I mean, look at that Thor eco, man. It took a long time. I mean, in fact, the Thor player had the better economy the whole time. So not only was it the extra dwarves that helped from his armory units, armory upgrades rather, but at the same time, all of that idle eco time that he was forcing, all of the idle eco time. Look
Well,
at
not just that, also just killing a lot of vills. Like it seemed like
Yes.
every minute or two, it seems like he killed 2, 3, 4 vills here and there.
I think that Super Afim gave Mista that game because he was not defending himself at all. His economy, his berries got hit multiple times, his gold mine got hit multiple times. He lost that villager early on his food, on his caribou. He just kept losing. He wasn't playing sufficient defense, not at all. Mista was just running circles around him with the raiding cavalry, man.
Yeah, yeah. And Mist is so good at raiding. That's an aspect of Mist's gameplay that few people touch on, but he's so good at raiding at all the right spots with the correct amount of units. And it's so infuriating to play against. And yeah.
Well, Super Afim. Okay, fine. So Super, where the match is equalized 1-1. I think there was potential with Super, have taken the second town center, the back caribou, the double gold mine. I think there was a lot of potential there strategically, his choice in strategy. I think there was a lot of potential there, but the execution just wasn't there to keep his eco safe. You know what I mean? Wasn't there.
Yeah. This was Ghost Lake, to be fair. Very big, wide open map. It's not easy to play defensively. It's not like it's Elfheim or Marsh or Watering Hole or anything like that. So, yeah. What are we looking at now? Savannah, Poseidon versus Set. Set is an interesting choice on Savannah. I don't think a lot of people would do that.
There are, I don't know. I mean, there's a decent number of animals you can convert, both valuable in food like giraffes and whatnot, but also aggression potentially, elephants, rhinos, that sort of thing. I think there's some decent amount of animals to actually convert. The resources in gold mines can be pretty exposed and very harassable. I think
But
I think there's plenty of potential.
the reason I don't like, or I don't like, I don't understand Set. I'm sure Mister had something grand in plans for us, right? But the reason I don't understand Set here is because his army is relatively slow compared to something like Poseidon or Odin, Thor with their cavalry, or when you see Uranus, those kind of common picks in Savannah. And then Set, I don't know, he's got Spearman, he's got Wadget, he's got like slow army, which is prone to getting caught in the wrong spot and then just getting outrated and stuff everywhere. But I'm very interested in seeing how the Poseidon versus Set. Dude, on paper, I would say this favors Poseidon heavily.
Really?
Yes. Because the Hibius are really difficult to counter with Set. Yeah, the Spearmen are kind of countering it, but they're not quite as fast, and the curse hits really hard. The semi-fast heroic from the Poseidon player with the curse on the barracks units, it hits so hard, and yeah, I'm interested in seeing what Mist is gonna have in store for us here.
Well, remember. Oh wait, no, it's Mista with Set
Oh
rather
yeah,
than Super Afim. I was gonna say Super Afim playing aggressive with Set, but no. It's actually Mista going with Set. Well, I think it's gonna. I think it very much so depends on the resource generation. So here in just a second, we're gonna hop into the actual game once it gets started. But I think part of it has to do with resource generation, where that the random map or the random generator actually places things like hunt and town centers and stuff.
yeah.
Anyway, let's jump in. Let's jump into the actual game and take a look. Alrighty, folks. Game number 3. Mista is on the warpath. He is many wins and 1 loss. In his total tournament performance, he is here in the blue playing Set on Savannah, left side of the map. Very nice. Starting on the zebras. Over on the red side of the map, we have Super Afim. He has to play against his tried and true Set pick. Super Afim's going with Poseidon here on Savannah. It's his map pick. He's going with Poseidon. Soup, you say that you very much so prefer Poseidon. But I was mentioning possible resource. What's the word? Resource. Wait, Savannah.
Yeah, we're playing Savannah.
What wasn't it? Blue Lagoon? Did we
No,
have
no, no,
the?
no, 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 no. It's Savannah. This is why I said it's such an interesting pick to go for Set here. Because he's got such a slow army, and usually, like I said, the common picks on this map would be units that favors either cavalry or Terma, like Uranus and Gaia. But no, we're seeing the Vista on Set, which is very exciting.
Well,
I
there's
like what
plenty.
you
There's
I like what you said about this being the Set being Super Afim's most common pick. So Super Afim,
Yeah.
he knows this matchup. I think he knows how Set players will usually lose here against Poseidon. And that's an underrated aspect of having a main god, is that you probably, you know how to play him, but in this case Set, but you also know how to counter him really effectively. So I'm looking forward to seeing Super Fim doing the things to Set that you don't want to have at you when you're playing Set.
He knows how to abuse Set.
Yeah.
Well, I think usually he's the one that has Set picked. So it's one thing. Ooh, Thundercloud Shawl. That could be delicious for either player. Yeah, let's take a look at Gold
Glorious
Gathers Faster.
Nexus, big relic.
Plus 3 elephants, dude. Look, his priest found
Ooh,
3
the
elephants. Are
priest
you
found-
kidding me?
Greek.
Okay,
Look at
that's
the
gonna
priest.
change things. That's gonna change things. Arrows of Alpha, building damage. West, no. Pandora's Box, Myth Units cheaper. Could be good for Set with Scorpion Men and New Bite Spam, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, another 3 elephants down the bottom. So this is a really nice spawn for Mista. He'll be happy about this.
But does he know about this? He should know. If he found elephants up top, he should, assume that there's elephants down the bottom side as well.
Can we see Super FM's point of view here? Because if he has scouted these elephants, he scouted 1. He should, if he's seen the elephant up there, he should probably maybe look to send his centaur up there, followed by Atalanta or something. Because if you're playing this matchup, you cannot allow the Set player to just freely convert 3 elephants up there. It has to be stopped. So I wonder if Super Fim knows the elephant is up there, and I wonder if he's going to react to it.
Hermes coming in, by the way, 3/4 of the way there. We got Ptah that Vodka just showed coming in as well. Here's the thing, though, Soup. So if you look at Super Efim's scouting pattern, and I hate to do this to you, yeah, a couple of stolen goats. If we remember his scouting pattern, it looks like he maybe just shift clicked his Catascopos up and around. So I don't know. Maybe he does.
Oh, he
Maybe
does.
he
He does.
does.
Oh wait, unless it's just a relic. Unless it's just a relic. Nah, there.
Yeah.
Surely. Wait. He wants harmonious necklace, no doubt about it. But I wonder if he's gonna see the priest.
Trying to stop the goat steal, and he ends up killing his own goat.
Ooh,
Oh,
no.
and he sees
Surely,
the elephant.
surely he knows now. See how tanky that elephant is? Oh, yeah, yeah. How tanky it is. Ah, that priest is going down. Wait.
Oh,
What?
look, Mista positioned his priest in the very, very, very corner. Look at that.
What in the world? Oh,
Hang on. Theseus stopped attacking the elephants, so potentially we could have all of the elephants, all three of those
Yeah.
elephants, eventually coming back. Potentially.
we'll see. He could stop
Eventually.
him with the centaur on Atalanta if he wanted to, but maybe opting out against it. Either way, this is crazy that Mister gets away with this, even while being spotted.
Yes, exactly. Do your scouting, folks. Do your scouting. We got a
Love
vision
this
coming
vision
in.
here from the Mister, just to get an idea. What is my opponent doing? Are there 3 stables here, or are they building the TC? What's his villager distribution like? A player with Mister's knowledge, he can get so much, knowledge from doing a vision like this.
Yeah. Knowledge is power, kids. Stay in school. I'm telling you. Read books and stuff. Anyway, speaking of that, the elephants are going to be delicious once he actually brings them back to his base. But there's also an amazing, there's some pretty good hunt patches out and around the map. Like we saw a couple of giraffe patches that just passing by. Really
Yeah,
nice. So
and even
either play your map.
even the monkeys are good to hunt. So
Yeah, sure.
now Super Fim is going for that TC. Mister did use vision where he saw Super Fim with something like, I think, 9 villagers on gold, and there was only 1 stable, so Mister knows that this is coming. Trust me.
You can assume at the very least that it's coming in. By all means, he probably should. Doesn't quite have the scouting. Oh no, the priest actually gets found.
Finally,
But
he gets found out. But yeah, he got another elephant, and it's going home.
Exactly. Should get it. He should get it. By the way, he should get it. So worth it. Definitely worth it.
Yeah. Sacrificing that priest for 2 elephants, it's definitely worth it. Something I would love Mister to do here, I don't know if he scouted it, but he should know that if there's three elephants in the top, there's also 3 elephants in the bottom. So definitely a potential play for him is to secure these 3 with your entire army and 3 priests. You can secure those elephants in relative fashion.
Well, plus, Soup, there's gazelles down there. There's everything. Like if you look at the bottom quadrant, that's right, the bottom quadrant of the map. There's gazelles. There's a town center. There's a gold mine. There's a second gold mine. There's all the elephants. There's Pandora's box. There's a lot of valuable everything down here on this bottom quarter, if you will, of the map. That's going to be really nice for him.
What a
to secure it.
quadrant we've got here, huh?
Look at that quadrant, man. Have you ever seen such a beautiful quadrant? Come on, man.
I know I haven't. This is the prettiest quadrant I've seen today.
So valuable as a quadrant.
Okay, so Mist is hunting the elephants now. He's staying safe inside his base and he's hunting. He's getting that really, really sick economy, even though all of his villages are safe. The Hibius from Superfim is not doing anything. And even in a big skirmish, there's so many spearmen and wedges here that Mist is gonna win the big fight too. So Superfim, he's really gotta look for that Aphrodite soon, I think.
But Soup, he's nowhere close. Look at his resources.
Oh,
and
he's farming now.
Yeah. It's gonna take him a long time to get there, I think. Sure, he's on berries. Sure, he has some goats. Sure, he has some chickens. Sure, blah blah blah. I think it's gonna
these
take
wedges.
a long time.
Look at this. One tap, 3, 4.
Oh my god.
4 dead villagers there. The poison damage from these snakes, I'm telling you. All you need is 3 of them, and you can just do 1, 2, 3. Like every second you kill a villager if you got 3 of these snakes nearby a group of villagers. It's so crazy how good they are.
That's so brutal, dude. That is, yeah. There. I mean, Mista's gonna be on his way to the classic or heroic age here in just a minute, prepping some. Okay? So hang on, Soup. Speaking of the heroic age, yeah, Nephthys is queued up already. Is the play here for Mista just go straight up aggressive and go for gold control? We see Obelisk right here. His army's right here as well. Whoa, Super FA needs to be careful and not get a little bit too greedy and whatnot. There's gold mines. There's gold mines down here where his Mista's army is, but there's also a gold mine up on the top side by Super Afim's second gold mine or second town center. Yeah, this bad boy right here. What's the play for Mista here? Does he try and go aggressive, build forward, blah blah blah? I mean, he is sending villagers forward. He's thinking about building forward. Is that the play? Just straight up aggression?
I think the play for Mista is just continue doing what he's already doing, which is to just move around the map and get villager kills, win the small skirmishes, have the better army, and that way you strangle Super Afim off the map. So you don't want him to be hunting, you don't want him to be mining gold, and you want to force him to farm. All the while, you are eating animals that you have converted around the map, and you're eating animals from your heroic age. And yeah, look at that. He's just getting these kills with the wedges. And he's down now 12 villagers, but keep in mind all the villager inefficiency on the side of Super Fim. And now he'll be forced to have a lot of idle villagers. Not just the gold miners, the farmers too. Mister's just gonna go in here with these snakes.
But remember, kind of like what we were talking about with, who was it? Rap against... I can't remember which exact game, but yeah, since there's gold mines up on this top side and gold mines down on the bottom side, it's like he can cause a lot of damage and gold control, but the gold start is going to be hard to actually pull off. Is that a forward Migdal? Leather frame shield coming in. Is that a Migdal right there?
This is the kind of... You know, these Migdals, they only cost 300 gold when you're playing set. And I don't think he's very reliant on the Migdal for unit production. He may even want to build elephants. When you get a forward Migdal like this, dude, you can get 3-4 elephants out, and that's enough to threaten this TC for real.
Sure.
For real. Not even
I'm not Rappel is not even joking. Dude, why build a Migdal there? Why use the resources in a Migdal? Your army is there to kick him off of gold. And like you said, does he really need the Migdal unit production? Why not just drop a siege works?
He's doing it so that he can move his army to the right side if needed, and then he doesn't have to then he's still got control over that gold mine, over that side. So that's always nice. Being able to protect a gold mine without using units for it, it's kind of giving you extra population in a sense, because you don't have to use military units for it. You don't have to use population to cover the gold mine.
Right. That's a good point. Well, even so, Aphrodite is in just about now, so that curse that you were hoping for is on the table.
Oh, there's 15 cents coming in. This is huge. Big fighting coming in. There's ancestors available, but ceasefire cast, obviously. Not going to be an ancestor. What a big play. I love that play from Mista.
Absolutely. That just saved the game for Super Afim, that ceasefire by all means. Can he survive it though? Can he survive it with ancestors on the table?
There's curse available, right? In It's not enough. I don't think curse is enough. He needs 3 heroes out, and he needs probably even another lion would be really good. There's only 2 priests on the side of Mista here.
There's the curse.
The curse hit the back line only. I don't know if that's what Super Fim wanted.
Well, but the centaurs with the special attack.
Yeah.
It looked good, but still, the army of Mista is just so freaking big right here. He could just take it on the chin.
Centaurs was a really nice touch from Super Fim. We gotta give him credit for that, because the spearmen they can really melt to. If there was maybe even just 2-3 more centaurs, that entire group of spearmen could have melted in like 2-3 seconds. But forcing out the ancestors here, still no gold available for Super Fim. He's probably going to look to the left side now, but you asked about the Migdal Stronghold. See how good it is to have that Migdal up now.
Yeah,
your entire army on the right side.
Plus, you don't need it for a lot of army production, but, a couple of chariots hit the wood line.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, why not? Why not?
Exactly. All you need is 2
Retold.
chariot archers to deal that much damage onto this wood line. It's perfect. Oh, and the
Exactly.
snakes. Again, we see
Oh.
it. Just one tapping these wills. Even more, but Mister's had enough. He doesn't even want to do more now.
Well, I mean, look at it's 14, almost 14 minutes into the game. Super Arfim has been on 2 TCs for quite a long time, and he's only roughly eight villagers in the league. So Mista has picked off so many villagers with those Wadgets, man. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, and it's not just the villager pick, it's also the idle time and stuff. This is why I missed this in head. But there's going to be a big fight coming here. Super Fim has sacrificed a lot to take down this Mikkel stronghold, and even now it's still standing. Just barely going down.
Dude, these spears are so brutal, man. No archers, no centaur, a couple of centaurs, but no archers, no hippispis. Just a bunch of hippie-yays. There's another centaur, but it's just not enough, man. It's not enough. These Wadgets are picking them off so quickly. This has got to be it, right? It's got to be it.
We're nearing it.
Look at all those bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor, Soup.
So apparently that's the answer. I was asking what does Set do on Savannah against a mobile Poseidon? And Mr. shows it. You spam spearmen and Wadgets, and this way you're never gonna lose a fight. It doesn't seem like it.
Well, but I mean, at the same time, he went aggressive and he punished the passive eco play from Super Afim. So Super Afim trying to go the eco way, it doesn't seem like that was the way to go, you know? Or rather, maybe it is, but Mista countered it so hard.
Yeah, you're right, because the second TC was good in the sense that he got the better economy and he put the pressure onto Mister, but at the same time, once he had to leave his base, because at some point you have to leave your base. Even with Curse, even with the 3 heroes, I don't even know if he got his Hippolyte out anyways, but he hit his Heroic Age timing, but it didn't matter because there was just so many units on the side of Mister.
Yeah, exactly. That's it's not ironic, but appropriate revenge, whatever the right word is that I'm looking for. Because in game number 1 on Tundra, that's kind of exactly what Super Afim did against Mista, right? He just went for the straight up spam aggression, and boom, GG. Now Mista just does it right back.
Is that the Egyptian meta these days? I guess it is. Like you build 3 barracks and then you make a lot of units and then you wait for your opponent to have to leave your base and then you win the game. Is that how you play Egyptian?
I mean, by all means, the Egyptian, the barracks unit spam has always been a threat historically, not against every single civilization, every god, but I think with the larger population potential in Retold, you're not constrained as much when you're just on 1 TC. So investing everything into just a ton of military units and going for the horde. Speaking of aces in the Warcraft, theme, going for the horde of, barracks units, I think it's a lot more viable in Retold compared to old AOM games, AOM version.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the population difference is one thing, but also just the fact that I think military units are just a lot better. The spearmen have a 1.75 multiplier, if I remember correctly, versus cavalry. So they are actually a effective counter to Hippias, which in the days of old wasn't always the case.
Well, plus the watches. That special poison, little poison, whatever you want to call it, slowly doing some damage over time. That's sneaky brutal, man. Because, okay, fine. Well, you can just retreat your units, okay, fine. But that poison damage from the Wadget continues to do damage over a couple of seconds as the unit is retreating, and then you lose it as you're pulling it back. So it's sneaky damage. That didn't used to be the case for Wadget.
Yeah, exactly. So what are we looking at now? Blue Lagoon, Zeus versus Gaia, and we've got Mista on Gaia. I really, really wonder what Superfim has got in store for us here, because Gaia, I would say, is such a solid pick against Greeks.
Gaia's just a solid pick in general. She's pretty darn strong in general, right?
Yeah. No
So
doubt about it. But we've seen today Gaia dominating Greeks, and in large part because of the early Terma aggression, which Greeks doesn't really have a solid counter against at all. And then you can transition that into Mermillo spam, and you're going to have Contarius as well. Just the melee, you use the Termas for ranged harass in the beginning, and then you transition into melee domination with the Mermillos and with the Contarius.
Indeed. I kind of get the feeling though, Soup, kind of like what I was saying in the previous matchup. Kind of depends on the resource generation, where the resources are. Like for example, you remember Ulysses against Rappel? Rappel had that good second town center with Gazelle nearby, but there was still plenty of opportunity for him to get kicked off of the Gazelles by Ulysses Aranos, by his infantry units. So I'm kind of thinking of there's going to be a similar, like if Super Afim tries to go for something similar in this game, maybe start off with some hero and centaur abuse, or even minotaur, something like that. If he's not careful, Gaia can kind of hit back with a really heavy heroic timing and even a pretty strong, little bit later classical age. It could be a little bit scary. So I don't know. It's this is really sketchy.
It's Blue Lagoon. It's an interesting map because some spawns can be very aggressive, where all your
Yeah,
hunt is located very unsafely, and similar with
yeah,
the gold mines and settlements for that matter. And other
yeah.
times you have like your small little corner, your quadrant, where you've got everything you need, and and you can safely go for a 2 TC boom, and there's nothing your opponent can do to stop it. I think if
Yeah.
Super FM finds himself with a TC like that, where he can go 2 TC boom and transition into, I don't even know, could even be an underworld attack or something.
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of thing that he needs to look for here. If he's just spamming units, if he's just going for, going for getting a lot of military units and hoping to win a big fight, doesn't seem to be working out very well against Gaia, is what we've seen so far at least.
Okay, so having said that, it's Super Afim is the first person to beat Mista, take a game off of Mista in a tournament. He can do it once, he can do it again. Sure, he's lost the previous two games, but still, he still should have a little bit of a high, a little bit of an adrenaline, whatever, a little bit of some gumption, some would call it. Only being down 2-1, not the straight sweep. So with that in mind, he's not just going to keel over and die. What is his key to victory here? What does this do against Gaia? I know we need to wait for the map generation to see what the resources and town centers and quadrants are going to look like. But what is the key to victory for Zeus here? Where are there specific timings? Is there a specific meta strategy?
I think that's the issue, is like Greeks versus Gaia. What is your timing? What is the power spike you're looking for? But certainly it is true that super late game, Greeks will always be the dominant civilization. But then there's so many power spikes you have to overcome. You have to overcome the Terma harass early on, then you have to overcome the Dryads and all the melee units, Onslaught in the heroic age, and eventually even Implode, which has been super, super strong, as proven in a lot of games recently. If he can survive all that in a good state, and he can just have a strong economy throughout the game, I think there's a good chance that Zeus will eventually be able to overcome the Gaia with just superior units and stuff.
Well, having said that, we're going to find out soon enough what Super Afim has in store, folks. Let's jump into game number 4. Alrighty, everybody. The Great Mista, the scary, the behemoth, the Leviathan of AOM. We have Mista down here in the blue playing Gaia with that beautiful green lush, my favorite color. In the blue up top, in the red, sorry, we have Super Afim playing Zeus. Zeus against Gaia on Blue Lagoon. How many giraffes vodka do we have to start with? I see 2 at the bottom of the screen
We need to look at Mister's build here. We need to look at Mister's build. It's very interesting what he's doing. He's sending 3 onto food and no economic guild. And he's heroizing his first citizen. I don't know what's happening here.
I was going to say, dude, you're the build order guru. You tell me, what is...
Okay, maybe I am, but I am certainly not it for Gaia.
Okay. Is that
still no
that's a
economic
man?
guild? is there some secret math that Mister knows about resource accumulation? There's 4 hero citizens on my screen right now. What is happening?
Is I don't know. I mean, what is this? Is he going for
5
just
hero citizens.
is he going for a heavy like a late advance into what is this?
So when you heroize a citizen, it gets a 10% increase in gather rate, as well as build rate. And another benefit is that they are more HP, and they get bonus damage against myth units, and they take less damage from myth units as well. So certainly these hero citizens will be a lot more durable, meaning if you send them out to build a TC, or if you hunt outside your base, it's going to be a lot harder for Super FM to punish them. And also, when you're playing Gaia, heroizing your citizens is cheaper because that's an innate bonus of Gaia. They heroize for 25% less, fewer resources. But then another bonus of Gaia, which, like I mentioned, is the economic guild. That is cheaper, and the economic upgrades are cheaper. So this is super wild from Miss. I wonder when he's going to be able to age up with this funky build order.
He's we see him dropping his temple just now. He's switched a couple of citizens rather, from wood on the left-hand side over to berries. So, he's definitely trying to jump up there. How much? You said it's 25% cheaper. I can't do that math in my head. How much does it cost to heroize heroes?
You can't see it from the information there, but I believe I think it's 65 by default, and then for Gaia, what is it then? Something like 47 or something like that, probably.
Well, it is cheap, but still. And yeah, dude, he just clicked up. What? Yo, he did a 4-minute advance. Oh, no. That's yeah. He did like a 4-minute advance. We see Oceanus coming through. Hermes is 3/4 of the way in. But he still ended up getting, a really good timing with Oceanus, man.
A double economic guild now. Why wouldn't you? The economic guild is super cheap with Gaia. And here, in this case, they function not just as a way to get economic upgrades, but also as a natural barrier to protect this gold mine here.
Yeah.
What a beautiful base by Mr. Can we just appreciate this? Gaia Forest, economic guild, gold mine, Gaia Forest, sorry, economic guild, and then Gaia Forest again. I love the symmetry.
Look at that quadrant.
So,
okay.
Super FM, he went Hermes, and I don't know if he's gonna realize how many hero citizens here there are, but if he's going for Centaurs, which it doesn't seem like he will, luckily for Super FM, but if he ever does so, it's gonna be super hard to get value out of them because of how many hero citizens there are.
For sure.
And look at this, Gaia getting hand axe and the survival equipment, that's the word you were looking for earlier. Survival equipment available for Gaia in the classical age. So Super FM is gonna have so much difficulty ever getting a villager kill in this game.
Exactly. They're heroes, citizens, plus they have that, what was it called? Hunters equipment?
Survival equipment.
Survival equipment, there we go. So, what? Okay. So we have the eco upgrades streaming in. We have the more efficient hero citizens gathering faster. The eco upgrades coming in. The problem there is one benefit, one silver lining here for Super FM. Mista is 100% inside of his base. So sure, he's not really spamming a lot of military units to put on a bunch of aggression here. In fact, what is Super FM going for? Maybe a second town center, honestly. If you look at his economy, he's got a whole bunch of, it looks like he's going for the second TC, forward TC rather. So what's the play here for Super? He has to take a second town center if he has any hope of matching economically, but he's already so far behind economically at the same time. Already behind.
And look at the Mister here. He hasn't built a military production building at all. Wait, he's got one, and now he's got a hero Mamilo. But it's taken him a long while to do all this. And the reason for this is because of, first of all, he's got survival equipment, he's got the hero citizens, he's got such a nicely defended base by all the natural barriers that he doesn't have to invest more into military than what he's doing here with the hero Mamilos. And he's even noticing this. Carnivora potentially coming up, I'm not sure. You see, when the Jason is there, it's you kind of don't want to use Carnivore because he's just gonna die in no time.
Plus Heracles.
Heracles there too. We
Well,
do see
I
double
mean,
centaur from Super Fim. Still just one villager on favor, so luckily for him, once again, he's not committing too hard on the myth units.
yeah. Well, that's what I was. I mean, okay, so fine. He has Jason, he has Heracles, he has 2 centaurs and a Pegasus. Yeehaw! But what I was saying is that sure, Mista is in his base right now, but since Super Afim doesn't have a big military presence, I think that kind of opens the door for Mista to push outside of his base for a hunt patch, a gold mine, a second town center if he really wants it, something like that. Because Super Afim hasn't really given he hasn't taken map control, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's even getting an eco kill there, dude.
Yes, it doesn't look like much, but it's so nice getting this when you're the Mister. Because he's got a totally untouched economy. He's got all the economic upgrades you would want playing as
See?
Gaia, and then you get these pig offs here, and it's just small. Every little small win that Mister takes, it's going to accumulate and it's going to snowball into an avalanche.
Yeah. I want to see the resource difference. I'm kind of excited for the end of the game when we can look at the post game. I want to see how big of a resource discrepancy there is with this
Yeah.
kind of interesting build order that he's doing.
The gameplay is nice, but I want to see graphs.
Hit me with that timeline vodka. Come on, baby.
Nah, there's a second TC from the Mister. So
Dude, Soup, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's no military presence, like a couple of centaurs, alrighty then, those are mitigated by the Caladria and the whatchamabobbers, the hero Rimmerlo. That gives Mista plenty of time. Go eat an elephant. Why not go grab another TC? He's just gonna match the economy of Super Afim numbers wise, and it's gonna be more upgraded and efficient and etc.
yeah, one thing to know about Gaia is you actually do want to make your farm transition pretty early because you can get those farming upgrades super cheap and very early. And you don't want to walk around the map very much because, first of all, it's inefficient. You have the walking time in between food sources. And second of all, you just want to set that farming transition up, not worry about it, and have that nice, clean, efficient farming economy from the get-go.
Set it and forget it, baby.
Yeah, that's what you want. And that allows you to focus more on macroing properly and stuff like that. It's an underrated aspect, just being able to forget about your wills.
Seriously, though, seriously.
A lot of good walls here in for Super FM, and he's hunting over in the left side, isn't he? I think he is.
Ooh, good eye vodka.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice. Plus 20%. Doesn't sound like much, but in a situation like this, hello, it's all he needed.
Yeah, exactly. Kept that gate alive that much longer, man. And he does have. I like that he's going for straight hoplite play. What's your opinion on this? If you see there's 3 military barracks right there. Is he gonna go for just straight? I mean, he did not go through Athena, so he has he doesn't have a restoration that he can use with some kind of a push. But still, Zeus hoplites are Zeus hoplites, eh? So is he going to go for some kind of classical situation, classical push on a town center? Is he going to go for heroic and wait for upgrades and whatnot?
He's gonna go Hoplite Centaurs. I can answer you that. He's got 3 villagers in favor now. He's accumulated a lot of favor. He's starting to build Centaurs too. So Super FM going Hoplite Centaurs, hoping that is gonna work against Gaia.
But when is the push, is I guess what I'm saying. When does he utilize it? Does he invest fully into classical age, or does he try and jump ages, use a heroic age god power, maybe underworld on, something?
No.
I don't know.
He's going full classical. He's going full classical age. He's got his 2 TC boom off unscathed, relatively unscathed, and that gives him the opportunity to, at some point, I imagine, put something like 6-7 villagers on favor, and then a lot of people on wood as well. And he can really start spamming out hoplites and centaurs. That said, look at his economy. Okay, he is going.
JK, LOL. The caster's curse, Soup. They do the exact opposite thing that you talk about. It is what it is.
Sad face. I wonder why Dionysus and centaurs. It's not a combination you see very often. How many? He's got like 5 centaurs there, and then he's gonna bronze them. Hello, 6 centaurs even.
Cool. I think it's cool. Thea's coming in, by the way. Did we mention Thea is just about in for Mista? So he's gonna have
Didn't.
those.
And he's getting the cheaper infantry hero upgrade, for which I cannot remember the name. It's Frontline Heroics. So looking to, even though he's going Thea, he still wants to make hero infantry, apparently. Obviously, when you go Thea, you also have the Poseidon Secret, which makes cavalry heroes cheaper, but he wants the infantry heroes, I guess.
Hey, why not? Mista's even going for a forward town center, as you can see on your screen now. Third TC coming in, a little bit of aggression on the backside. I like that Mista has a couple of units back here. Just he's doing a teensy bit of eco damage, but also he's ensuring that there's not a third town center getting built by Super Afim. However, having said that, there is a bronze timing here that is starting to look more and more threatening. We see that there's heavy infantry coming in for Super Afim. There's Bacchanalia that's pre-queued. That's a HP bonus, by the way. There she blows. Oh,
Dionysia in Retold.
oh, they changed the name. Ugh. Why did they have to change the name, dude? I spent 20 years memorizing all these upgrade names, and they have to change it for, no freaking reason. Thanks, Retold.
It's Bacchanalia refers to Bacchus, which is the Roman equivalent of Dionysus, so Dionysia just makes a lot more sense.
Get out of here with your logic soup. I don't want it. I memorized an upgrade name. I want to remember it.
Well, Super Fim, what are we gonna see here? He's making Hippaspis now, and he's getting more upgrades. I'm wondering, aren't you supposed to hit the start button soon? Aren't you supposed to do
I know.
something
Play.
epic?
Push play. Dude,
yeah, exactly.
We see Arcus, tons of Arcus getting queued up.
Dude, imagine a Gaia Force right there on the army. How annoying would that be?
Indeed. Can
the hero Arcus are so good here.
Does he
The
have
reason that-
ballistics?
I don't know.
He's queuing.
Prob-
No, he's
maybe.
queuing it. He's queuing it.
Okay. But the reason they're so good is because they can garrison in and out of the town center here. And they will be able to deal out so much damage against both the Hydra and the Centaurs. And they can be totally 100% safe because they will not be targeted down.
I like that granary, man.
I love that granary.
Dude, his Arcus are just able to take pot shots against that army. They're bronzed. Here we go, Soup. We got the bronze dino coming in hot.
They
the
had
Arcus
to
enough?
pushed.
Absolutely. There's no resto, but a big fat bronze, baby. He's going after the units before going after the TC. I like it. There's a Carnivora. Not going to do a whole lot, probably, possibly, perhaps.
It's just looking for a nice place to fight here, but so far hasn't really found it. So he's just retreating, and honestly, that's fine. Bronze. The big downside to bronze is you get more survivability, but if you're chasing your opponent, you're not getting any value out of bronze. But
Well, dude, there's only 5 seconds left in the bronze. He hasn't done anything. He's barely taken out the town center right now. Super Afim has barely done anything. The Arcus are going hard on that Hydra, man. No more bronze armor. That thing's going down pretty darn quickly. Decent Murmillo heroes here, doing a good job against all those infantry, man. Sure, Super Afim has had a bunch of hoplites taking out the TC. Okay, he's grouping back up just now. I think, dude, that's sick for Mista. Sure, I mean, he's got a sick Gaia economy. He loses a TC. It's a bummer, but not the worst thing in the world to handle the push and a bronze and everything from Zeus. Not too shabby.
it's no disaster at all. A lot of people will say if you start to lose town centers, you're losing the game, kind of, but that's not at all the case here for Mista. He knows that that's just 700 resources down the drain, but the retribution damage he can deal here to Super Fim with the Arcus spam versus infantry spam, it's so good for Mista. Even on the Lush as well, where you move faster, you constantly heal. Very, very hard to deal with.
God, look at those centaurs, man. They're getting sniped so hard. Are you kidding me? Those things are dropping like flies. Look at this army from Super Afim. Bro, he's got no Athena, no restoration, and no army either. Are you kidding me?
The hero Arcus are so strong. I'm really surprised by how good they are. They take down myth units incredibly easily. Plus, they're still really good against regular units, right?
Yes, with ballistics too, remember. Are you kidding me? Those things are so... Dude. Wow. Now what does Super Afim do? He's just a little bit behind in total eco numbers, but still, he's lost a bajillion units, military units. And now, yeah, look at that. Check it out, dude. Mr. rebuilds his TC. He's chilling, buddy. Look at his eco. Yup, Vodka's on the same wavelength as me. Oh yeah, we got a Mythic Age coming in here pretty soon, and potentially an end to a series.
It's gonna be an implode. The question is, will Super FM live to see the implode or not? Because, dude, these hoplites are no content. Yeah, Mr.
Snipers.
The big. You want to hear the big mistake Super FM made?
Please.
He took a game off of Mister. He enraged the beast.
He didn't make a mistake in game number 4. He made a mistake in game number 1 by actually beating Mista and ruining that perfect, pristine win-loss ratio.
He should not have done that, Maiden. He should not have done that.
Yeah. There's that ego timeline that I've been waiting for. Ooh, look at that timeline. Look at that graph, Soup. Look at that graph.
This is crazy. You know, Super FM was really quick on the second TC, and Mister, I think, if you look at the settlement graph, maybe, I think that Mister's second TC was 2 minutes after, maybe even more. And then just look at that graph.
Yeah.
So what is this? 2 minutes,
Just-
probably.
That's basically it. 2 minutes.
But then you
minutes.
look at the resources
On the
collected.
dot.
Hey, then you look at the resources collected, and it just doesn't reflect there at all.
Yeah. Interesting.
It is.
Yeah.
Wow. The difference here is just insane in resources accumulated.
I expected it to be worse, though, Soup. That's what I was going to say. I expected it to be a little bit worse. Having said that, now that you see the stats, you see the data, the graphs, what is your take on this build order? I mean, he advanced it 4 frickin' minutes, which was, really nice. He had a safe base. He wasn't pressured, which is an interesting part of it. Is there validity to this fun little hero citizen build?
Yeah, I think so for sure. And the best part about it is what we didn't even get to see here. Can you imagine if Zeus advanced at 330, built 2 centaurs, 2 heroes? Can you imagine how good the build that Mister did would be then? Because he would have hero citizens, and he would use those as the exposed citizens that were in danger of getting harassed. And then that would just, the 2 Greek heroes and the 2 centaurs, they would not be able to do anything.
Speaking of the centaurs, man, we're about to see those centaurs get sniped by the snipers. Look at these things. Bzz, there goes 1. Bzz, there goes 2. Bzz, there goes 3. Bzz, almost dead. Bzz, there he goes. See you later.
Oh,
Dude,
it's
super brutal. Brutal.
Yeah, for any horse lovers out there, hate to see that fight going down.
Brutal, man. Well, having said that, that's it. Mr. takes a series 3-1. Again, a big round of applause, everybody. I don't care if you're a fan of Mista or a fan of Super Afim or just a fan of, a fan of Soup. Round of applause for Super Afim. He has done what many hath not done before him, taking a game in a tourney against Mista in a very, very excellent fashion. That was a good Tundra game.
That was in the first game too. Like he must have really shook the Mister there. And really good job, Super of him. We saw it last round too versus Kavoth. The Mister is not perfect. He is he's really good at Age of Mythology. I will grant him that, but he's not perfect.
He loses a game and we're like, he's not perfect. He's really good, I guess, but he ain't infallible. It is what it is. Well done, Mr. Bravo, Mr. Very well done. I believe Soupy Soup, we have one more series of the day. It is a big drama field series. We have Vortex against Magic. Are we going to take a look at the bracket? Yes, indeed, we are. So it is confirmed, folks, up in the top in the semifinals. We have a repeat of the Willaloo tournament grand finals. Mista against Recon up in this upper bracket. Next up, we have Magic versus Vortex to see who will play against Rappel in the other semifinal. Let's pop down to the lower bracket to see what's up next. Ulysses Kfoth, player against Grass and Groom. We saw that. Super Afim and Tunis and the Brazilians going to be bashing it out down there on the bottom. So either Magic, as you guys can see, the other round of 8 loser position, it's either going to be Magic or Vortex playing against Peggy down there in round of 8. So things are getting spicy, baby. Things are heating up and things are spicy, man. A little spicy chili, right, Soup?
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, and the next series that we're about to witness, I think a lot of people, myself included, have really looked forward to this one. It's going to
Big
be a
time.
really close banger of a series, and I cannot wait for it to get started.
Absolutely. Having said that, Soup, you can't wait. Well, I hate to say it, folks, you're going to have to wait for Magic Against Vortex. We're going to take a couple minute break. Everybody take a pee break, smoke break, soup break, coffee break, whatever break you need to take a break. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes for our last series of the day, the banger of bangs, Vortex Against Magic. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Well, Ray coming in.
Oh,
Gonna
look at
catch
that
some of the workers
picture in
out.
picture there. Look at that gold getting hit.
Token response
Oh,
here, but this is much
forest
worse. The
fire
forest
right
fire.
there.
This is awkward. The escape isn't going to be clean. Ulysses getting caught in an awkward position.
yeah.
Meanwhile, the raid on the other side just not hitting the same. So Tunison able to dodge most of the problem. Maybe instead,
Pre-queuing Mythic Age is funny. There's no way he's affording that for like 15 minutes. That's so funny to me.
are we going to get
Hiding
gold
under the
powers?
stronghold. Oof.
Tunison,
And there's
there we
flaming
go.
weapons, and there's
He
the counter.
activates.
Is that
And
the
counter comes out.
Wilbur was brought in?
Wait, it's coming in from a
brought in
long range
Wilbur.
away though. The stuns as well are controlling. The stone giant
he
can't
needs
be
to bring him in.
accessed.
He needs to bring him in through that little gap on top of all those because he's got splash damage with the pig. That'd be so
Tunison is
crazy.
dead. Tunison is
Oh
dead.
my
Like,
God, he's got
look
nothing
at
left.
the military.
Oh.
He's gone.
It equaled out. He's still because Mandor actually had more eco. This is gonna be an
Watch
interesting fight.
Gonna start spinning. Not gonna be targeted straight away. Hearses are blocked from getting involved in the fight.
As
Spears are
long
gonna
as
pull
he
over.
kills all of his here made it through. That's terrible. This is
Oh.
why you have to micro
What
the
the-
axemen. They're all dead. The only thing
I
that could
can't
kill them was
believe
those. Yep.
The Wildjets cannot get away from this. They flop dead. Only one left alive. Rappel.
Oh no.
Can he
Well-
still win this fight? I mean, he's got military favor. I think it doesn't matter.
Reinforcements coming.
Second wave arrives. The axe throws
Oh,
do need
no.
to be addressed soon, though. The Lions are baiting them, and the raiding cavalry are dodging the problem. So, about as good of a trade as Matador, the
He's just
appropriate
trying to
respect.
wall. He's just trying to wall. Oh no.
It will buy just enough time, though.
Yep.
Too much time wasted there. The Berserks are coming in, though. Axe throws are also here. I don't think this is a fight.
This
that
man is
Matador
all
wants to
uniting.
commit
Look
to.
at he's bringing in the
Wait.
Ravens.
Take him to the forest. Look at the myth. Look at the favor. He has
Oh, yeah?
170 right now.
There's no way he does that. There's no way he spends 125 on the forest.
He's gonna
Absolutely
spread it out,
no
though.
way.
I think there's an overwhelming victory. The Berserks are just too damn good here.
They're just slicing
Rappel.
through everything like butter. There's nothing left.
I mean, he's going Berserk. He's going ham on this. Army is going to get wiped. There's just simply not enough spitters on the back line. A lot of time on a Valkyrie with the backline myth units.
Again, he's using the Wildjets to hit the.
He's hitting the wrong thing. He's
Yeah, he's always
100%
hitting-
hitting the wrong thing.
I don't understand. This always happened to poor Wildjets. And that one's dead to one Hesir. That's how dangerous is the Hesir get on top and the Wildjets just
But the
die.
Axemen, they're begging to be hit right now. But once again, the spits are on the Valkyries.
The Spearmen were attacking the
Us is
Axemen.
in.
The Axemen were attacking the Cav. This is all falling apart for Tunison.
I mean,
He
he
still
has
has a lot.
numbers, but
Yeah.
he's lost quality. But
Ooh.
will he?
I don't know. He's got a lot of favor. And
There it is. Oh, tornado! And it follows perfectly into the army.
It's so good. Oh my God, we got cows.
Someone get a government relief package together because these guys need assistance.
Oh no.
So kind of ideal there. See if we can get some follow-up here. Neve and Ryan Laws
That's
are
getting
coming
some
out.
Really good damage though.
Wait, this one from the side. This rook could be big. Hits him.
Alrighty, everybody. I'm all souped up. Soup, how we feeling?
Yeah, I'm souped as well. I'm just as souped as you are.
You're souped up? We're all souped up, everybody.
I'm souped for this series. Are you kidding me? Magic versus Vortex. This is a repeat of the what was it? Red Bull Wololo qualifier in the semifinals, or
No. This was quarterfinal.
Quarterfinal.
Magic Vortex in the quarterfinals of the Woolaloo tourney.
yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah.
We talked
It
about the
is.
series before we started, and I told you back then it was an upset that Vortex took out Magic, but now I think Vortex has really cemented his place in the AOM Retold scene. And similarly, I think Magic has improved himself immensely since then. So this series should be a real banger of a series, like I said before.
I agree. I very much agree. I think in the early days of Retold, I think that Magic, by all means, we've talked about it before, and he's talked about it as well. He's had, it's not like he's a full-time gamer per se. People like Magic, people like Mista. Mista's a farmer, so his ability to play, definitely oscillates and whatnot throughout the year. And by all means, Magic has a full-time job and real life things. So he kind of started Retold with some hiccups, you could say. He, not quite hitting the expectations, I suppose you could say,
He was
that a lot
busy
of
with
us.
YouTube. Like Magic, you really gotta give him credit for it. Honestly, he's providing some really good stuff, especially for people who are
Yes.
serious about wanting to get good at Age of Mythology Retold. He, more so than anyone else, has really provided some really good stuff on YouTube for anyone who's wanting to learn this game, become better, and even just gain insight into what a good pro player is like when they're playing this video game.
Yeah, 100%. But I
Yeah.
think when he lost to Vortex, I think that was a little bit of a wake-up call where it's like, yes, his YouTube channel is gold. If you haven't checked it out, please do. Um, but so I absolutely agree. But I think that was a little bit of a wake-up call where it's like, oh shoot, most people would think very much so underperformed, and he needs to kind of buckle down and get serious again. And since then, there was a little small Underworld Showdown tourney that he performed in. I can't remember exactly what happened in that one off the top of my head. He did not make it to the finals,
I think
however.
he lost to
But
Pegasus Rush, maybe.
ooh, I think that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I casted his series against Shelty last week, and that was Magic showed up, baby.
That
Magic
was
showed up to
dominant.
play. Oh man, it was Shelty's a sick player, man. Now we could go into a lot of the analysis on that series, but the long story short is that Magic showed up and he just flew into the quarterfinals, which is this series today. Having said that, the big question for me is what Magic is going to show up today? Is it going to be the Magic that showed up last week against Shelty, or is it going to be the Magic that showed up in the Wooloo tournament? I think
I
Vortex
think it's gonna be the Magic that showed up last time. I think Magic. I think he hated the fact that he performed so poorly in the
Yeah,
qualifier. Like at least according to he's got that name right. He is
yeah,
Magic. He's the goat of AOM, one of the goats.
yeah.
So he cannot not be like at least in the finals. This guy, he
Well,
wants to
he's
perform well.
underperformed. eh, Sorry, Sue.
Go ahead.
Well, he's underperformed so far, so he needs to hit his mark. And having said that, with him just blasting into the quarterfinals, and with Mista dropping a game against Super Efim, Mista showed a little scale, one of the missing scales in his dragon scale, right? We got
Achilles heel for sure.
yeah. And so, I wonder if there's, let's see if this is Magic's run. Let's see if this is Magic's run. He still has several series to go in order, speed bumps to drive over in
Talk
order
about
to get there.
Let's talk about
And
the draft here. We see a Thor
yes.
band from Magic, Set band from Vortex. Interesting.
Mm.
And then we see a Ra, Gaia, Loki, Isis, and then Kronos in the end for Magic. Odin, Poseidon, Hades, Zeus, Uranus. I see if you're asking me, I would say I see a lot of strong gods on the side of Magic. Ra, Gaia, Loki, even Isis. I would say are really really strong right now.
Why Kronos again? I don't want to go back to Kronos and focus on him too much, but he's had all. In fact, has he had a complete straight losing
Yes.
straight right?
Yeah. It's only been losses. I think it's zero wins, 9 losses by now, maybe.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
So is Magic gonna bring the magic and get a win with Kronos? Maybe he won't even get an opportunity to go, to actually use Kronos. We'll
I think
see.
we might
It's a
see him on Kalauger, perhaps. Like, he does
hmm.
have that deconstruct on the dock, which is super annoying to play against. Could be that, but other than that, I imagine maybe Watering Hole, where you can do a really good 2 TC boom and still have resources available to you. I'm wondering what he's got in store with the guy with the Kronos pick. Because who did he not go for? He did not go for. Who did
Aranos.
who is on? Oh, Frey. Frey is unpicked. I don't think Magic likes
Oh.
playing him. But Frey, dude, Frey is good on. Can you imagine Watering Hole or
I definitely
Savannah?
can.
Yeah, Watering Hole Blue Lagoon. I can imagine Frey being super strong here. So, I mean, that tells me he must have something in store for Kronos. The fact that he doesn't pick Frey for one of those two maps, he must have something up his sleeve.
Indeed. Well, what we're going to see first is Gaia against Poseidon. Gaia for Magic and Poseidon for Vortex on Blue Lagoon. We kind of saw a version of that, Gaia against Zeus, in that previous game, Mista and Super Afim. It's very different though. Poseidon is very different from Zeus. But I don't think it's well.
I think it's very Gaia favored. I don't know if I said
Very?
it. Yeah, I would say so. I think Poseidon's really struggles versus Gaia. Gaia can get that weightless mace, which counters Sahibius. We're about
Yeah.
to get into the game. Vortex
Yeah.
better have something really nice up his sleeve.
Alrighty, let's go. Alrighty, folks, game number 1. Final match for the day. We have Magic here in the blue playing Kronos, or Kronos. Sorry, no, Gaia. We're playing Gaia on the left side of the map. Right side of the map, we have Vortex, the Spaniard, the RTS legend. He's playing Poseidon with 3 starting giraffes. Does the starting amount of hunt matter all that much, Soup? What's your take as the build order king?
I mean, there's 4 giraffes here. It doesn't
There's
matter
3.
too much.
Oh, there's 4. There's one hiding behind the lure. I didn't see that. Oops.
Yeah, it's always consistent. It is consistent on Blue Lagoon at least. Magic, he's building an economic guild. Hello, Magic, this is 2024 and you're getting economic guild?
He clearly didn't watch the previous series, Mista
He must
versus
have.
Super.
He must have taken a power shower before that. I think that's what he does to prepare for the big games.
Seriously though. Well, okay. Having said that, forward gold mine here. That I highly doubt that there's going to be much aggression there. But I don't know. We're looking for windows of opportunity here for Vortex. Vortex has great microman. If people don't know Vortex, Vortex is he's an RTS legend. He's been a top player, competitor, esportser in so many different RTS games. So by all means, kind of the name of the game here is Magic is the AOM GOAT, and Vortex is an RTS GOAT, I suppose you could say. So the GOATs are going to lock horns today. See who comes out on top this time around.
Vortex, he deserves real credit because a lot of the people we see in this tournament, they're old faces in the AOM scene. But Vortex, he's brand new. And we've seen a lot of really good RTS players giving it a go at Retold. But, Vortex, he's the only one who's really seemed to struck gold in this game. And he's stuck around. And we see even now, he's like one of the favorites to even win this tournament. It's really, really impressive.
100% agree. Hopefully that's to kind of get outside of this game real quick for a second. Hermes coming in, by the way. Nice advance time. That's a fast advance time, 3:30.
Yeah, I think it's standard for Poseidon because you don't have
Right.
to spend wood on that granary, meaning you can get a very, very nice arcade gauge build order in. And then the question is, does he want to follow it up with heroes and Hibius, or is he going to go for a straight second TC? That's what's going to be interesting to see.
Actually, I was going to comment on, well, real quick to finish that thought, Soup. If other players see, like Beastie, for example, he was playing AOM for a bit, but if other players see success from Vortex, a non-AOM player, I want to say that that's almost inspiring for other RTS players to kind of get into the mix and, give it a whirl. But anyways, having said that, if you look at Vortex's second town centers, none of those really scream take me as a 2TC play.
One on the left there is pretty good with gold mine, don't you think? There's even some hunt in just a bit on top of it. This one is honestly, Maiden, I disagree. These TCs.
You disagree?
Yeah, I mean these are about not as good as it gets on Blue Lagoon, but almost. Both have hunt, both have gold mines nearby, and see how, dude, this TC in the bottom, it's protected by the river. It's really, really good.
Now that I actually noticed that it's protected by the river completely, that's actually a fair point. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what he actually goes for, though. Centaur.
Up here by
impressions
Vortex with the
will-
Centaur dealing a lot of damage, forcing some idle time here, and bit of a blunder maybe in hindsight from Magic, not totally protecting this gold mine with the Gaia Forest in the manor. Could have been placed a bit better to avoid this from happening.
What's Magic going for? We see counter barracks popping up there.
It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be.
Terma?
Oh, Terma. I was gonna say, it's gonna be Hero Catapultis, like we saw Mr. Was it Mr. who did it earlier? Either way, I really like that
Ulysses.
opening against Poseidon, but he's going for Termas.
The town center. Well, there we go. He just paid Vortex in the red. He just paid for a TC. Let's see which one he's going for. He's going for the front one.
Top one. I mean, this is still a good town center. There is a gold mine, and there's giraffes on top of that TC, so both are really good options.
I don't know about really good options, but give me some credit. I don't know about really good options. They're perfectly acceptable. How about that? They're acceptable.
You know what I'll
Compromise
give you
is-
is you only saw the mini map, but then taking a closer look, yeah, we got a bit wiser. That's dude. Did you see that hero oracle
take it.
kill by the Atalanta there? That's huge. The hero
Yes.
or the regular oracle costs 100 resources, and then heroizing it costs an additional 100 resources. So that's
Yeah.
200 resources and 2 favor for what it's worth. It's a really, really big pick off, especially considering there's Caladria nearby. That honestly shouldn't be happening, but Vortex makes it happen.
Very true. Very true. TC is in, by the way. Giraffes are getting eaten. Back, by the way, real quick, as we're going to see in this corner, left-hand corner real quick, Gazelle Patch. Far left-hand corner real quick. There's a delicious Gazelle Patch that Magic is sitting on. Oh yeah, there's how many are there? 4, 5 gazelles right there? Maybe it's not as delicious as I thought, but still super nice, man. Really nice.
Yeah,
Very
very well
defensive.
protected at the very least, and conveniently placed behind your base.
For sure.
Vortex, I gotta say, he's looking strong here. He got that really nice Oracle hero pick off, and he's got that second TC built without any struggle whatsoever, and only just now Magic is trying to get some damage stealth here in the front of the base here, but he's gotta be careful, dude. That's so close. Losing a Catapultis hero here would be devastating.
Yeah.
Having those Caladrias, you gotta make good use of them, meaning you don't lose 1 HP. Hello?
Well, but at the same time, Soup, like, since Vortex went for the second town center, and he advanced first, sure, he has a little bit of some initiative on the map, And so it's taken Magic advancing later, had taken time to make some military. It's taking him some time to be able to fight back, so to speak. So, Vortex is in a good position right now, but he doesn't have the same amount of military as Magic. So I think Magic has a window of opportunity here. Hit the chickens here, hit the giraffes on the top side, continue, find wood lines. I think he has some initiative here.
Oh, no,
and
no,
he
look at
could
this.
cause problems.
Oh.
Wow.
So close. He's
He
getting
could
the
cause a
second
lot of
TC.
problems here.
He's taking the second TC now while still applying pressure on the map, like you're
Yeah.
saying. So that is definitely good. But
Hmm.
I don't think he's really dealing a lot of damage, and he certainly has to be careful not to lose units here to the Centaur, to the Atalanta.
He can though. That's kind of what I'm saying though. I think he can if he, if he plays it right. I think there's a window of opportunity here before there's a lot of Greek units on the
Pacify.
field.
The Pacify on the Centaur with Hero Termas nearby, very, very effective.
Yeah.
And this is part of the reason why it's such a good matchup for the either Uranus or Gaia, is because Oceanus against the whole Greek package, so nice.
Is that Centaur gonna get sniped? Yo, that thing's on like 1 HP. Click it.
Even if it
click,
does,
click it.
well, it does get sniped. I was gonna say, even if it doesn't get sniped, it's still. What are you gonna do with a 1 HP Centaur? It's hard to really get value out of it.
Oh, how dare you? Vortex is an Aphrodite. Ooh, Vortex is a Micro King. I'm sure he can make good use of a 1 HP Centaur.
It's an interesting playstyle by Vortex. Has he built a single regular human? He hasn't built a single regular human military unit yet.
Mm-mm.
So
Just
he's
now.
gonna go heroic now, and he will get Hippolyta out surely, and then maybe even look to make Peltasts to counter these Termas.
He's got stables coming out though. I don't know about Peltas. At least that's one stable. I don't know what that other building is. Yeah, double stable. Why go double stable in Aphrodite? What is there? He was not going Prodromos, right?
It could be Prodromos. You know, Termas are cavalry, so the Prodromos are anti-Terma units. they're super fast. So not only do they deal counter damage to them, they also outrun them.
Actually, Contarius as well, right?
Oh yeah,
Counter
true.
Contarius as well. It's
But
very preemptive, but you know, in
yeah,
the long run.
they do get. They don't have a lot of pierce armor though. They have a lot of hack armor because they're anti-cavalry, obviously. But then they will melt to the Arcus, so that's something to be careful for. Aphrodite
Well,
in now, and this is where it gets interesting with Vortex. What does he have in mind here?
well, he's pushed. Look, he's pushed his food economy. I maybe think that Padromus are not the way to go. And you see, he's dropping a couple of archery ranges in his base. If you
Yes.
look at his base, he took the giraffes, he took the chickens, he already ate almost all of his goats. He's on a couple of berries. Yeah, he's got a goat left. And actually, I mean, boom, there we go. We see a couple of Padromi coming out. Anyway, he doesn't quite have the food eco to actually spam Padromos.
Yeah, and and the fact that he's building farms now as well tells me it's going to
Yeah.
take quite a while before he does. Although, if he can
Yeah.
manage to secure the gas sales up here, which he should be able to do with Curse, he will be
True.
able to do it in no time. Thea coming in for Magic now. I also saw just before he heroized like 5 Termas simultaneously, so he does not want to get overrun by that Nemean line or more than one if Vortex should get that idea.
Yeah. Is that he's got medium infantry coming in as well. I don't think he's gotten any eventually Vodka, let's take a look at this raid, see if he finds these citizens hunting down here. Eventually I want to see what his upgrades are on the catapultes once we have a minute to do so. This is a good raid, man. Just tons of idle time. Tons of idle time. Okay, just medium so far, so nothing too sketchy.
Yeah,
on the
no
side,
weightless
Vortex.
maze. I think that's because Magic is hoping to just go Contarius Arcus. Like, seems to be cookie cutter standard for Gaia these days. Well, I say, is that the caster curse you just talked about?
Caster curse, man. They hear what we say, they feel it in the ether, and they decide to just screw us over with the exact opposite. Ooh, we almost have a building block right there to catch the Padroma. Podromi, as some would say.
Right. Interesting. So, this is actually a unit composition I have never seen before. Prodromos, Toxotes, and he's adding in Peltests now. It's such a peculiar unit composition, and yeah, I'm interested in seeing how it's going to work out.
Well, we say ooh.
Oh, it's such a good curse.
Oh, yeah.
This is a really good curse.
Carnivora there. Yo, that Carnivora is gonna do some damage. I'm not even joking. The Carnivora does so much damage against villagers. Yo, check it out, man. Look, there's a bunch of weak HP vills down here, man. If Vortex isn't careful, he's gonna lose eco here. It's not the biggest, you know.
They have a pretty yeah, they only deal quarter damage to villagers, these carnivores, so...
Oh, we got the picture-in-picture. Vodka's on point. Oh, that is so sick, dude.
This is what we're here for.
This is what we're here for, baby. Look at that Carnivora go to town on those.
It is going to town. It's actually impressive with a 0.25 multiplier versus villagers, and it's still doing this much.
Look at those vines going nuts. That thing's going nuts.
Vortex is doing a great job. This weird, really weird composition. Prodromos, Hippias, Toxotes, and even a few Peltests to boot.
Yeah.
He just killed so many hero Termas there as well. The lion, though, bit of a weird path it's taking here. And this is rough, losing this much HP on the lion, even if it's the weightless mace hero catapultes. It's such a good unit.
Yeah. Those things are brutal. Fortress coming up. We didn't look at relics, Vodka. We didn't look at relics. I know, not the most important thing to be looking at right now, a small trickle of gold. But, you know, if the players haven't gotten them just yet, they're probably not going to get very many. Padromas are not really very good raiders, but at the very least, if you have enough of them, by all means, you can do some damage to the economy. Doing a bit of damage now.
These are the infamous hero citizens with survival equipment, surely, right? They have that upgrade. Oh, I don't think they do. Oh, they do. They do. Okay. No. Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah, so the hero citizens very strong there, and they actually still took down one.
Oh, those maces. Oh, don't even do it, Vortex. Are you kidding me? Padromos against...
Yeah, Prodromos, I was about to say, Prodromos and Catapults is such a brutal fight to ever take.
Seriously. Come on. Just forget about him. Let's see how fast those things die. Just forget him about him, Vortex. Come on.
Enjoy the bloodbath.
Yeah.
So Magic looking good here. The semi-fast heroic with that initial power spike. It did seem to have some form of effect, but ultimately Vortex really kind of unable to do some serious damage to Magic. And now Magic is the one who's pushing forward, trying to see what Vortex is up to.
But hang on, Soup. Who has an advantage right now? If you look at their military, you look at their economy, you look at both on 2TCs, blah 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 blah. There's already a fortress up that unlocks the Mythic Age. Not that it's happening anytime soon. Who has the advantage here? Anybody? Either of them?
I think Magic has the advantage, but the good thing is that, like, this is always the case. Like I said, Greek will outscale most opponents, but you see the pressure that Gaia is able to put on here. Now Magic is forcing a fight, so having this ability to outscale your opponent, you gotta just attack sometimes and not make that a factor.
Dude, these may not be Hades archers, but those Tox and Peltas, I don't know if he has ballistics queued up. Vortex has ballistics queued up. Oh, dude, they could just,
There's so
Those
many of
things.
them, and the Peltas with that 19 range. Dude, if you have good micro, which I think it's fair to say that Vortex does, the Peltas are an amazing unit.
Yeah, man, for sure. That was a good hold there. I actually thought the TC was going to go down, but that was a good hold right there.
I love this palace here. Doesn't really cover anything in particular, but just having it there, the presence of this palace does so much for Magic.
And it unlocks Mythic, remember? And it unlocks Mythic.
Yeah, for sure.
So it does secure those gold mines fairly well up on the top side.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They don't actually cover it, but then they don't
Yeah.
need to totally cover it, because just having the palace there means that if there ever is a skirmish there, then the palace is going to assist, and that's going to be very, very useful.
Yeah. I think, real quick, by the way, there's rhinos up there. That is just delicious. Fortified TC coming in. That's going to be very valuable because Vortex has forgotten to rebuild his forward TC. Both players going for third TCs, as we just were shown. But yeah, that forward TC, at least get one Vil, dude. At least one Vil to... Oh?
He
He
stopped the
stopped-
TC so he can go Helios.
Yeah, he's up through... Is that Helios? It is it? Yes. Atlas,
Oh,
rather.
Atlas, sorry.
Atlas.
Atlas. That's
Atlas,
so
that's-
sick. That's the kind of play I would never make, but Magic realizes, or he says in his head, the implode timing here is what matters more so than anything else. So even though I'm kind of setting my economy behind by stopping the TC, that is, what was it, 20% build, all he really cared about there is getting the proper implode timing.
Yes. Implode could be so brutal, dude. If he pushes with an implode, it's a pretty big army that Vortex has. There's a bunch of villagers there. The TC is weak. I don't believe he's repairing it just yet. Implode could if he forces a fight there and then uses implode, that could be very painful.
Implode, a god power that can be very hit or miss. These days, since it's so strong, usually it's a hit. But you can use Implode if you're pushing your opponent onto, say, a gold mine where there's a big fight. You can hit both villagers, an army, and buildings. If you do that, you get triple the value of Implode in some sense.
Oh, yeah.
So that's that's the kind of stuff you're looking for when you're using Implode, but at the same time, Vortex not really in the mood to let that happen. So when you smell the Mythic Age coming in for Gaia, you start going aggressively so you don't get your villagers or buildings implicated in that implode.
Do you think he can smell it? First of all, we have some serious aggression here from Vortex. His army could get imploded here in about 20, 30 seconds or so. Okay, so ooh, and the Dryads are going hard on the farmland, the economy of Vortex. Soup, question for you. Vortex, Vortex started playing AO Age of Mythology with the release of Retold. Does he have that game sense? Does he have that mythic sense where he can sniff it? Magic has been playing AOM for many moons, and there's the what is it called? The implode coming in. What's it gonna suck up?
It's huge. It's a big one. It's a big one.
Is the one Prodromo's gonna get out? He is. There we go! Bye-bye, military!
Okay, few of them surviving. Dude, Implode is such a crazy god power.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What happened here? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I wonder what's happening here. Can we just...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay. The game resumes And looking at Vortex's population now, 172 out of 235. So he's trying to rebuild after that implode. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here.
Yes, absolutely. Dude, Soup, he gets knocked off of this gold. Oh, a little bit of a raid up top. But remember that super safe gold mine down below? That thing is so clutch right now because Vortex's gold mine just runs out on his top TC. And, oh, Bubby. Oh,
Seas
dude.
are available. Can he take the town center he lost with it, or does he even have the resources for it? It does seem like it now. But dude,
Look at those vills. Look how weak those vills are back on that TC they're rebuilding the TC. Look at
yeah,
all the vills.
there's only 13 seconds remaining
Look
as
at
well.
those vills. Dude, those things are so dead. Oh my god, those things are so dead. Right?
Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh my god, so many low HP citizens too.
Dude.
Think Vortex
Dude.
will get this up? Ooh, unless... Oh, that's so smart what the Magic is doing here. He's targeting the unbuilt town center. And it takes so much extra damage because it's unbuilt. And yeah, it doesn't...
Instantly deleted, and Champion Cantarius comes in. Soup, look at those villagers. How are they still alive? They're so weak. They're hungry. Oh, the Prodromos against the Cantarius, but the Cantarius are beautiful and golden. Is the town center going to go back up? Are you kidding me?
Insane.
Is Vortex holding this?
This is crazy. How does Vortex, first of all, how is he able to afford the TC once again? After having
How's he alive? How is he alive? Are you kidding me? The TC is up. He must have divine blood. Are you kidding me? Magic has to retreat. Are you kidding? Dude, is this bugged? All of the units that we're looking at, golden apples, that's not divine blood for the faster. Dude, how did he get that TC up so fast? Those villagers were almost dead. They're like, hurry.
I don't know.
Unbelievable, man.
This Vortex, he's pulling some real tricks up his sleeve here. But
how's he still alive?
yeah, this is some real, like, it's a good raid here for Magic, and Magic doesn't have any siege weapons right now, does he? He's building
No.
destroyers now. I don't know how many he's got in his army, if it is enough to threaten that town center. He's getting more, though. He's got 2 palaces, 3 palaces, even just pumping out those destroyers, knowing he needs it. He has to push his advantage here, cannot stop pushing, and it's what he's doing.
He has to push here. He has 3 just palaces up on this top. Okay, ta-da! There we go. Magic with the first victory. Magic wants to make his mark in this series. It is the revenge match for Magic, trying to get the revenge against Vortex, and he succeeds 1-0. Soup, are you surprised?
I called it before, didn't I, that this is a really good matchup for the Gaia player. And I think Vortex did a tremendous job early on. I think he played it really, really well. Did some nice damage with the early Centaur. Got his early second TC much sooner than Magic did. But then even all the way up until the 18-minute mark, look at the red graph there.
Yes, yeah.
The implode was just so big.
Well, here's the thing, as the resource is just not as different as you might think, with Magic being that Gaia player. Here's the thing, since Vortex is an RTS legend, remember, he doesn't have as much Age of Mythology experience compared to Magic. So with Vortex pushing out on that town center, I'm sure he smelled blood in the water. He's a shark. He smelled blood. Wow, check that out. And so he goes forward for the kill because he smells blood, but little does he know, there's actually a big fat implode, coming in to delete his army.
What is the alternative? Okay, the only alternative you can do is to split up your army in 2 in a perfect 50-50 distribution, and then Implode will have a hard time getting that much value. But that is difficult to do too, because you want to be able to really actually push somewhere. And if you're unable to have more than 50% of your army in one location, it can be really difficult.
Indeed. I agree. What do you do against Implode? Maybe it's OP. I don't know.
Well, you've said this a bunch of times, or you've attempted to say it a bunch of times at least. This is the old patch. This is not the most current patch. And the patch that we had 2 days from now, the day before yesterday, we did see Implode going from 50 divine damage to 40 divine damage.
True. It is a difference, so. But even so, it still would have been brutal.
It's really brutal. And I'm not even sure what 50 and 40 divine damage means here in this context, because it deals more than 50 damage. We saw that here. It took out like an entire army.
I still think that the game would have happened the same. Vortex would have had perhaps some units left over after the implode if we were playing on the patch with nerf
Yeah.
implode.
Yeah.
Anyways, having said that, Soup, I just saw the timer. We're jumping into Kerlauger, Zeus, Vortex's Zeus pick against Isis. Isis for what? Isis for Magic. I
This
don't
is
know what this means.
Magic
This is
thinks this,
interesting.
Magic says this is Anatolia. I'm picking Isis.
Well, he might be in for a rude awakening there, Buster. Are we ready to jump into game 2? If we are, let's jump in, baby. I want to see. I want to see what Magic is going to do. This is interesting.
Maybe not quite yet. But I expect, like when I say that Anatolia, because Kerlauger in many ways looks a lot like Anatolia. And if
Yeah.
you can play it like that with Isis, just go fast, heroic, take control of the middle, and then all you have to really care for is to look at the sides, that there's not gold mines hidden in the corners or something.
Well, I'm very curious because, like I said, okay, here we go. Game number 2 incoming. Welcome to game number 2, folks. Vortex in the blue. This is his home map pick. He decides to go with Zeus in the blue, top right. On the bottom left side, we have Magic with a little bit of a first. Magic going in the red, going for Isis. So, Soup, earlier today, we were casting, I can't remember who, was it Recon? The more common picks that I've seen on Kerlauger has been mainly Greek with a little bit of Atlantean thrown in for some, for some whatever. I haven't seen Isis on Kerlauger. So you think that Magic is going to treat this like Anatolia? And Egyptian in general, but especially Isis really strong on Anatolia in general. But the big difference here is that this water is traversable. Human units can walk along the water. So just going for straight boats is not necessarily the play. So what is Magic going to go for here against Vortex as the Isis player? What's the deal?
Well, it's a guessing game because, like you say, I honestly cannot recall the last time I saw an Egyptian played here. Like you say,
Yeah.
Greek, stock standard here. Hades, Zeus in particular being played here a lot. And then, yeah, Atlanteans. But then Isis, really new. So what I suspect Magic is probably thinking here is that some form of fast heroic, utilizing that early fish economy in particular, is going to be effective because you can follow it up with maybe even a forward Migdal if you can do that. Like you can do that on Anatolia a lot of the times. Maybe try to sort of mirror that kind of playstyle here on Kerlauger. I imagine maybe something like that.
Well, having said that, real quick, I've casted a couple of games of Vortex choosing Kerlauger, and from what I've seen off the top of my head, I think he's gone for Hades rather than Zeus, and his preference seems to be to go for typically a second town center, a forward second town center. Maybe that's his Hades strategy, or that aggressive Athena play with hoplites and whatnot. We saw that a little bit earlier. So I wonder which one he's going to choose. So regardless, I guess my point is that he kind of focuses on land army. Even if he does go 2TCs, he still focuses on land army rather than water military. So if Magic plays this like Anatolia, if he starts making military ships to fight on water, perhaps that could work, sure. But I'm not so confident in that, man. You mentioned like the fact that like dropping Migdal in the middle, gold play for the middle, that sort of thing. I don't know how well that's going to work if Vortex does, what I kind of assume or what we've seen him do in the past with focusing on land army in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot of dynamics at play as well, because if Vortex goes Hermes, he's got a decent counter to Ancestors Eclipse, or a good counter to Ancestors Eclipse with Ceasefire. Whereas if he goes for Athena, he will get hit really hard by the fast heroic. And a bit of a guessing game on both players' ends. Like, what does my opponent want to achieve here, and how do I counter it the most?
True.
So a lot of that has to come into play here. Like these players have to play reactively to what both of them are doing. And especially Magic, I think, has to consider, is it Athena or is it Hermes? And if it is Hermes, Magic probably has to play a bit more conservatively, where he doesn't go for any fast heroic, but he's just sort of slowly expanding his economy. And if he sees Athena, that could be his opening to go for a super fast heroic with Ancestors Eclipse on the economy immediately.
AE on the eco right away. You know, what we've
Probably
seen.
looking to use Prosperity now, right?
You know, by the way, we got Bass coming in, and we got Hermes. It is Hermes, by the way, for for Vortex.
Hermes, the safe choice here, means that both players are just going to play reactively, and we could potentially see both players going for a second TC here. Although the forward one is very forward, and the safer one is kind of bad. So yeah, I don't know if these players are going to go for it or not, if they will opt for it or not.
Excuse me. How about Vortex's economy? He's got 17. Wow, that's a lot of fishing ships. 1777. Again, I don't really know what that means. Does that mean town center play or, you know, military play, or sorry, hoplite play? A lot of dog spam for
Eight
Magic,
on
which
gold.
I like.
8 on gold is a lot. Could be a fast heroic, could be TC.
A fast heroic. What, for Skilla?
Yeah.
What?
There's an armory.
Oh my
Hello?
god, that's an armory. Click on it, Vodka, click on it.
It is an armory. He just clicked it.
What? Wow. Okay.
So, you know, playing as Zeus, you have that starting favor, and we do see Vortex not even praying at the temple with as much as one bill bald on the Sphinx here. And that's a dead villager, isn't it?
That's a dead villager, but that's also a forward pharaoh. Yo, he dropped an obelisk forward. He stops the dock from going up. Are you kidding
the Pharaoh
me?
forward at this stage? Vortex must be scratching his head. That's such a cool play by Magic. Like, I don't know. I never see Isis player do this, but pays out tremendously.
I'm scratching my head as well, dude. Are you kidding me? What in the world? And he's got cabinets coming out on that top side of water. Bottom side, he's just got a couple of dealy hoppers fishing away.
Dionysus is coming in. There's 4 villagers praying at the temple. We have 200 gold already accumulated. There's 6 more villagers on gold. I think there's going to be a lot of Scylla roaming these rivers of Kalauga very soon.
Yeah, Harmonious Necklace that Vodka just showed, so a little bit extra gold income because of the relic. Alrighty then.
You know what this means? What this means is that the Scylla are inevitably going to get a lot of value, and I imagine Vortex will be winning the rivers. So what looked like to me was going to be a slow game, it's going to be a much faster game. There will be a lot of pressure on Magic to make something happen on land as soon as the Scylla start getting value on water.
Well, by all means, he already sent his Pharaoh forward one time, plus the priest is already forward, so, you know, there's maybe some counterplay against skill there. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Pharaoh, priests should be able to deal good damage to the water myth unit, right?
And they are ranged.
Do we see Scylla on both sides already? Was that what we just saw?
Is that the upgrade for
There's
Scylla?
there's one here on the left. That's probably the starting one, and then we see another one being built over on the right side now.
Yeah. Prosperity coming in here, Soup. So is he using Prosperity to maybe pop a couple of... I guess we'll find out soon enough what Prosperity is for. Actually, looking at the economy, it looks like Magic may be targeting Heroic. There he goes. Neft is coming in, a bunch of ramming galleys.
Dude, ceasefire used now. You know, Neft is coming in for Magic now. So Magic has to figure out himself now, do I use Ancestors Eclipse on the economy to deal a lot of damage to, well, yeah, the economy, or do I wait to accumulate an army and get a really big push in? Now we see the 2 Scylla going to town here, and they're so strong. A third Scylla coming in as well.
A Hydra too, man. We got the Jurassic Park over here, baby. Hello.
Water dinosaurs, land dinosaurs, all of it.
Yeah, baby.
They're doing a decent job by the looks of things.
We got a third coming in, man. I like how this, and the Pharaoh as well, you see? You see?
Yeah.
spears against Jason, I suppose, and then the range. You see the Skilla gotta stay in the water, whereas the priest can just range him from the shoreline essentially. I don't know if Skilla is really the best play against Isis, against Egyptian, I suppose, in general, man.
Yeah, maybe not. He did go through Dionysus, so he can actually get that really nice Hydra upgrade, which makes both Scylla and Hydra regenerate 2.5 HP per second. Can be good in a scenario like this where you've got 3 damaged Scylla and Hydra. But Magic, he's gone Nephthys now, and I don't know what he's going to do now. Is he going to continue fighting water? He's got Persei now. He's targeting down this stock. He's got plenty of priests here to deal with the Scylla. You're absolutely right. The Scylla are not paying off the way that Magic is playing here.
I mean, I think that's why Prosperity came in. He used Prosperity. Sure, it depleted his gold mine, and there's Ancestors Eclipse in the base, dude. Where are the heroes? Where are the heroes?
Oh,
Where are the heroes?
Big.
Oh, dude.
There's only room for 10 villagers in this house, and there were many more villagers than that. So Vortex forced to on-garrison. He's losing a lot of vills there. Meanwhile, on the left, the Leviathan is being blessed by the Eclipse, and all those hills have gone down now, and Magic is definitely taking over the left side here.
Oh, Heracles, we can see down in the bottom corner, Jason and Heracles going hard. Trying to go hard, at least, on those Ancestors, doing a good enough job, but still a decent amount of eco damage done in the base and now on the fishing economy as well. Magic is sitting pretty here, man. He's sitting pretty. That Ancestors Eclipse looked scary, and it was decently handled by Vortex, but it still did damage, man. And there's a lot of damage up here on the fish as well.
Yeah, Magic, not only did he just win the left side of the water here pretty comfortably, although Vortex is looking to still contest it, but he also killed, I think, 4 or 5 villagers while that Ancestors Eclipse was going on. And this just means that Magic now has a very, very nice economic lead over Vortex. But this is nice for Vortex. It's a heavy infantry army with a nice 2-headed Hydra.
Very true. And actually, again, that land army can just completely come back on water and take over the water if you really wanted to.
Yeah, 5 hammer ships here. They're going to make things difficult for Vortex. Wonder what Vortex is going to do now. He's moving forward. I'm sure Magic by now has built a Migdal, although he's still making barracks units, so could be no Migdal actually. Bronze here. Again, we've seen this so many times today. Bronze cast, and then the opponent just says, all right, I'm out of here, goodbye. And then it's so hard to really get any value out of the bronze, as seen right here.
But even so, like, even without bronze, I don't know if that was a good fight for him to take regardless, because, I mean, there's a good number of Hippospis mixed in with the Hoplites against a bunch of spears and a couple of axemen. I'm not so confident about that, even without bronze, man.
No, maybe not, but this is hard for Vortex to get value here. He's trying his... This is not quite working out for him, is it? It shouldn't work out. He's targeting down some of the woodchoppers here, which should be nice.
Even so, okay, fine, that's some kind of value. He is a couple of villagers behind in the military, but he's not ahead enough. Exactly, he doesn't do enough damage, and Vortex calls it, man. Kid, real quick, Vodka, if you don't mind, can we click view map? I think there was a Scorpion Man or something like that hitting the gold mine of Vortex. There was something over there. Yeah, dude. A Scorpion Man hitting the gold mine, or rather wood line of Vortex right there. So very well done by Magic with a little multitasking action. Bravo.
This is so brutal when you're playing Greek. You only have access to 2 or 3 heroes, and then having to send one of them against the Scorpion Man. And even then, the Scorpion Man outruns you. It's very, very brutal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, Isis for the win. Was Isis just a fortuitous counter pick to the strategy of Vortex? Or is
like
Isis...
Especially with the prosperity and the priest spam, like you mentioned, it really worked out well.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that he went for the skill play, which is not his typical strategic choice. Wow, that's a big eco discrepancy after about 10 minutes.
Is that Ancestors Eclipse that's causing this this thing?
I mean, that's bronze. No.
Yeah, it's Ancestors Eclipse.
It is.
It's so big. Having at that point, he not only idled the entirety of Vortex's economy, he also took over the left side of the fishing economy. And it's just
Yes.
two things at once. And Magic's economy, meanwhile, was unscathed. So 17 vills killed by Magic. Are you kidding?
I'm not even joking. So, even joking. Honestly, I think that here's my take on that game. So, like I mentioned early on, Vortex typically goes for Hades or Zeus, and he either takes a forward TC or he goes for some aggressive Athena play with hoplites, right? And he did. I wonder if he kind of played the 4D chess. He knows that that's what he has shown in other games, and so he shifts things up, he twists, he shakes things up by going for the fast heroic play, trying to surprise Magic. But Magic goes ISIS. He makes a couple of priests, and it's a pretty easy counter to that surprise tactic, the surprise strategy.
Yeah,
You
I
see what
think
I'm saying?
I think a lot of it also came down to the fact that the town centers were so poor. The ones in the middle
Yeah.
were so aggressive and really hard to get to without losing anything. And then the town centers on the side were really, really poor and far away. So if I'm trying to put myself in Vortex's shoes, say that's my go-to strategy, and then I see the town centers, I'll say, oh, okay, I'm not going to do that. What can I do then? I don't know. Guess I'm going heroic for the fast Scylla, right?
You think that he made it? It sounds like you're saying he made the decision on the fly. I think he did more prep for that. I think he planned that from the beginning.
Yeah, but looking at the map, just realizing I cannot go for the 2 TC play because the map just doesn't present that option for me very well.
Well, but aside from the 2TZ play, but still, you have aggressive Athena as well.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
He was Zeus. Well, it is what it is, and ultimately we got Magic. Magic is ahead 2-zip. So, Magic's on the warpath, man. This is kind of the narrative that we've been talking about. Vortex getting the upset in the Wooloo tourney. Can Magic? That's the question. Which Magic is going to show up today? The Beast, the Goat, the Behemoth,
I
the
wonder, will we get our first Kronos victory here? It is that watering hole map, and like I mentioned when we were talking about the draft, Kronos does have some potential, does have some options available to him on watering hole, I think, because of his because of how good he is at booming. He can get that second TC up in no time with that manner building boost that he's got. And then the fact that Watering Hole sometimes presents you with a tremendous map with near infinite amounts of hunt and gold mines available to you. Kronos can really shine on Watering Hole. You can time shift buildings over onto your opponents. So even if your opponent has a nice defensive river, you can just time shift buildings over it, and it doesn't matter too much.
I'm a little bit surprised that you're saying that, Soup. I mean, yes, there are options for Kronos on Watering Hole, but I think that in general, Watering Hole to me seems like a fairly weak Atlantean map, just because of how big it is. Um, the potential for the game to go late, especially against Hades, the potential for a match on Watering Hole to go late is viable because of what you just said, the safe resources. And so I think that the typical timings that you'll have on a more aggressive map like Blue Lagoon or Savannah or Ghost Lake or maps like that, I don't think they apply in the same manner on Watering Hole. So you can take the middle of the map and get some TC advantage, but that's not as big an advantage on Retold because you can build more houses, bigger populations, blah 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 blah. So I don't think that Atlantean is a really strong pick for Watering Hole in general. But that might be biased from, back in the old AOM days. Retold is a different story by all means. But that's
Yeah,
just
so
like my
I'll
opinion,
tell you
man.
the game plan that Magic will have here.
Okay.
He's probably going to go for 330. Could be a, what is it then, 355 as well. He's going to time shift his temple forward, and then he's going to have 3 Prometheans, the 2 starting ones. He's going to build another one as well. And he's going to have some raiding the gold mine or the wood line or the hunt or whatever. And then he'll have also 1 or 2 Prometheans covering the second TC. And in doing so, he forces Vortex to build 2 heroes in order to protect himself. And in building 2 heroes, he's going to delay that second TC quite a lot. And meanwhile, Magic only invests into one additional Promethean, which is a very, very small investment. So he's going to get that second TC up really quickly, like I said, because he's Kronos. And with minimal investment, he's going to delay Vortex's TC quite a bit.
But that's kind of what I'm saying though, Soup, is that sure, Kronos can get a fast TC up, blah blah blah. The map is pretty big with pretty safe resources. So what does Kronos do after that? Because okay, fine. So he delays the boom. You know, the Hades player Vortex can expect that and have a slightly later TC, second TC for himself. But what does Kronos do after that is kind of my point. Because there's safe resources and at least two safe
Well, you
town
can take
centers
over the
for
middle
Hades.
then. You can take over the middle, and you can even get out a bunch of oracles. How about that? You can get out a bunch of oracles, and you can start spamming Prometheans. That's
You think
really
it's that
effective.
strong against Greek?
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
you
yeah.
said that before. Is it that strong?
It's so good. Greeks only have 2 heroes, remember? And say that you already found a really nice advantage for yourself, and then on top of that, you start pumping out those myth units that Greeks have such a hard time against. I think it's good. And
I mean,
even if it's not Prometheans, it can be satyrs, it can be a bunch of chaos god powers. There's so much that you can use your favor on when you're against Greek.
well, so Eric in the chat is saying Hyperion, Satyrs, and Implosion. Indeed, indeed, but you know, it's not like Hades doesn't have his own options.
I think it'll be interesting to see, and I hope Magic is going to go for some form of variation of the strategy that I said, where you force the Hades player to get the 2 heroes out, and all they're going to do is basically ensure that the town center goes up, and then in turn, Magic is going to have a very, very good advantage in getting the TC up, maybe even a minute earlier. And even if he's lucky, he can even get a villager kill with those early Prometheans. They're very strong. You can force out the Sentinel on the home TC, which you don't want to do on Watering Hole. You want to fight over the middle, right?
Yeah. Honestly, Soup, I think I have bias against Kronos in that I have seen Kronos lose essentially every single game in tournaments thus far, and and I have personal bias against Atlantean on Watering Hole specifically from the old AOM days. So I believe you, I trust you, by all means. I am skeptical, however. It looks like we're just about ready to jump into this game if our little timer is correct. So we'll find out soon enough.
I want to see the
Um,
Kronos win.
okay. Well, here we are, folks. Excuse me, Magic up here in the right-ish side of the map in the blue, playing Kronos on Watering Hole. I am skeptical, but it is what it is. Vortex on the left-hand side. In the red, we have Hades. Okay, so I am skeptical of Kronos here, Soup. You are not. I think maybe part of it has to do with safe resources, safe gold mines, etc., etc. I think that's okay. So you say that Kronos has a lot of potential to do early damage with Prometheans, delay second town center takings, and whatnot. Talk to me about Vortex's base. Where would you time shift the temple? We're gonna assume that's a strat. Where would you time shift the temple? Where can he
Left
do
side.
damage here early with Prometheans?
I want to time shift my temple where the town center is. And then with my
Okay.
first 2 Prometheans, I'll send them to the other side. And that will force Vortex to send Jason there, or his OK Gate hero, to protect against those two. And then when he goes for that secondary TC, you build a new Promethean, and you attack the second TC with that third Promethean that you got. Basically forcing the Hades player to build 2 heroes.
And
And
you followed up with the second town center, right?
yeah. And because you're Kronos, you have the strong Atlantean early economy. You've got the faster building construction since you're Kronos. You're gonna get that second TC up a lot sooner. And then you build an advantage, and from that you take control of the middle, and you start winning skirmishes with your myth units, with satyrs, with chaos, eventually ending it in a big boom with the implosion. That's the game plan.
Okay. Well, having said that, Magic is up 2-0. As the Kronos player. So let's see if he pulls off the strategy that you're predicting, that you're expecting. Um, I think that there's plenty of potential, 100% sure. It's not, but what is it? Okay, Mr. Theory Man, theorizing, etc., strategizer. Okay, what does Hades do? How does
So
Hades win? What's the path to victory?
Hades finds a way where he doesn't have to invest into Achilles. He takes care of all the Prometheans with just Ajax. He gets his second TC up in a really good time, and then he finds himself a lot of nice hunt. He manages to just not invest too much to be able to still hunt and still gold around the map, and then he will eventually be able to get to the late game where he just wins because he's Hades, right? Was that deconstruct on the temple? Yeah. So I think why Magic is doing this is because he wants to just force the idle villager time in building the temple again. And
Okay.
also, I wonder, can Ajax even pick up this relic? Yeah, he can. He can. Okay.
Yeah, there's about 30 seconds before Prometheus comes in, roughly. Yeah, 30 seconds or so. Athena is coming in for Vortex on the red side. Where are those villagers going? They're a little bit lost. Hello. Anyway, so we're gonna have Athena against Prometheus here. Does this look like a second TC? Actually, check it out, dude. Vortex only has 3 on gold. That's not 2 TC territory. There's the Prometheans.
Magic is definitely going to TC, and Vortex, I think he's trying his best to go 2 TCs as well.
Okay, now he has 5 on gold. But still,
But
it
yeah,
seems like he's a little bit late on gold, right?
Look at that Magic. He's got his town centers. He's begun construction on it already. And then, meanwhile, Vortex, he's forced to use Sentinel. Like I said, you don't really want to do that, but it's been forced onto him now. And yeah, just trying to be as annoying as possible with these Prometheans. Those 2 Prometheans, Magic knows they're not going to survive for much. They're not here for long. So he's just trying to be as annoying with them as possible. And as soon as one dies, he's splitting them because, like I said, you want to see if you can force an Achilles out. And he actually does force the Achilles out. I don't even know if the Achilles is necessary, but Vortex has invested into it. And what it means is that the second TC from Vortex is going to be so delayed, so very much delayed. Whereas Magic, he's almost now, I imagine, built he's got it now. Yeah, he's got his second TC now already. This is such a nice start for Magic. Such a nice start.
Indeed. With only the 2 Prometheans as well. You wanted him to build a third one, but the 2 free ones doing, sufficient damage and distraction, honestly.
Yeah. Well, that said, Vortex really didn't have to go for that Achilles. But yeah, look at Vortex. He's gonna have that second TC in so late. And there will be a lot of opportunity for Magic to take control of the middle here, and from that point onwards, he can do a bunch of different things. But one opportunity for sure is to go Satyr spam or even Promethean spam, and utilize the fact that Greeks have so few heroes to play around with. Seeing the second TC being built here from Vortex, actually managing to take Magic off of this forward hunting spot. That's really well done with just the Minotaur and the Achilles, but we are starting to see the Termas coming in, Hero Terma as well. It's just a question of time before Magic can go back to that hunting spot.
There's a TC coming in.
Nice. Good job on Vortex though. He forced Magic away from that spot, and now he's taking down the Manor. So he is getting some value with these 3 units, to be fair.
Those Terma though, man, we've seen those Terma be so oppressive, historically, with just the micro ability, if you understand what I mean. They're doing, look at that, they're doing pretty decent damage against Achilles, for crying out loud, and they're Terma for crying out loud.
Oh, is that Manor gonna survive? Looks kind of like he could maybe go and repair it, but he's not deciding to do it.
Is that worthwhile though, Soup? Like to use your units to just take out a manor? I guess you're stopping the gather time on those gazelles, but Minotaur's toast, Achilles and J-Jax, they can only do so much damage against the numbers of the Terma, right?
Yeah, you're right. Like taking down the Manor is nice, but he lost a Minotaur in the process, and he's gonna lose Ajax now as well.
Yeah.
Maybe. Not quite losing Ajax, but a lot of his HP anyways. And now Vortex is just walling up his side of the map, so he's saying, all right, Magic, you can take control of the middle. I'm just going to ensure that my side is going to be safe.
Well, that's the thing. Eventually, eventually, he's got the 2 town centers. He's hunting. He's walling up exactly what you said. Okay, so he doesn't, in my opinion, I don't think that Vortex's base is that wonderful. He doesn't, like, the gold mine is just a little bit outside his hunt. He could have better hunt. It could be worse, as well. It definitely could be worse. But having said that, I think one really important thing, there's an armory coming up, which is interesting. One really important aspect is that there's a pretty decent gold mine for Vortex just on the south side of his base. It's very
Yeah.
open. I mean, yeah, that guy
There's
right there.
Gazelles
Thank you.
nearby as well, so he definitely has stuff to play with. But this is a good raid with the Terminus.
Yeah.
There's one dead villager, and he's blocking the path completely. Vortex not able to find a way through. And there's a third villager dead. What a raid here with these Termite. This is what I'm telling you throughout the day. Atlantean is so good against Greek with these Termites.
Oh. Honestly, Soup, I think I definitely I mean, by all means, Magic. We talked about Magic being, gonna get in with a deconstruction.
Smart. He takes a relic. Is it a good one?
Brutal. I think it's decent. It's
Favor
triple
raid. Why not?
favor.
It's so
Well,
smart.
but still, like, Magic he's on the warpath, man. Vortex beat him in their last matchup, but he's on the warpath. He's out for blood. No holds barred. I don't know. Vortex is not looking that hot here. I underestimated this Chronos capability here.
Right. Magic is doing exactly what I told him. No, I didn't tell him to what I told you that he should do.
Yeah.
And it's working out exactly as planned. So all we need to see now is the heroic age timing in for Magic as well. And honestly, just take it from there. Aphrodite in for Vortex or not?
No. He canceled it. Why did he cancel it? Huh?
He's taking it
Weird.
again. I was saying maybe he wanted Apollo for the underworld because I can see a scenario where Vortex just gets sort of stuck inside his own little corner here, and he wants to avoid that maybe with an underworld passage. But in the end, I think he says, "Curse, too good a god power, can't forgo it."
Okay, well, with no underworld, that means that Vortex is going to have to slowly push out from the front part of his base, eventually get some map control, yada, yada, yada. But, I mean, by all means, it took him so long to get that second town center compared to Magic. Look at the eco numbers. I mean, it's just all blue. 62 compared to 45 eco pop. 20, 30, 32 military pop compared to 5. You know, it just seems like he's really far ahead. Really far ahead.
And Hyperion and Aphrodite are going to come in around the same time. And Magic is building, he's got 5 oracles, he's building a 6th one now. It's perfect. He really needs these oracles because not only does he have the map control, meaning he can easily get them out, but he's gonna need it against the Greek player. He needs the satyrs, he needs the satyr upgrade, the Gemini, he's gonna need chaos spam as much as possible anyways. And yeah, I think Magic is just playing this flawlessly so far.
That's what we saw in his series against Shelty, man. He just literally was playing it so top tier, no mistakes, perfect timings, and so on and so forth. And it looks like he's continuing that momentum today. He's a hop, skip, and a jump away from a straight 3-0 sweep, man. I want 5 games, dadgummit. I've been robbed of game 5 3 times today. Thrice, some would say. I want a game 5, man. Let's go, Vortex!
You know, another thing we needed is a Chronos W, though, so we want to see that too. Oh,
How dare he Chronos a win?
I like that chaos here, because the Lion was just about to use a really, really good special attack onto the army there, but it comes there, actually. Ah. All in all, this wasn't the best chaos, actually.
That's what I was going to ask. Was that worthwhile? What's up with that chaos, man?
Yeah, wasn't the best. I think what Magic needed was more units nearby to really take full advantage of the sort of stun effect that the chaos provides. But
yeah,
Magic still has big, well, military numbers is very equal now after the curse. Forcing Resto is really big here for Magic.
I mean, by all means, Soup, hoplites and talks, and, you know, some heroes and maybe a lion or 2. Is that the composition that's going to really allow Vortex to push out here? But we've seen how strong those frickin' Cantarius are. We've also seen how strong those frickin' archers are. Those talks are heavy, by the
Yeah,
way.
heavy tox and heavy pelters, they can do some serious damage here
Is
with
Vortex
the...
looking okay here? What's your take? He's way behind on eco numbers.
Vortex is looking better than he was a minute ago. The curse, chaos action there definitely favored Vortex. It's giving him some way back into this game. You see him contesting the middle now. I wouldn't have bet on this a minute ago, but kind of doing it now. 3 satyrs in, 4 satyrs in for Magic. This is the power of the Oracle spam that Magic is doing here. And the Achilles is taken care of. Ajax is not on the field. There's no Chiron either. And now now Vortex is forced to retreat. Satyrs doing a tremendous job. Chiron is in now. You hear Maiden? I can't hear you. I guess Maiden is out for the moment. But Maiden is out for a minute. 5 satyrs now on the side of Magic and lots of Arcus. Some melee units there too. And what Vortex needs to do now is get all 3 heroes out and try to make a move. I don't know. Really nice Contarius raid here. Lots of dead wills here. 92 to 65 at the moment. The Contarius raid, so effective here. They only need very, very few hits to kill these villagers, as we see. And the hoplites, they can chase them away, but they're so slow. And even then, you see, he's still forced to retreat these vills. Over in the middle here, we see a lot of archers, a lot of satyrs. So the game plan for Magic in this unit composition is to have the Arcus target down the heroes, and then the satyrs does the rest. Very, very simple unit composition. Whatever melee unit he's got, honestly, the main point of them being there is to be a sort of meat shield for your Arcus and for your satyrs. And we see Atlas coming in now for Magic.
I think that might be the KO right there, Atlas. Like I was gonna say, this army of Vortex, it's starting to get pretty strong. You're absolutely right about those satyrs, however. Look at all those dead bodies! Oh!
The satyr special attack is a force to be reckoned with. Achilles is a force to be reckoned with too, though. And he's surviving the Arcus onslaught there. So, okay, Atlas is in, but you do see actually Vortex using this downtime where Magic has invested 2,000 resources for the Mythic Age, and this gives Vortex the opportunity now to have a bit of a control of the middle.
Yeah, but how long is it gonna last, Soup? How long is it gonna last? His army could just be deleted like we saw earlier on Blue Lagoon, and then after that, you know, Magic can just ride the wave to victory.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I'm not even sure if Vortex smells the mid-round, another chaos coming in. Wow. No, was that a Satyr special attack there? Because I was gonna say this could have been even more devastating with more Satyr special attacks, but managing to take down this entire army. I thought this was what Implode was for, but he does it with chaos instead.
He doesn't even need Implode, man.
I guess
That's
not.
just icing on the cake. The numbers, the military numbers are dwindling, and our best of 5 is also dwindling. No!
What a performance from I Am Magic.
Wow, man. Magic sweeps. He gets his 3-0 revenge, Soup.
You
In
didn't believe in the Kronos. And
No.
then Magic does this.
Indeed. I did not believe in Kronos. I mean, especially on Watering Hole, Magic not only gets the 3-0 sweep, the 3-0 revenge against Vortex, he also gets the first Kronos. Well, let's check our, fact check me on that. But he may or may not have the first Kronos win of the tournament as well. Convincing series.
Yeah, and honestly, Kronos looked strong here. Kronos looked really, really strong. All the good
Yeah.
things about Atlantean, he pulled them out. There's the Satyrs, there's the heavy Contarius, there's the Implode inevitably going to happen very soon. Like, Kronos has a lot of good stuff going for him. It's just finding the proper way to utilize Kronos' bonuses to get there. So with Gaia, it's simple, you boom a lot. But with Kronos, you have to be a bit smarter about it.
Well, it just seemed like, dude, in this game number 2, Kerlauer, along with this game, it seemed like Vortex just played right into Magic's hand, right? Check out that eco difference. Magic with they both took 2 town centers, but the second TC for Magic came in way earlier. He was just so far ahead in economy, exponentially, ahead in economy.
Yeah,
Well
and
done.
Magic had an easy time going from resource to resource, whereas Vortex had to constantly fight for it. And this also affects a graph line like this because a lot of idle time walking back and forth, it's going to negatively affect this graph for sure.
Absolutely. Ay, ay, ay. Magic just catapults into the semifinals against Vortex. Bravo, bravo. He is on the bottom half of the upper bracket, so it is possible that we can have a Magic Mista finale of the upper bracket potentially,
Ooh,
which
how
is what
sick would that be? How sick would that be?
indeed, especially with the performance that, Magic has got going right now. Let's see if he can continue that into the coming weeks. Anyway, here's our bracket, folks. Mista against Recon, semifinal next week. Magic against Rappel, semifinal next week. We got a couple of Greeks and a couple of Anglophones in the semifinals. Let's see if those Greek boys can meet in the winners bracket decider up there. This is what we're gonna have tomorrow, Soup. Ulysses Kvoth, Vortex Peck, if I'm not mistaken. All of this round of 8 loser bracket. This is what we're doing tomorrow, and also possibly the round of 4. I'd have to double check on that. But we have Yuli Kvoth, Vortex Peggy, Player Grass, and Super FM Tunison tomorrow. So tune in tomorrow, everybody. Same time, same place for the losers bracket. Oh, mama. Oh, mamacita. Things are again, Soup, considering the performance of these players today, things are getting spicy. We've seen Magic explode. We've seen Mista implode with a loss, and we've seen some GGs all around. So things are getting spicy. Losers bracket tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow, 4 players are going home tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
already had 4 people going out, and we're going to have 4 more tomorrow. But yeah, these were some really good series, and yeah, the semifinals are going to be even more epic. We have to obviously tomorrow look forward to the losers bracket and see how that unfolds. But yeah, like you're saying, things are getting closer. We're getting ever closer to saying who are the top 8 players, who are the top Retold players playing currently. It's very exciting times.
Indeed, man. Honestly, it's and actually we have, what is that? Is that 6 players going home tomorrow actually? So it looks like we're going to be doing 6 series tomorrow here on the channel. So again, everybody, same time, same place, 15 GMT here on EGC TV. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So hopefully we didn't get a game 5 today, so but let's cross our fingers for some, for a long day tomorrow. Lots of best of 5s going the distance. Any final words, Soup? That is it for today. Any final words?
Yeah, I'll just say it was a pleasure casting with you, Maiden. It was a real pleasure, and hope to do it again another day.
Yeah, buddy. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know. Buckle up. There's a lot of action happening tomorrow. I'm not sure who's casting, but it's going to be a hoot. So yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Are we still here? We're still here, Soup. I said peace.